Chapter 1729. Xiu. 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 The two Saint Kings and two Sword Kings of Swords Gate suddenly appeared and charged towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen immediately said, "Senior, Ping'an, I'll leave them to you." The two nodded and Lin Ping'an pouted. She still wanted to fight with the strongest enemy. It wasn't that Lin Chen didn't trust Lin Ping'an, but Zhao Lingtian's sword will was too sharp. Ordinary experts would be sliced by the sword will if they weren't careful. Nothing could stop the sword. Other than Fang Ling, who had the same level of sword will and saber will, only Lang Fanyun and the other two could barely block it. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun's battle prowess had increased by leaps and bounds. After their saint weapons and arts were strengthened, their battle prowess had at least doubled. But against Qingtian's Sword King, they were only able to hold their own. The battle between the three shocked the entire sword domain. Lin Chen frowned and thought to himself, what a guy. A Sword King with godlike sword intent is actually this strong. If I had continued to fight after successfully stealing from the Genesis headquarters, I'm afraid that Jin Taichu and Jiang Poyi would have been enough to deal with me. On the other side, when Lin Ping'an and Elder Xian Yu stopped the two Sword Kings and two Saint Kings, the east of the sword domain was filled with the aftermath of the battle. When Lin Chen looked up, he could vaguely feel that there was something in the sky of the sword domain. That's right, it was fate. Although Lin Chen had 100 saint points, half of them were virtual saint points. In terms of battle prowess, he was comparable to a Saint King. But in terms of cultivation level, to be precise, he hadn't opened the eye of Saint King. Thus, Lin Chen couldn't see the existence of fate. However, Jiang Taishu told him that as long as he attacked the point where the fate was the most concentrated and blasted open the gate of fate, the fate of the sword domain would be completely released like the other domain. Sure. Lin Chen couldn't care less about the other battles. He activated his movement skill and rushed straight towards the gate of fate. Two of his 6 avatars immediately moved to stop the remaining experts of the Eternal Sword Sect, not giving them a chance to disturb him. Clang. Suddenly, a sword hum resounded, and a peerless sword intent that had transformed into a white dragon slashed down from the 9 heavens. Lin Chen was caught off guard. He used his movement technique at lightning speed, and his 4 clones used their ultimate techniques to attack the white dragon sword will. Heaven-burning arrow, divine bird swallows the sea. Slowing rune, 9-fold burning sky palm, lotus dance, dark lightning 10,000 jun, spear light flashed, and saber light and sword shadows danced in the sky. Bang! 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 The sword will exploded, and Lin Chen retreated rapidly. His eyes narrowed. He couldn't hit it. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, do you really think that this king is only cultivating in seclusion? Zhao Lingtian's laughter was wild and arrogant. While he was killing Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun with a sword in his hand, he sneered ferociously. The gate of destiny of the sword domain has already accumulated the sword wills from my seclusion for 100 eras. Every sword will is comparable to the attack of multiple Saint Kings. Lin Chen, how are you going to break my sword domain's destiny? I have already sent a voice transmission to the other top 10 Saint Talents on the Saint Talent list. They are also the controllers of a portion of fate. You are courageous to provoke the Genesis Alliance, but if you dare to provoke the sword domain's sword sect, you are courting death. As long as the Saint Talents have their eyes on you, you will definitely die. Zhao Lingtian's wild laughter made Lin Chen narrow his eyes as he looked at Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun weren't weak. It was just that the experts they faced previously were very strong. For example, the Einherjar of the Einherjar clan didn't even have a saint weapon back then, so they couldn't fight back. But now, there was a qualitative difference. Firstly, the saint weapon had returned. Secondly, their techniques and saint weapons had all been strengthened by leaps and bounds. They were no longer the same as before. As for the sword will and saber will, they were the closest to Peri-Celestial and imminent God. Zhao Lingtian couldn't suppress them when they worked together. Zhao Lingtian continued to laugh sinisterly. Before my sword will is exhausted, it is comparable to dozens of powerful Saint Kings guarding here and attacking together. If you want to release the sword domain's destiny, you will have to find 100 Saint Kings first. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen shouted coldly. Fang Ling, Lang Fanyun, Beat this son of a b****. Don't talk nonsense for him. Roger. The two received the order and brandished their sabers and swords. With a clang, their attacks instantly multiplied. Zhao Lingtian was immediately forced to fight with his full strength by the two who were almost going all out. Lin Chen turned around and faced the peerless sword will that gradually revealed itself in the surging sea of clouds above the sky. The sword wills were almost tangible. They were blank and distinct, covering the sky and earth. There were actually layers of sword webs. And what formed the sword webs were actually peerless and sharp sword wills. There were a total of 3 layers of sword webs, and each layer's sword will was even stronger. Lin Chen's eyes bloomed with powerful boldness and confidence. He smiled coldly. Equivalent to a group of Saint Kings? Then I will destroy them all. Saint Dragon Possession. Wang tilde. Lin Chen's pure strength suddenly soared from 600,000 to 990,000. Lin Chen laughed wildly. You came at the right time. After killing so many Saint Kings and Saint Geniuses, all 5 of my God of War set have reached 88% energy. I have nowhere to use them. God of War set, fully activate. A ray of God of War's golden light was dazzling, illuminating the sky. Lin Chen's battle-intent soared, and his divine light was unparalleled. Boom, boom, boom. The peerless divine light that crossed the sword realm surged out from Lin Chen's body. 1 million saint powers, 2 million saint powers, 3 million saint powers, 4 million saint powers. It reached 5 million saint powers, and it was still rising. The space between heaven and earth trembled, and the airflow turned into a whirlpool. With Lin Chen as the center, pure strength was released, and it shattered the surroundings. Lin Chen's pure strength continued to soar, like a hurricane. F***ck your sword. You want to dominate the chi flow? Open for me. Lin Chen raised his fist and punched toward the sky. The golden light of the God of War shot out from his fist, and it crushed the stars and shattered the universe. The sea of sword intent in the void sensed it, and it immediately shot down a large amount of sword intent. The void of sword intent was sharp, and it could be said to be the most terrifying wave of attacks in the world. Without saying a word, Lin Chen's clone followed closely behind and immediately launched an attack. Boom tilde. Bang. Bang. Lin Chen and his clone faced the wave of sword intent head-on, and their fists shattered the sword intent. Lin Chen's pure strength soared all the way to 6 million saint powers, and it was still more. It still did not stop. Life and death are nothing. If you don't accept it, then fight. What the hell is this eternal sword sect? Open for me. Lin Chen, who was clad in golden armor and glowing with golden light, advanced triumphantly. His legs were as ferocious as a wild dragon, and his aura could swallow the world. Every strike shattered the sky and cleared away a piece of turbidity. His punches were as tyrannical as the stars, and they pierced through the universe. Every punch could turn the sword intent into stars in the sky. In the sky above the sword realm, terrifying and devastating explosions were constantly reverberating. Every strand of sword intent that was shattered was still surging in all directions. Lin Chen's aura was overbearing, and it was as if it could swallow the world. The sword intent that was in his way crushed all that stood in his way, and it shocked the many experts and elders of the Sword's Gate. Is he still human? He actually destroyed countless omnipotent sword intents, and that was the peak of the Sword Dao. Chapter 1730. Sword Region, Haoran Palace. Today, Haoran Palace's Palace Master and his Grand Elder were discussing a plan to retreat. Now that Sword Region was dominated by one sect, their providence was cut off, and all the sects in Sword Region were suppressed. Even if all the rank 9 sects in Sword Region worked together, they would not be able to open the door of providence. Very simple, they could not defeat the Eternal Sword Sect. The Sky-High Sword King could crush all the other Sword Kings. The strongest Sword King, his sword intent was divine. Since ancient times, other than the sword gods that were born in Sword Region, no one could be compared to him. In addition, the Eternal Sword Sect wanted to be on good terms with the Genesis era. Once this trend was out, all the rank 9 sects moved. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, A sudden spatial vibration attracted Hao Ran Palace Master's attention. That direction is. Hao Ran Palace Master looked into the distance and activated his sword intent. When he looked into the void, his expression changed drastically. Eternal Sword Sect. Someone actually started a war in their territory. Who was it that dared to draw their sword against the Eternal Sword Sect? Let's go take a look. Sword Region, Jade Sword Pavilion. The Pavilion Master, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. A formless sword intent split the void as he looked 1,000,000 miles away. His eyes narrowed. Good fellow, there is actually someone who dares to draw their sword against the Sky-High Sword King. Today, I want to see which hero has the guts to do so. Rumble. The Jade Sword Pavilion Master turned into a Jade Dragon Sword Light and flew 100,000 miles away. Sword Region, Divine Sword Valley. The white-haired old man holding the sword trembled slightly. The dust on his old body that had been sleeping for hundreds of eras started to melt like snow in the morning sun. He bathed in the spring and shone brightly. He stood up. His old eyes were as sharp as swords as he looked into the distance. The old man said hoarsely, "Who is it?" "Saber intent, sword intent." "Hey! No. That terrifying wave of sword intent is dissipating." He was surprised. His figure gradually disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of thousands of miles away. It was as if he had teleported. On this day, the battle of the Eternal Sword Sect had shocked the entire Sword Region. All the big shots of Sword Region had come. They were really curious as to who dared to attack the sky-risking Sword King. The number of 8th-rank sects in the Sword Realm was one of the highest. If it were not for the fact that the 8th-rank sects did not have enough resources to watch the battle, they would even be willing to personally witness this historic moment. Regardless of success or failure, at least in this world, there was still someone who dared to challenge the strongest Sword King. Hall Master Hao Ran and a group of elders, Divine Sword Valley Elder, Jade Sword Pavilion Master, Taiji Palace Chief Elder. When the experts arrived, Palace Master Hao Ran's eyes widened and his eyeballs almost fell out of their socket. The Jade Sword Pavilion Master's pupils shrank as he felt his scalp go numb. Oh my God of swords! Is this really something a human would do? Their gazes were fixated on the figure shining with golden divine radiance above them. His fist shattered heaven and earth, and his legs swept across the galaxy. Every punch and every kick was ferociously and savagely bombarding that wave of sword intent. Bang! 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 Streaks of peerless sword intent that could injure or even kill Saint Kings, manifesting supreme sword techniques from the primordial age, struck down one after another, and all of them were destroyed by a single punch. Lin Chen's pure strength, which exceeded 6 million honorable powers, directly shook the Sword King's wave of sword intent. Lin Chen had previously used the Godslayer talent to temporarily enter the Godslayer state, and the saint power he unleashed was comparable to 6 million honorable powers. However, using saint power required the use of battle techniques, and pure strength did not. Pure strength could be used at the fastest speed to unleash the highest explosive power. It was as if Lin Chen was using his doppelgangers to protect himself, and his fists smashed through the thousands of sword intents as he violently attacked. Lin Chen's aura was like a hot knife through butter, and his pure strength actually soared to 7 million honorable powers. For the first time, Zhao Ling Tian was in a mess, and his rhythm was messed up as he fought with Fang Ling and Fang Ling. If this continued, the 100 years of sword intent that he had accumulated might not be able to withstand this fellow. What kind of joke is this? My condensed sword intent should be able to withstand the attacks of an entire region's Saint Kings. Could this fellow's continuous attacks be able to withstand the attacks of an entire region of the 36 regions? Bang! Lin Chen's fists were like a raging storm, and his fists smashed through the surging sword intent. It was the third-level sword intent of the Gate of Destiny. Golden Body of the God of War. Lin Chen activated the special characteristic of the God of War set, and his entire body was covered with a layer of faint golden light. It was as if he had been coated with a layer of divine light, and it was as if he had been coated with a layer of divine light, and it blocked a large amount of explosive sword intent. The more he fought, the more ferocious he became. His fists were as if they were splitting open the sky, and his legs were fiercely attacking. In fact, When the battle was at its peak, a sharp sword intent shot towards him like a poisonous snake. Lin Chen's 10 fingers suddenly pierced through the sword intent that was like a long snake that could split open the heavens and the earth. Then, he pulled his hands horizontally and tore apart the sword intent. The Hao Ran Palace's elders' eyes almost popped out of their socket. Tearing the sword intent with his bare hand. The peerless sword intent of the sword intent realm. Every sword intent was equivalent to the sword technique of the first Sword King. How could this young man be as strong as a monster? Bang! 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 The sword intent exploded, turning into fragments of light that fell onto the young man's body that was swirling with golden light. It was as if the god of war had split open the heavens. At this moment, all the Sword Realm experts were stunned. This was the first time in the history of the Sword Realm that such a scene had happened. He was enveloped in divine light, and the golden divine light was boundless. He stood tall and stood on the Sword Realm's Dragon of Destiny, looking down on all living beings in the Sword Realm. His fists were like the power to shatter the laws of heaven and earth, and each of his fists brazenly crushed the surging sword intent without fear. Bang! Boom! Lin Chen destroyed the third-level sword intent wave, and the Gate of Destiny began to show signs of shattering. The last sword intent was the strongest sword intent that the Sky-High Sword King had condensed for many centuries. The Sky-High Sword King, who was unable to personally fight Lin Chen, let out a hysterical roar. Sky-High Sword Intent, go! Kill this kid! This sword was the Sky-High Sword King's final trump card to dominate the Gate of Destiny, and it had been brewing for many centuries. He even had the confidence to kill more than 10 Sage Kings with this sword. Boom! 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 The largest sword intent was like a heavenly dragon suppressing the world. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Lin Chen, revealing a peerless sharpness as it swooped down. Lin Chen was brazen and fearless. His body was enveloped in endless divine light and golden brilliance, and he rushed toward the Gate of Destiny on the Dragon of Destiny beneath his feet. Wisps of destiny leaked out from the Gate of Destiny, and Lin Chen sensed that this strange power was like the wills of countless dead sword cultivators before they died. It surged into his vital spirit, and it instantly ignited Lin Chen's anger and emotions. Almost instinctively, Lin Chen carried the power of destiny and roared toward the sky, using the power of destiny to spread throughout the entire sword realm. Shout, sword sages! Roar, sword cultivators! Entrust the will of the sword Tao to the new era. Divine light shone, and burning hot blood burst forth from Lin Chen's body. It was as hot as blood and fire, and his power skyrocketed. Putting everything on the line, Lin Chen punched out fiercely. Everywhere the fist wind passed, it instantly shattered the endless space. With Lin Chen's fist as the center, a golden vortex formed and collided head-on with the skyscraping sword monarch's strongest sword intent. The gigantic heavenly dragon-shaped sword intent suddenly trembled. The fist wind swept through heaven, earth, sun, and moon. Boom tilde. Bam. In the eastern sky of the sword domain, sword lights exploded and filled the sky like fragments of light, scattering everywhere and illuminating the horizon. The young man shrouded in golden brilliance stepped on endless golden light as he stood in the middle of the shattered sword intent vortex. When he retracted his fist, he looked like a god of war splitting open the sky, and he grinned. This scene is really not a normal kind of delightful. In front of him, the Gate of Destiny that stood high above heaven and earth was covered in cracks. With a crack, it completely shattered. The Gate of Destiny had shattered. The Sword Realm's destiny had been completely liberated. Chapter 1731. Many experts from the sword domain stared at this scene in shock. They stared at Lin Chen in astonishment. They were shocked and in disbelief. It was as if a beam of light had suddenly shone into the endless darkness. Moreover, this beam of light came with ease and left with pride. When it shone in, it had already expelled all the darkness. The supreme experts of the various rank 9 sects seemed to have understood something and felt something in their heart. The door of providence that had collapsed gradually disintegrated. There was no sound, but one could feel the space trembling violently and rippling continuously. Then, like a meteor shower, the scattered power of providence was thrown further and further away. All the swordsmen in the sacred boundary who had comprehended the sword will had a new understanding and perception at this moment. In the endless darkness of the sword Dao, they saw a candle flame. The candle flame grew bigger and bigger until it finally became a bright lamp that illuminated the distance. Although the end of the light was still very far away, the sword Dao was no longer dark. No. Zhao Lingtian roared like a madman. He held his sword with both hands. His blood, qi, and primordial spirit suddenly became a few times more violent. His vitality dimmed and disappeared, but his strength skyrocketed. He slashed with his sword, and a ray of light shot across the sky. Although the area was not big, it instantly pushed Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun back. This sword was not inferior to the power of the strongest sword will just now. Fart. Lang Fanyun spat out blood. His flesh felt as if it had been pierced and minced by the sword will. He was in so much pain that even his saber will was almost shattered. He was on the verge of death. That sword was the sword that Zhao Lingtian had used up all his vitality. Zhao Lingtian did not care too much. He turned around and charged toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I'm going to kill you. Zhao Lingtian was furious. His hair was messy, and his expression was hysterical. He charged with his sword and stabbed out. His sword will pierced through the void. Clang. The sound of a sword whistled through the sky, and the sword light came to intercept him. Clang. Fang Ling blocked in front of Zhao Lingtian with his sword. His expression was fierce, and when he held his sword against Zhao Lingtian, his gaze was especially sharp. Zhao Lingtian's pupils shrank. This guy's sword intent, could it be? Blood trickled down from the corner of Lang Fanyun's mouth. For the first time, he grinned and said, I'll let you walk in front of me this time. I'll catch up very soon, old friend. Rumble. A peerless sword intent soared into the sky from Fang Ling's body. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, the numerous swords of the Eternal Sword Sect were all bowing towards the two people in the air. Myriad sacred swords worshipped, comprehending the sword intent with the heart. Godlike sword intent. At this moment, Fang Ling's sword intent was at the same level as Zhao Lingtian. They were both at the sword intent divinity realm. He actually entered. His talent is still so monstrous. The moment the light from Providence was released, you stepped into that realm without any hesitation. Fang Ling, oh Fang Ling, you are still alive. You are my greatest obstacle. Zhao Lingtian's mind was shaken. However, he still pretended to be calm on the surface. He growled savagely, Fang Ling, what right do you have to fight me? In terms of sword essence, I have been in it for longer than you. In terms of cultivation, I have accumulated more than you. You can't beat me. Zhao Lingtian waved his sword angrily. 1,000 slashes in an instant. Fang Ling was calm. He was like a burning flame that was burning brighter and brighter. You are wrong, Zhao Lingtian. This is not about whether I can beat you or not. Clang. Fang Ling drew his sword and slashed horizontally. He blocked all of Zhao Lingtian's attacks as he spoke calmly. It is about whether I must stand in front of you at this moment. For my lord, I have already disregarded life and death. This sword is beyond life and death. The number one sword king of the sacred boundary. Take this. Fang Ling held his sword and slashed violently at Zhao Lingtian's head. The terrifying sword intent sliced open the sky. Clang, 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 clang. The sword intent sliced open the heavens and the earth. When it sliced open the space, just the remnants of the sword intent created a deep abyss. Zhao Lingtian held his sword with both hands. When he blocked the sword above his head, his body emitted a creaking sound. His sacred bones were being squeezed. This guy's sword intent will only advance and not retreat. He is using all of his sacred power. He wants to risk his life with me. Is he crazy? I have finally achieved the sword intent divine connection and he wants to risk his life with me? Zhao Lingtian was completely shocked. He was shocked by Fang Ling's boldness. His sword technique should only advance and not retreat. This should be the highlight of his life. Retreating was the best choice for him, but he chose to fight him. There was a difference in their cultivation levels. Fang Ling still chose to attack fiercely. Every strike was a gamble with his life. He did not care about winning or losing. He only wanted to use his life to block Zhao Lingtian's attack. Lunatic, a complete lunatic. This Lin Chen was a lunatic. Everyone around him was a lunatic too. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Lingtian was once again entangled in the battle. Fang Ling's power continued to rise. The realm of his sword intent continued to deepen. If it was not for the restriction of fate, he would have already reached the sword intent divine connection realm. Not to mention, after being suppressed in the sacred prison for countless eras, he could now freely control his sword intent. His way of the sword was fully unleashed, giving Zhao Lingtian a ferocious feeling that he could only die. Even Zhao Lingtian could not take him down. On the other side, Lin Chen was standing on the dragon of fate. The power of fate was slowly dissipating. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. According to his estimation, the previous punch should not have been enough to instantly crush the sky-reaching Sword King's strongest sword intent. When Lin Chen activated the power of his primordial spirit to look around, he found a group of people in the direction where the fluctuations of fate were dissipating. A group of incomplete figures, like the afterglow of the setting sun. They carried swords on their backs, carried swords, held swords, and listened to swords. But at the same time, their gazes were quietly fixed on Lin Chen. Their expressions were as if they had let go of something important. In the end, they gradually disappeared into nothingness. Lin Chen was not the only one who witnessed this scene. The experts who came to watch the battle were all shocked. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. So it's them. Those experts of the way of the sword who died, their fates were imprisoned here together. That's why when the gate of fate was broken midway, their sword intent was released together with the strange domain. That punch was not only my power, but also their sword intent. After understanding the reason, Lin Chen took advantage of the opportunity when the power of fate was floating out before it completely dissipated to release his primordial spirit and attach it to the power of fate. He shouted coldly, "Sword cultivators of the world, listen to my command. I am Lin Chen. I follow the will of the sages of the way of the sword and inform all sword cultivators. From now on, the way of the sword will no longer be restricted by fate. Everyone on the way of the sword will be like a dragon." Rumble. This voice transmission, along with the power of fate, began to gradually spread throughout the sacred boundary. Presumably, soon, all sword cultivators who had comprehended sword intent would receive Lin Chen's word. And more power of fate began to spread throughout the sacred boundary with the sword domain as the center. In the end, it all turned into clouds and merged into the 36 domains. Chapter 1732. While Elder Blackmoon was fending off a Sage King and a Sword King, there was a hint of hope and surprise in her eyes. She looked at the young man standing on the gate of providence in the sky and muttered to herself, "I didn't expect him to really do it. Ruoyon, this lass, has really chosen an impressive man. With the current situation, the holy world will probably undergo a drastic change because of him." However, Elder Blackmoon's gaze became even sharper. The more aggressive he was, the more serious the consequences would be. Lin Chen had shattered the gate of providence and released the providence of the sword realm. She knew very well what kind of chain reaction it would cause. Back then, Zhao Lingtian had the help of many hidden forces to condense and block providence. They had a very close relationship with the top 10 on the Saint Talent ranking. This battle would definitely attract the attention of the top 10 monsters on the Saint Talent ranking. Lin Chen would become the target of public criticism. This little guy is powerful, but he's also good at stirring up trouble. The Divine Flame Palace will have to fight several tough battles soon. It's really annoying. I'm already a bunch of old bones, but he still wants to use me as a fighting force. Elder Blackmoon was helpless. Seeing that this little guy could help her improve her mental cultivation technique and had signs of a breakthrough, she would help him with all her strength. On the other side, Zhao Lingtian witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and his eyes almost popped out of their socket. His years of accumulation had gone down the drain, and he even wanted to rush up and kill Lin Chen with his sword. However, Fang Ling stood in front of him stubbornly and even fought with him at the cost of getting injured. Rumble tilde. Lin Chen's 4 doppelgangers rushed towards Zhao Lingtian aggressively. They surrounded Zhao Lingtian and coordinated with Fang Ling to attack Zhao Lingtian. When the providence disappeared, there was actually a golden attribute treasure chest left in the void. Lin Chen reached out and grabbed it. Host has opened the divine material treasure chest and obtained a special divine material fragment, 3/3. Host has completed collection. Host can fuse a special divine material at any time. A divine material. Lin Chen was wild with joy. The significance of this item was no small matter. Lin Chen had to find a time to take it out. Any divine-grade material was extremely valuable to Lin Chen. Lin Chen suddenly turned around. His eyes flickered with a ruthless light, as if he was not afraid of wearing shoes. He said sternly, "All that's left is the culprit behind the sealing of fate. Kill him." Boom tilde. Lin Chen stepped into the void and charged towards Zhao Lingtian. On the other side, among the sword domain experts, Hall Master Hao Ran sensed the new path of the sword Dao that was being guided by fate. He said in a daze, Is this real? I can actually sense the path of the sword intent again. As long as I go into seclusion, the sword intent can rise again. The pavilion master of the Jade Sword Pavilion said intoxicatedly. My intrinsic sword intent actually saw the candle flame of the sword Dao. It's all thanks to this kid. Divine Sword Valley's old man Divine Sword did not say anything, he simply placed his hand on the sword hilt. Whoosh tilde. The next moment, Elder Divine Sword disappeared. In the increasingly intense battle circle boom tilde, Lin Chen's fist split open the sky and landed on Zhao Lingtian's back. A crack appeared on his defensive sacred artifact, the violet gold flowing blade armor. Rip tilde. Lin Chen's leg was like a saber that crushed everything. Zhao Lingtian was forced to use his sword to forcefully block Lin Chen's attack. A gigantic heaven-splitting sword descended from the heavens, bringing with it an unstoppable godspan sword intent. Not only that, but in front of Zhao Lingtian, an auspicious light shot into the sky. The space was charred black, and it was like a rolling fire dragon that shot out. In an instant, 5 sky-burning arrows appeared. Immediately after, the sword intent that was like a thunder dragon suddenly exploded, and an ancient sword that was as ancient as a spring stabbed towards Zhao Lingtian. 5 shadows divine blade sword. Zhao Lingtian circulated his sacred power, and his aura exploded. He raised his sword and slashed. He actually used a completely new sword technique. His sword slashed out 5 sword marks that resembled divine shadows. His sword intent was like a swimming dragon that crushed everyone's attacks. As he retreated, Zhao Lingtian's expression turned ugly as he shouted coldly, "Damn it! You old bastard, you want to join in as well?" Elder Divine Sword floated in the air. He looked like an immortal as he held the ancient sword in his hand. The sword's body was faint blue, and it reflected the resolute and unwavering gaze in his old eyes. This person is the last person that my Divine Sword region's ancestors entrusted their will to. My body should also respond to his call. I've long wanted to challenge you. Zhao Lingtian, I don't plan on going back alive today. Clang tilde. Elder Divine Sword slashed diagonally with his sword, creating a path of blood. His Darching stage sword intent soared into the sky. Lunatics. All of you are lunatics. Zhao Lingtian cursed as he was besieged. Lin Chen didn't care. It was their business if they wanted to help him. He only had one problem now, and that was to beat the first Sword King. The wind from his fists was as sharp as a knife, shattering the space. Lin Chen's fists were like fierce dragons as he punched Zhao Lingtian. Even Lang Fanyun endured his injuries and joined the besieging party. The Sky-High Sword King was being besieged by Lin Chen, his 4 clones, Lang Fanyun, Elder Divine Sword, and Fang Ling, but he was still undefeated. He deserved to be called the strongest Sword King. Very good, Lin Chen. This time, this seat counts as your win, but don't think about ending well. Things won't be so simple. Zhao Lingtian activated his spatial saint artifact, the phaseless transference cloak, and entered the void. With a series of flashes, Lin Chen seemed to have predicted this and suddenly sent a telepathic message. Buzz tilde. 2 huge space blades appeared out of thin air and slashed down like a pair of sharp scissors. Splat tilde. A tearing sound filled the sky, and Zhao Lingtian's spatial teleportation was interrupted. What? Spatial divine technique. Zhao Lingtian's expression changed slightly. Whoosh tilde. Lin Chen turned into a beam of golden light and flew toward him. His clones stepped on clouds and flew toward him. When they appeared, they each threw a punch. Bang! 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 Zhao Lingtian was caught off guard. His last bit of defense was broken, and he vomited blood on the spot. Chrono Transcendence talent. Host used Chrono Transcendence 5 times. 5 million top-level talent points have been consumed. Whoosh tilde. A beam of green light flashed past, and Lin Chen, his 4 clones, and the Sky-High Sword King all disappeared. When Zhao Lingtian reappeared, he was already in a grayish-white space. There were no boundaries around him, and it was as if there was no end to it. What the hell is this place? A spatial sacred artifact? No, it's not that simple. Zhao Lingtian was shocked. Could this be the God creation space? Lin Chen and his clones appeared together. He laughed mockingly. You can also think of it as the God creation space. The First Sword King is really difficult to deal with. I need my clones to use Chrono Transcendence 5 times to have a high chance of pulling you in. Lin Chen's smile gradually turned cold. However, the story of the First Sword King will end today. System, absolute life and death. The enemy has hostility and killing intent toward the host. Host has successfully chosen a target. 4 million top-level talent points have been consumed. The orange flame of life instantly burned and covered Lin Chen's entire body. Boom! 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 The golden light of the God of War shot up into the sky and lit up the entire Chrono Transcendence dimension. Endless divine light surrounded Lin Chen and rose rapidly. Zhao Lingtian was shocked. Lin Chen's pure strength was still rising. Once absolute life and death was activated, there was no way out. Lin Chen and Zhao Lingtian's fight to the death would not end until the death. Chapter 1733. Feeling Lin Chen's change, Zhao Lingtian's pupils constricted. Are you crazy? You're burning your own life force. Are you going to fight me to the death? I have no enmity with you. It's not enough that I've released my providence. Do you want to take my life? Lin Chen laughed mockingly. Who says I'm going to die? I'm indeed burning my life force to fight. But if you want me to die with you, you're thinking too much. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The intense energy vibration became scorching hot, making people's hearts palpitate. Lin Chen's 4 clones, on the bowstring, on the tip of the sword, and on the edge of the saber, had 5 lantern-shaped, 9-colored light spheres spinning around. They were magnificent and magnificent. Zhao Lingtian's heart trembled. This kid actually had such a terrifying weapon. Try this, First Sword King. Lin Chen snapped his fingers. His clones either drew their blades, slashed with their swords, or shot with their bows. A total of 29 colored balls of energy shot toward him. With this attack, all 4 clones had used up all their saint power. Zhao Lingtian immediately held his sword. His illuminating God Realm sword intent wrapped around the blade. Once again, he used the 5 Shadow Divine Blade Sword. This time, he used his strongest sword intent. His primordial spirit and saint power were instantly consumed. 5 Blade Absolute, Divine Blade Hidden. Star Explosion. 5 sword lights that were as graceful as swimming dragons and 29 colored star cores exploded with a loud boom. Boom tilde. Bang. 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 The terrifying energy swept through the entire dimension. Lin Chen did not think that this wave of attacks would be able to kill the strongest Sword King. Rip tilde. The wild flow of energy tore apart, and within the apocalyptic mushroom cloud of energy, a figure rushed in. It was Lin Chen. He raised his hand into a fist and aimed it at Zhao Lingtian's head. This guy can actually ignore the energy shockwaves and move forward. Zhao Lingtian was shocked. He had just used his sword intent. He had no choice but to use his saint power to slash with his sword. His fists and feet attacked, and his sword slashed rapidly. Lin Chen fought head-on with the golden armored kicks and fists. He was not afraid of his sword at all. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them fought in close combat. More and more wounds appeared on Zhao Lingtian's body. From time to time, there were small explosions of pure energy in his body. His skin and flesh were torn open, and his saint body was bleeding profusely. His blood was boiling. What a strange attack. Not only can my injuries not be healed, there is even a strange power that has seeped into my body, ignoring my sword intent protection and actually exploding from within. Zhao Lingtian was shocked once again. Lin Chen's methods had exceeded his understanding again and again. 100 images godly step. With a sprinkle of his essence blood and a wave of his cloak, Zhao Lingtian attempted to flee into the void. He traveled tens of thousands of miles, frantically activating his spatial saint artifact to quickly leave Lin Chen's attack range. However, he noticed to his astonishment that no matter how he fled, he was unable to escape this space, nor was he able to tear open the boundaries of this space. It was as if there was no way out in this eternal space-time. Any means of escape would be useless. It's all thanks to your escape that I gained some time to recover. As Lin Chen's laughter reverberated through the air, his 4 avatars appeared in perfect condition once more. This time, Zhao Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. What kind of joke is this? Is this King illusion? I've really seen a ghost today. Just now, he had clearly sensed that all of Lin Chen's avatars had exhausted their saint powers. How could they have recovered in such a short time? T. Even if this was the best divine pill, there would still be a refining process. Double star explosion. This is for you. Whoosh. Rumble. The avatars once again used annihilation times star explosion to attack Zhao Lingtian in all directions. Host has activated the annihilation explosion and annihilation split creation talents 4 times. Zhao Lingtian quickly waved his sword, and the sword intent split the remaining energy waves. He covered his wounds and crazily swallowed pills. The broken saint artifact continued to heal his wounds. He did not even care about how strong the energy of the divine pill was and how many damaged meridians. He only had one thought now, and that was to kill Lin Chen. Apart from killing him, there was no other way to escape from this space. The air was torn apart. Lin Chen once again activated his pure strength. The golden body of the god of war protected his entire body. He did not care about how many times Zhao Lingtian had activated the annihilation explosion and annihilation split creation talents. He continued to attack Zhao Lingtian at close range. He did not give him a chance at all. Consumed 1,600,000 divine rune energy, replenishing all of the saint powers consumed by the avatars. Seeing that Lin Chen's avatars had begun to recover their saint powers at lightning speed, Zhao Lingtian finally revealed a look of fear. This was the closest he had been to death ever since he became the first Sword King. Lin Chen, how about we have a good talk? I still have the coordinates of many secret space treasures. I can give them all to you. I can help you surpass all the holy kings in no time. Yes, I can also help you gather providence and let you become the person who controls the providence of a territory. Don't kill me, we can talk about it. I can also help you enter the top 5 of the saint talent role. Lin Chen, join forces with me. Lin Chen suddenly swung his fist down. Divine light surged as he shouted angrily, join forces my ass. Cutting off one's providence is undoubtedly cutting off one's path to wealth and killing one's parents. You have monopolized providence for so many years and even framed Fang Ling. If I don't kill you, I will be letting myself down. Bang! He knocked Zhao Lingtian back with a punch. His pupils constricted, and a piercing cold light shot straight to the top of his head. At this moment, Lin Chen's 4 avatars were holding the annihilation star explosion, which overflowed with destructive energy. Wait, Lin Chen, crawl. He drew his bow, and the arrow shot out like a dragon. He raised his sword and slashed forward. The annihilation star explosion of the avatars once again swarmed forward. Rumble. This time, Zhao Lingtian's sword intent and remaining defensive sacred artifacts were not enough to block Lin Chen's 3rd wave of attack. Although Lin Chen's sacred power was only equivalent to that of an ordinary sacred king, his instant light split shadow and extreme god possession increased the power of the annihilation star explosion by several levels. After 3 consecutive attacks, the entire space-time dimension trembled. A moment later, the host has killed the enemy target. The absolute life and death state has been removed. Elemental light balls and treasures filled the sky and scattered in the space-time dimension. Zhao Lingtian's body floated in the air. Zhao Lingtian was unable to completely withstand the third wave of annihilation star explosion. In terms of pure power, the third star explosion was actually not enough to completely kill Zhao Lingtian. However, the chain reaction caused by Lin Chen's annihilation explosion and annihilation was too strong. It began to destroy his sacred body from the inside. Even his primordial spirit was destroyed. He did not even have a chance to counterattack. The sword intent is really strong. Even this can't destroy you. The sword intent can be used to protect the body and also become the strongest attack. I'm so envious. When can I get one too? Lin Chen glanced at Zhao Lingtian's body. Lin Chen was rather envious. The number one sword king who was known as the strongest in the holy world had come to an end. A dazzling attribute treasure chest floated in front of Lin Chen. Chapter 1734. The path of intent required a long time of accumulation, and it was not a realm that Lin Chen could learn. At least, the current version of the system did not have the ability to comprehend intent. Lin Chen had the system, but it did not mean that he was omniscient. Every expert's methods accumulated over countless years were very unique and powerful. They had their own path and path. Even if Lin Chen had the system, he could not complete the path that the other party had accumulated over hundreds or thousands of eras. Host has received 25,900 top-tier Heavens Path points, 250, 9 billion Sacred Grade Essence points, 16 billion Sacred Grade Set Essence points, 92 million Intermediate Strengthening points, 3 billion Sacred Grade Spiritual Power, 6 billion Sacred Grade Health points, 40,000 Metal-type Energy, 190,000 Sacred Grade Rune Energy, 520,000 Sacred Grade Technique Essence points. When the doppelganger took away the attribute light balls, Lin Chen's attribute points soared. Especially the set essence points, they skyrocketed. The foundation of the strongest sword king, especially when he had so many 9th grade saint artifacts, had been destroyed by Lin Chen. The amount of set essences he had dropped could be said to be enormous. Not only did it deplete Lin Chen's Ars set this time, but it also increased the Ars set's charge to 95%. Kaboom! After Zhao Lingtian died, only a dazzling attribute treasure chest with orange light lingering around it was left behind. The surface of the treasure chest was covered with a faint divine light, as if it was divine. Lin Chen was filled with curiosity as he reached out to grab it. Host has received a supreme grade God grade material treasure chest. Upon opening it, one ninefold divine star. Buzz. When the attribute treasure chest opened, a green agate as bright as the stars floated in the spacetime dimension. Dazzling divine light shone from the agate jade. The magical thing was that the agate jade contained 9 different colors, and each of the divine light contained a different energy. Ninefold divine star. It's actually a divine grade ore. How magical. Just holding it gives me the illusion that the stars, sun, and moon are in my hands. Lin Chen's heart throbbed. This was a divine material that could be used to refine divine artifact. But most importantly, it was the raw material for the 6th piece of the Ars set. Lin Chen did not care about cleaning up the attribute points and spoils of war. He directly put them into the fate plant pouch and immediately left the hyperspace dimension. Back in the outside world, Lang Fanyun saw Lin Chen and immediately asked, "Master, are you alright?" Lin Chen smiled and nodded. "They're all minor injuries. It's no big deal." Fang Ling hesitated for a moment before saying, "My lord, that guy," Lin Chen said, "he's dead. I killed him in the space I created. If he died in the outside world, the death of Qingtian Sword King would cause a new phenomenon. However, the super spacetime isolated the aura of the outside world, so outsiders could not sense it. Unless it was a saint talent like the Saint Talent List, the Saint Talent List had an absolute connection and maintained the destiny of the human race." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of many sword domain experts were extremely interesting. Dead? The number one sword king actually really perished? That was the master of the sword's gate that was said to be indestructible. There was once a divination master who predicted that if the sword god did not appear, even if the sword domain gathered all their forces, they might not be able to take down the eternal sword's gate. At this time, Lin Ping'an flew over and said unhappily, "Those guys ran pretty fast." I can't believe I didn't manage to kill them. How annoying. Lin Chen laughed and said, we don't have time to chase after them. We still have things to do. Lin Chen did not blame Lin Ping'an. If a Saint King cultivator insisted on running away, it would be very difficult to kill him in a one-on-one battle. The reason why Lin Chen was able to kill Saint Kings so many times before was because he had the advantage of numbers and the ultimate heaven-defying beasts. In addition, he also had the advantage of speed. Otherwise, how could Saint King realm experts be killed so easily? Lin Ping'an smiled and said, then let's not bother about them. In order to appease my anger, I've found some good stuff. As he finished, Lin Ping'an threw a few supreme-grade spatial rings and 5 high-grade fate plant pouches to Lin Chen. Lin Chen caught them and realized that they were the assets of the Eternal Sword's Gate. He gave him a thumbs up and called him an expert. Professional, too professional. I'm liking this girl more and more. As expected of someone who follows me, so nimble. Lin Chen did not say anything and released the Saint Dragon. The humanoid Saint Dragon pushed his palm forward and activated the Yin-Yang Divine Dragon Bloodline ability. The vast and profound Yin-Yang Dragon Qi in his palms was filled with an immortal aura. It enveloped Lang Fanyun and turned into 2 Yin-Yang dragons. His injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immortal creation. Lin Chen's Yin-Yang Divine Dragon Bloodline ability. Although his Saint Dragon had yet to reach the Dragon King's level, with the enhancement of plus 17, Lin Chen's recovery speed was not any slower than the Dragon King's when he used this move. At this time, an old and hoarse voice sounded. The student has really surpassed the master. Old Man Divine Sword was dressed in linen clothes and carried an ancient sword on his back. Lin Chen cupped his hands and smiled casually. Hello, Senior. Thank you for your help in dealing with the Sky-High Sword King. You're welcome. Old Man Divine Sword nodded and squeezed out an unprecedented smile. Even if you don't need my help, it won't be a problem for you to kill him. Lin Chen is really the light of the human race in the sacred boundary. All of us sword cultivators owe our young friend Lin Chen a huge favor. Lin Chen opened the path of the sword for us. If you need anything in the future, just let us know. We won't hesitate to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. At this time, the experts from the various grade 9 forces of the sword domain came forward to congratulate and thank him. Lin Chen smiled mockingly. Oh, you're willing to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames? All right, we're going to turn the sword domain upside down and release their fate plant. Let's go together. As soon as he said that, everyone from the sword domain opened their mouths and their eyelids twitched. Lin Chen smiled coquettishly. Swords and sabers belong to the same family. Since we're a family, we should be neat and tidy. Damn it, was this guy even human? He had just released the sword domain's fate plant, and now he was going to the sword domain? Was he serious? Taking down 2 domains in one day? Wasn't it good to be human? Lang Fanyun was happy to hear that, but he wanted to say something. My lord, isn't this too hasty? Should we retreat first? Lin Chen immediately put on a stern face and pretended to be serious. What are you talking about? What if they react and set up another trap, mobilizing experts to guard against us? If we fight then, we'll be a real hothead. I won't do such a stupid thing. Mr. Liu is right. Since we're going to do it, we should do it to the end. A man who dares to overturn everything is a true warrior. As soon as they heard that Lin Chen was going to take down the sword domain, the experts from the sword domain looked embarrassed. They were not afraid of the sword domain's experts, but if they were to take the risk and go to their headquarters, it would not be something that could be resolved with just a word of fight. The big shots of the sword domain all found excuses. Lin Chen, I suddenly remembered that there's something in the pavilion. Yes, our sword pavilion is on fire. Let's go back and put out the fire first. Aya, my disciple is suddenly injured. I have to hurry back and treat him. Lin Chen, come to my Haoran Palace for tea when you're free. Aya, I just remembered that my wife is about to give birth. Lin Chen, I won't keep you company for now. My wife is giving birth too. Lin Chen, your wives are the same. Lin Ping'an, look at your cowardly faces. Chapter 1735. His clone swept across and collected the attribute light balls dropped by the Eternal Sword sect. Kaboom! A dragon aura soared into the sky as dragon roars sounded. Tens of thousands of dragon talismans released a divine light that covered the sky and shrouded everyone. Boom! 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 The wind and clouds changed. Endless spirit chi formed a vortex and gathered in the sky above the Eternal Sword sect, transforming into shadows of ancient divine dragons that roared at the sky. Elder Xian Yu said in surprise, "This is the birth of the Dragon King. This is..." Lin Chen was stunned at first before he was overjoyed. "My divine dragon has finally broken through." Lin Chen looked at the divine dragon that was healing Lang Fanyun. The dragon aura within the dragon veins contained the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. Every dragon vein glowed with a brand new vitality and power. It was as if a single breath of dragon aura could sweep away the sun, moon, and stars. Dragon King. A genuine Dragon King. If the divine dragon could only rely on a few exceptional abilities to contend with a Saint King before, then now, it could even fight a Saint King head-on. It could even gain the absolute upper hand. Its battle strength had risen by more than a level. Even the speed of healing Lang Fanyun's injuries had more than doubled. Looks like the saint-level blood chi attribute obtained from Zhao Lingtian has allowed my divine dragon to break through its final limit. Lin Chen smiled like a rose. The divine dragon's breakthrough not only brought about a transformation in its battle strength but also a great improvement in its ability to protect itself. It was no longer the same as before. However, Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with the remnants of the Eternal Sword sect. He looked up at the sky and transmitted his voice. "Ling Er, are you ready?" Xiao Ling Er stepped out of the void and appeared in a green dress. She was beautiful and elegant like ripples in autumn. She bowed slightly. "Master, the space tunnel is ready. We can take off at any time." Without another word, Lin Chen picked up Lang Fanyun and Fang Ling. He laughed and said, "Let's go, King Saber Domain. Good things come in pairs. Since we're going to release our providence, the two domains should be neat." Elder Xian Yu shook her head helplessly and followed him. Lin Ping and waved her little fists excitedly and said, "I wonder what treasures will be waiting for me in the next territory. I'm so high, I feel like my life has reached the peak." Elder Xian Yu was speechless when she saw Lin Chen turn a painful disaster into such a state. Why was it that every single person who was related to Lin Chen would become so abnormal? Whoosh tilde. The spatial tunnel closed, and everyone disappeared. On the other side, the various domains of the sacred boundary. Sword cultivators of the world, heed my command. I am Lin Chen, and I am following the will of the sages of the way of the sword to inform all sword cultivators. From today onwards, the Tao of sword cultivators will no longer be restricted by karmic luck. Everyone on the Tao of the sword will be like a dragon. His grand and deep voice was soul-stirring, filled with lofty sentiments, and spread through the sword intent perception of every swordsman. Their sword intents became even purer, and a ray of light appeared on the dark path. Lin Chen? Could it be that Lin Chen who challenged the Genesis era? Has he released his karmic luck? My sword intent has met the end. Rumor has it that the karmic luck of the sword has been sealed, and it has something to do with the sky-bearing Sword King, Zhao Lingtian. Could it be that there is someone here who dares to challenge the #1 Sword King of the Sword Domain? If there is no torch flame, he will be the only light. Darching stage sword intent. Ha 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 ha, my Tao of the sword. Lin Chen, what a good guy. I'm willing to call him the most arrogant. Ha 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 ha. It seems that all the sword cultivators in the sacred boundary owe Lin Chen a favor. Different voices rose and fell in various parts of the sacred boundary. This day would definitely be a milestone in the history of the way of the sword. In the heavens beyond heaven, the round wheel was like a millstone that slowly rotated. There were 5 figures sitting cross-legged here. The 5 of them were surrounded by an aura of transcendence and transcendence. They stood above all other living beings. Some of them were surrounded by destruction. The illusions of ancient beasts such as the Azure Dragon, True Dragon, and Kuan Peng were destroyed. It was as if there were supreme beasts lurking in their bodies. Their chi was like a river, and their blood was like an ocean. The white-robed man in the center suddenly opened his eyes. His aura was terrifying, and his physique contained the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. 5 colored clouds rose above his head, and his saint force was like a thunderstorm. His gaze tore through the void as he stared into the distance. The person beside him had a majestic physique. He was covered in 9 layers of scorching suns, and blood flames surged. Waves of young flames swept through the universe, and a sea of fire burned through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, swallowing the world. The white-robed youth opposite him was covered in a saber, and its sharpness lingered. When he opened his eyes, he looked over and slashed open the great Tao of the void, triggering the powerful saber intent to shine with a dragon's roar. There was even an illusion of 3 heads and 6 arms, 6 eyes and 4 ears. It was extremely demonic, and its pair of eyes were as deep as the galaxy. When it stared into the distant void, the space suddenly collapsed. The last person was like a falling sunflower. He had a demonic temperament, and he was extraordinarily handsome. His peach blossom eyes were as beautiful as a woman's, but there was a cold murderous aura between his brows. When he glanced over, a falling star disintegrated. These 5 people were all legendary figures in the top 10 of the Saint Talent list. 8th on the Saint Talent list, top saber of the world, Nangong Shenyuan. 7th on the Saint Talent list, Evil Lord Sunflower, Jin Wuxia. 6th on the Saint Talent list, Evil Moon, Heavy Ear. 5th on the Saint Talent list, 9 Sun Saint King, Jin Tai. 4th on the Saint Talent list, Tyrant Lord Yang Chenjin. The 5 legendary figures on the Saint Talent list woke up from their seclusion at the same time. When they looked into the distant void, they were shocked, confused, and surprised. The sacred boundary was ever-changing, and they had never frowned. The killing of ordinary experts could no longer affect their situation. Their cultivation had basically broken away from the sacred boundary, and they were pursuing a higher realm in the Saint King realm. Providence was one of their fastest shortcuts. Providence was connected to the heavenly axiom of the universe. Those who accumulated enough providence could turn misfortune into luck, and turn adversity into prosperity. When they wanted to explore more opportunities, they needed to accumulate more providence in their bodies. And here, it involved an important secret. That was, the best supreme-grade providence spiritual plant. Every top 10 on the Saint Talent list needed a supreme-grade providence spiritual plant. Ordinary providence spiritual plants could only absorb providence on their own to produce treasures and resources with corresponding characteristics. Supreme-grade providence spiritual plants could partially control providence. Top supreme-grade providence spiritual plants could even accumulate providence. This was a very terrifying thing. There was a world of difference between this and upper-grade and mid-grade providence spiritual plants that could only absorb providence. This was also the reason why supreme-grade providence spiritual plants were so rare. Those who were protected by providence far surpassed ordinary geniuses. And beside Lin Chen, there was also someone who could control providence, the Scarlet Fairy. Lin Chen didn't really know about her existence. However, that was a story for another time. At this moment, what made this group of Saint Talents, who wouldn't lose their composure even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them, was that the providence of the sword realm had actually collapsed. It was as if the person who served you every day was a devastatingly beautiful woman, but suddenly changed to Ru Hua one day. Then, even Ru Hua was gone in the end. In this sacred boundary, there was still a human who dared to have designs on the top 10 on the Saint Talent list. The providence of the sword realm has collapsed. What is Zhao Lingtian doing? No, his sword intent imprint has already shattered. He can't be more dead. What a good-for-nothing. To think that our aristocratic families specially gathered providence for him. He can't even guard a gate of providence. What kind of trash is this? The 3 Saint Talents looked at each other, and the contempt in their words was extremely cold and arrogant. Suddenly, a voice accompanied by the shattered power of providence slowly spread to the sky beyond heaven. All sword cultivators in the world listen to my orders. I am Lin Chen, and I follow the will of the sages of the Sword Tao to inform all sword cultivators. From now on, the path of sword cultivators will no longer be restricted by providence. Everyone in the Sword Tao will be like a dragon. These words immediately attracted the attention of the 5 Saint Talent. They suddenly stood up and stepped into the void. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, and they couldn't wait to skin him alive. Yang Qianjin, the leader of the fifth on the Saint Talent list, almost squeezed the words out of his teeth. Lin Chen? At this moment, the 5 legends on the Saint Talent list stared at Lin Chen at the same time. Sacred boundary, ancient realm. A similar scene played out. The vast azure city was strangely showing signs of time and space stop. All the humans stared at each other as if they had seen a ghost. The space suddenly stopped. It was simply a godlike method. Even the heaven-opening stage powerhouse guarding this place, who was a 9th layer saint, couldn't move. When the void stopped, the voice with the surging power of providence sounded. All sword cultivators in the world listen to my orders. I am Lin Chen. This voice caused 2 curious and elegant voices to appear in the void that was frozen in silence. Lin Chen. Haha, let's go and take a look. The next moment, time and space stop was lifted. Everyone in Azure City immediately regained their freedom. Everyone panted as if they were facing a great enemy. Even the heaven-opening powerhouse overseeing Azure revealed an unprecedented look of fear and shock. Could it be a Saint King? No, there shouldn't be such a terrifying Saint King. Could it be God? Chapter 1736. Ancient Sword City. Jian Qingcheng stroked a strand of his red hair and stared into the distance. He felt the changes in his sword will and murmured to himself, "My sword will is very beautiful. Lin Chen, you must be safe." Then, Jian Qingcheng turned around and said indifferently, "We have received the agreed signal. Prepare to retreat." "Yes, young lady. Everything is ready. Start moving. We have taken what we can and burned what we can't. All the belongings in Sword City have been taken, including the 3rd grade and 4th grade forces of the mystic domain that Sir Lin Chen ordered. Take off." Seeing their granddaughter take charge of everything on her own, the 3 elders were moved to tears. Their granddaughter was good at everything, but the grandson-in-law she liked was a little too strong. Who would have thought that our Ice Heart Palace would go from a small 3rd grade force to where we are today? A few years ago, we were still worried about whether our sect's core cultivation technique could be perfected to the orange rank. Who would have thought that today we would usher in the most important turning point in the history of the sacred boundary, if not for the true disciples descending to the mortal realm to befriend Lin Chen and bring Yueqi into the sect, we would have already been reduced to ashes in this catastrophe. The 3 grand elders of Ice Heart Palace sighed in their hearts. Ice Heart Palace's palace master smiled softly. "That's why we say that choice is greater than effort. An inadvertent choice in the mortal world has changed the future of our Ice Heart Palace. As Lin Chen said, by giving the mortals a chance to survive, we will always be able to preserve a wisp of humanity's flame." Everyone began to move. Lung Yueqi and Shong Guanju led Ice Heart Palace and Divine Flame Palace to retreat. After this battle, the situation of the sacred boundary would change greatly in advance. According to Lin Chen, before the outcome of the battle with the various forces was decided, the sacred boundary was not a place they could stay in. This was a great battle that those below the heaven-opening realm were not qualified to participate in. Zi Qianchou formed a seal with his hands and struck the void. Thousands of talismans and formations soared into the sky and burned into flames, transforming into a golden lion that soared through the sky. Everywhere it passed, a unique spatial passageway was opened up. Then, Jiang Taishu waved the carefree flag and pushed it forward with one hand. The heaven-burning ancient seal in his palm covered the space tunnel. "Everyone, this old man has already concealed the heavenly secrets of this spatial passage. Please hurry up and be on your way." Jiang Taishu transmitted his voice to the others. This time, everyone's destination was one of the important inheritance sites of the Immortal Dawn sect. The land of inheritance of the Immortal Dawn sect had a place that concealed the secrets of the heavens. As long as one could reach the place where the Celestial Dawn sect had fallen, it would be an absolutely safe area. No fortune teller or expert would be able to pry into its location. Everyone would be safe if they stayed there. On the 3rd day after the Sword Domain's providence was liberated. Saber Domain, a 9th grade sect, Phaseless Saber Palace. There were thousands of pavilions here, and each one of them was shaped like a sharp knife, revealing its sharpness. Today, the saber palace's array was opened, and streaks of saber chi roared and roamed like cloud dragons, slashing through the void. The phaseless saber palace was also one of the strongest ninth-grade sects in the saber domain. Since the primordial era, it was the only heaven butcher saber saint who had entered the spirit of saber intent. The phaseless saber palace was also one of the top 10 sects on the saint talent list. It also had a deep relationship with the other top 10 sects on the saint talent list. It was truly an unshakable giant sect. However, today was the first time the phaseless saber palace had entered a state of alert. It was all because a legend had appeared out of nowhere and broken the balance of countless eras. He had challenged the martial god family, Holy Prison, Genesis Alliance, and even released the providence of the sword domain. Even if there was only a 1 in 1,000 chance of such a character, the phaseless saber palace had to be on guard. Heaven Butcher Saber Saint, Nangong Jichin, appeared in the hall of the saber palace. He had fierce eyes and sharp eyebrows. He was majestic without being angry. His purple-gold robe released surging saber intent like a dragon. As he shuttled through the void, he split open the vast Great Tao. The surrounding void was surrounded by his saber intent, shattering the space and turning it into nothingness. Saber intent entered the spirit of saber intent, and his thoughts were instantaneous. If he activated his saber intent to move, he would be even faster than the majority of orange tier intermediate movement technique. Nangong Jichin said coldly, "I told you to be on guard." "Where are they?" A black-robed saber king with a cold expression cupped his hands and said, "Brother Jichin, we have already summoned all the saint kings outside. I'm afraid we will be able to rush back to the saber domain in less than 7 days. Nangong Jichin narrowed his eyes. 7 days? Previously, I received the results of the divination master. The person who dealt with the sky-piercing sword king has already disappeared from sword domain. Who knows what he'll do next? Another white-robed saber king was elegant and graceful. He leisurely poured himself a cup of hot tea, took a sip, and smiled casually. I feel that Lord Nangong is a bit too cautious. That brat Chong indeed has extraordinary means to deal with Zhao Lingtian and destroy the Eternal Sword Sect. However, the price he will pay will not be small. The third golden-armored saber king said with a boorish smile. That's right. We all know just how great of a price it would take to kill a saint ruler at the same level as us, let alone an expert at the same level as Sir Nangong. He's probably still hiding in some corner to heal, praying that we don't discover him, Jian Chen said with a sigh. Nangong Jichin frowned slightly. However, the seriousness between his brows did lessen a bit. Just as the protectors said, to kill a saint king in the same realm as them, the price they had to pay was too high. Fighting 2 domains in a row? He, Lin Chen, did not have this ability. Moreover, they did not have any grudges with Lin Chen. There was even less reason to look for them. Nangong Jichin said indifferently, even so, just in case, from today onwards, you will need to oversee the headquarters for more than 3 eras. I have already informed Shenyuan to return as soon as possible. The elegant white-robed saber king stood up. The corner of his mouth raised into an evil smile. Oversee the saber palace? Hee, no problem. I can go to the Yi clan and find some women to play with. Recently, I have been traveling to several spatial coordinates. It has been very tiring. Immediately, an elder brought 3 naked beauties in front of the white-robed saber king. The 3 women's skin was as white as mutton jade. They had beautiful eyebrows and beautiful heads. Their beauty was enough to cause the downfall of a country. However, the strange thing was that each of them had a collar around their neck. There were different numbers engraved on it, such as 282, 351, and so on. The 3 women's eyes lost their light. They stood in front of the white-robed saber king like puppets, trembling with fear. The black-robed saber king glanced at him and said indifferently, "Don't die on the bellies of women." The white-robed saber king sneered. "Yi clan's trash, can you call them women? They are just a bunch of tools." The golden-armored saber king stood up and sneered. "Rest assured, Palace Master, Lin Chen does not have the guts to come. If he dares to come to the saber region, I will call him father." Bang! Bang! The formless saber palace suddenly shook. There was a violent earthquake and 2 explosions came from the outside. The 4 kings immediately used their saber intent to investigate. At this time, a yellow-robed elder ran in from outside the saber palace and said in a trembling voice, "Protectors, palace master, someone outside wants to see you." Nangong Jichin frowned. "Who? Someone dares to come to my saber palace and behave atrociously?" The yellow-robed elder trembled as he bowed and said in a trembling voice, "He said he is a black horse takeout. He delivers everything quickly. Delivering people's heads is also fast." Nangong Jichin. Chapter 1737. As soon as the yellow-robed elder finished speaking, a young man's frivolous laughter came from outside the palace. "A professional team has come uninvited." Golden light shone as the golden light split the sky and earth. The sword light was like a crescent moon as it slashed through the main hall of the formless saber palace. Rumble. The entire formless saber palace fell and collapsed, causing the disciples and elders of the formless saber palace to be shocked. What's going on? Someone still managed to sneak in when the array was fully activated. Who dared to come to the formless saber palace to cause trouble? Most importantly, the main hall of the saber palace was protected by a pericelestial level saber intent. A normal sage king should not be able to shake the saber palace. Nangong Jichin waved his hand, and the saber wind swept up all the debris. His gaze was as cold as a knife as he stared at the silver-robed figure in the void. The moment he recognized the newcomer, Nangong Jichin said coldly, "Lin Chen, Fang Ling, Lang Fanyun, you actually dared to come to my saber region." Lin Chen? The other 3 saber kings were shocked. Damn it, this kid actually dared to come. How could there be such a fearless person in the world? No normal person would dare to challenge the strongest forces of the saber region and saber region for several days consecutively. Not to mention taking action. He actually dared to come. Damn it, if it weren't for face, I would really call him father with this courage. Is he confident, or is he going to fight to the death? Does he want to die for all the saber Dao in the world? How could there be such a great person in this world? The 3 saber kings' expressions instantly turned serious, completely different from their previous disdain and contempt. It was replaced by a solemn and calm expression. The 3 saber kings were all veteran sage kings who had been famous for thousands of years. They knew that if the other party did not come, it would be fine. In this way, a tough battle was unavoidable. Underestimating the enemy would only lead to destruction. Lin Chen carried the Demon Slayer spear on his shoulder and looked around. He saw many naked and chained women being led by the Saber Palace elders like livestock. When Lin Chen's gaze finally landed on Nangong Jichin, he asked in an extremely calm manner, "Is the Nangong family responsible for the current state of the Yi family?" Nangong Jichin was stunned. Just as he was about to ask Lin Chen about his motive for attacking his formless saber palace, he spoke first. Nangong Jichin shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. "Could it be that you're here to uphold justice for the Yi family? Lin Chen, you can't be a friend of justice, right? Ha ha ha, the Yi clan is just a subsidiary of my Nangong family, a useless dog. Now that this dog is useful, it's all thanks to the good fortune of our ancestors." He smiled casually and said in a natural tone, "It's the Yi family's honor to be pregnant with my Nangong family's child. The bloodline of a god was not something that anyone could possess. Even if they become dogs, they will be the most honorable dogs, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. They will become the loyal dogs of the Nangong family." Hearing this, Lin Chen's expression gradually darkened. Aside from Elder Xian Yu, who was still a little indifferent, everyone around Lin Chen had anger in their eyes. Lin Ping'an, who was always cheerful and mischievous, had a cold and murderous look on her face. The surging poison dragon coiled above her head, and the whistling disaster aura transformed into a storm that was about to take shape, causing the 3 kings to feel a great pressure. At this moment, Lin Ping'an finally had the appearance of a painful disaster. She only wanted these fellows to die as painfully as possible. Nangong Jichin suddenly said, "Isn't it natural for the strong to play with the weak? Lin Chen, you attacked my formless saber palace just to let your man, Lang Fanyun, enter the realm of saber intent transcendent realm. I can open the door of providence and let him enter to break through the realm of saber intent transcendent realm. How about it? I can also give you 2 more 8th grade sabers as a sign of friendship. You and I aren't mortal enemies, so there's no need to end up like Zhao Lingtian, right? At this point, Nangong Jichen's tone was firm. You used a lot of killer moves to kill Zhao Lingtian, right? If you fight with the formless saber palace again, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape unscathed. Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Originally, I wanted to question you about sealing off the providence, but now, I've changed my mind. All of you indeed deserve to die thoroughly. Lin Chen's shoulders shook, and 6 beams of divine light descended from the sky. 7 phantom doppelgangers appeared at the same time. Lin Chen already knew that Jiang Taishu and the others had safely evacuated. Since that was the case, he didn't need to leave his doppelgangers there for the time being. He was going to go all out today and destroy the culprits of the formless saber palace and the Nangong family. 15 minutes, Lin Chen didn't want to waste any time. You're courting death. The golden armored saber king drew his saber and slashed out 10 saber light storms, enveloping Lin Chen and the others. Roar tilde. The poison dragon roared. The purple-brown poison dragon's power crushed everything in its path and destroyed the golden armored saber king's peerless saber attack. Lin Pingan's face was as cold as ice. She pointed her slender fingers, and the calamity storm in the sky descended a halberd formed by calamity energy. Holding the calamity poison halberd, Lin Pingan's body was as fast as lightning. She swept up a violent calamity storm and rushed toward the golden armored saber king. The sharp halberd stabbed toward the golden armored saber king. He retreated step by step and said with a frown, suffering calamity right from the start? Damn it, what kind of monster is with this kid? Clang tilde. The saber and sword clashed. On the other side, Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun blocked the Heaven Butcher Saber King, Nangong Jichen head-on. Lang Fanyun's injuries were healed by Lin Chen in a short period of time. He was already 90% healed. Nangong Jichen's expression was gloomy as he held his saber and blocked the 2 of them. He gritted his teeth and said, godlike sword intent. Fang Ling, you actually broke through. Fang Ling said coldly, don't think that you're better than others just because you control the saber domain's destiny. Fanyun and I walked in front of the 2 of you back then. Now, the debt that you have to pay will not be any less. Dream on. Nangong Jichen suddenly shook. His saber intent swept across the sky and blasted toward the 2 of them. Fang Ling unleashed his godlike sword intent. Lang Fanyun was unwilling to fall behind. His saber intent was like a ferocious tiger released from its cage. The 3's intents were like 3 ancient beasts fighting together. Nangong Jichen's saber intent was like a real dragon, Fang Ling's sword intent was like an azure dragon, and Lang Fanyun's saber intent was like the most ferocious tiger. Its terrifying sharpness cut the heaven and earth into countless pieces. The entire formless saber palace began to collapse. Everyone in the saber palace, listen up. You must stop Lin Chen at all cost. Nangong Jichen shouted coldly. Within the formless saber palace, the other 2 Saint King Supreme Elders immediately moved and flashed toward Lin Chen's direction. Elder Xian Yu waved her sleeves and slapped her slender jade-like hands. When she pushed back the 2 Saint Kings, she said coldly, Lin Chen, go quickly. Leave these guys to me. Elder Xian Yu alone not only blocked the 2 Saint Kings, she even blocked many high-level experts of the formless Saber Palace outside the Saber Palace. Thank you, Senior. Lin Chen and all his clones instantly moved. The 3 phantom clones used their movement techniques and faced the 2 Saber Kings head-on. These 2 had comprehended the Darching Saber intent. Although they were far from Lang Fanyun, their cultivation was still very troublesome. Lin Chen's 3 clones could only block them. Xiao Ling was like a white rainbow on the battlefield. When she swept past the Saber Palace, she quietly rescued the Yi clan lady. Lin Chen stepped on a cloud shadow and charged towards the back of the formless Saber Palace while riding on the heavenly light. He could sense that the gate of providence was there. Kai tilde. Bang. Suddenly, there was a shocking sound, and the sky split open without any warning. The majestic and peerless saber intent split open the universe. The terrifying saber intent slashed out a path covered with golden light. On the golden path, as if it came from the 9 heavens, a young man in snow-white clothes walked toward him. He carried a saber on his back and had an imposing appearance. His cold saber brows flashed with a murderous saber intent. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. This was another peerless Saint Talent on the Saint Talent ranking. Chapter 1738. Lin Chen felt an unprecedented pressure on the golden path. This pressure is not inferior to Ying Jiufeng's. In fact, it's even stronger. Lin Chen immediately prepared himself. With the divine dragon's possession, his pure strength broke through 1 million Zun force. Without a doubt, this person must be one of the top 10 on the Saint Talent list. Young Master Shenyuan is back. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen is dead for sure. How dare he come to my sword region? He will know what cruelty is later. Young Master Shenyuan is ranked 8th on the Saint Talent list. How can Lin Chen be compared to him? He's not even fit to carry young Master's shoes. Among the formless Sword Palace's upper echelons, many of the Nangong family's members had their morale boosted. It was as if Nangong Shenyuan was a god in their heart. Nangong Shenyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. You are Lin Chen? How dare you? It was worth it to use the divine water of time and space to rush back. I didn't expect you to have the guts to challenge both the sword region and sword region. The divine water of time and space could be used to teleport back to an area through multiple planes. It was extremely valuable and rare. Even someone as powerful as the 10th on the Saint Talent list could not use it as he wished. Nangong Shenyuan sensed the abnormality in the Sword Palace and teleported back with a suspicious attitude. He did not expect Lin Chen to really dare to attack. Lin Chen said with a mocking smile, "Arrogance is my way of doing things. Acting tough is one of my basic skills. Surprising people is my style. If I'm handsome enough, I can really do whatever I want." Nangong Shenyuan sneered. So this is a wild dog that changed its home halfway? Arrogant. In my eyes, you are just a nouveau riche. Clang. A sharp aura was pointed at Lin Chen. Nangong Shenyuan held the 9th grade sacred sword, Heavenly Genius's flowing blade. His sword will rolled toward Lin Chen to crush him. His sword will was at the peak of the great accomplishment stage. He was only 1 step away from Lang Fanyun's stage. Nangong Shenyuan stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Chen, guarding the sword region's gate of destiny alone. Lin Chen immediately activated the War God set. 5-piece Ars set. With a single thought, the 5-piece God of War set attached itself to Lin Chen's body. This time, Lin Chen's pure strength soared to over 5 million venerable ones. Last time, when Ying Jiufeng activated her divine bird bloodline and fought Lin Chen even had to combine his true body and a phantom doppelganger to delay her. The young sword saint, who was also in the top 10 of the Saint Talent ranking, could only be stronger. Although Lin Chen now had extraordinary Saint King realm combat power, there was still a big gap between him and the top 10 on the Saint Talent list. Ordinary means were useless against them. The only way to end the battle quickly was to use the War God set. At this moment, the two of them seemed to be talking and laughing, but in fact, they had entered a highly focused state of preparation for battle. Regardless of how the battle around them turned the world upside down, the two of them only had eyes for each other. Normally, in such a situation, both sides only had eyes for each other. If they weren't about to start a war, then something very overboard was about to happen. When the two of them were confronting each other, a Saint King Realm Supreme Elder rushed out of Elder Xian Yu's line of defense. The Saint King Realm Supreme Elder rushed into the Gate of Providence and floated in the air. He completely opened the space enchantment inside the Gate of Providence and was ready to fight. One of them escaped. We can only leave it to Lin Chen. Elder Xian Yu frowned. Although she was the chief elder of the Divine Flame Palace, she was still unable to fight against the entire upper echelon of the Formless Saber Palace alone. Nangong Shenyuan was not in a hurry to fight Lin Chen. He seemed to be waiting for the situation to change as he spoke slowly. Lin Chen, right? I heard some rumors about you when I was in seclusion. Some people described you as a creator who surpassed the sages of the human clan. Some said you were the only one who broke the balance of the Saint Talent list. Some even said that you were a rising star who surpassed the gods of creation. Lin Chen smiled casually. These words often make me wonder who was the one who praised me so much back then and leaked the news. Praised you? Nangong Shenyuan seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Ha 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 ha, Lin Chen, no matter how much praise you have in the sacred boundary, you are just a nouveau riche in our eyes. I'm Nangong Shenyuan, 8th on the Saint Talent list. I'm not on the same level as Ying Jiufeng, whom you fought before. What bullsh asterisk T God's bloodline? A true expert doesn't need to rely on such things. We on the Saint Talent list are born to be the strongest. Nangong Shenyuan stretched out a finger. He was extremely confident and calm, as if he was telling a fact that was about to happen. One strike. I only need one strike to deal with you. Suddenly, Lin Chen also stretched out a finger. One punch. I'll defeat you. I only need one punch too. Clang. Nangong Shenyuan raised his saber. The indestructible aura of gung metal entwined like a dragon. Golden light filled the sky, and its sharpness was unparalleled. Lin Chen retracted his fist, and golden light flashed continuously. After the divine dragon broke through the power level of 1 million venerables, he could calmly break through the power level of 7 million venerables with the 5-piece Rs set. He no longer had the burden like before. He could fight to his heart's content. Rumble. Treading on cold cast snow, thousands of miles brighten. Nangong Shenyuan raised his saber and swung it. His saber intent sword, and a dragon-like saber intent entwined around his saber and shot out. The rainbow-like golden saber aura split the clouds and the sky. It seemed to flash in an instant as it slashed toward Lin Chen. What a showy move. Lin Chen raised his fist toward the sky. Pure and violent power turned into a beam of golden light that pierced through the sky. The two beams of golden light collided. Lin Chen actually used pure strength to take on Nangong Shenyuan's saber attack head-on. Kai. Bang. 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 The saber intent dissipated, and the golden light disappeared. The aftershocks from both sides uprooted the entire phaseless saber palace, and the Earth's crust collapse. The phaseless saber palace's upper echelon's eyes almost fell out of their socket. In this move, both sides actually fought to a draw. Nangong Shenyuan took 7 steps back, and his eyes narrowed. There's something wrong with this kid's golden armor. What a violent pure strength. It's not inferior to that barbarian's. However, fighting with Nangong Shenyuan was not Lin Chen's goal. Lin Chen suddenly transmitted his voice with a smile. Thank you, Nangong family, for sending me a spatial coordinate. Nangong Shenyuan? Pa tilde tilde. Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Target locked successfully. The host has activated the Shifting Shadows talent, consuming 1,800,000 top-grade talent points. One of Lin Chen's doppelgangers disappeared in an instant. The sage ruler elder near the Door of Providence also disappeared, and he suddenly flashed to the spot where the doppelgangers had disappeared. And the doppelgangers' positions just happened to switch places with him. What? Nangong Shenyuan's pupils constricted. Then, as if it had been premeditated, all the doppelgangers that were fighting with the two saber kings disappear. The phantom divine light fell like flowers, and when all 7 doppelgangers reappeared, they had already arrived in front of the Door of Providence. At this moment, all the doppelgangers' holy power was drained, and the doppelgangers held the annihilation energy of the 9-colored brilliant star cluster like lanterns, magnificent and magnificent. This scene stunned all the saber kings, and a chill went straight to the top of their head. What the F***CK is going on? Lin Chen looked at Nangong Shenyuan and said with a mocking smile. Nangong pretty boy, your flirting will eventually become a knife that stabs you. Nangong Shenyuan was shocked and angry. Damn it, I've been tricked. Chapter 1739. This scene put on a show for all the powerhouses present. Did he complete the spatial position swap in an instant? And it was under the premise that the spatial barrier was not broken. The phaseless saber palace was guarded by powerhouses all year round. In addition, Nangong Shenyuan was about to comprehend saber intent in the Gate of Providence. The Gate of Providence, which was equivalent to the saber domain, had to provide another Nangong Shenyuan who was about to break through to the immortal realm in a short period of time. As a result, He did not leave behind a large amount of sword intent to guard the Gate of Providence like Zhao Lingtian of the Eternal Swordsec. Nangong Shenyuan had deliberately delayed the pace and let a Saint King Realm Elder enter the vicinity of the Gate of Providence first to activate the internal spatial barrier before starting the battle with Lin Chen. Little did he know that he was too smart for his own good. Lin Chen's shifting shadows could achieve the spatial position swap of a designated living being. This was simply giving Lin Chen coordinate. If Nangong Shenyuan had fought with Lin Chen as soon as they met and had not arranged for people to enter the Gate of Providence, he might not have been able to defeat this tough character who was ranked 8th on the Saint Talent list today. As for the Heaven Butcher Saber King and Nangong Jichin, who were fighting Fang Ling, when they witnessed this moment, they felt a bone-deep fear and regret. It was too late for everything to fail. Lin Chen looked up to the sky and laughed, overflowing with arrogance. Everyone, it's good that you're all good. This gift is for all the Saber Masters and beautiful ladies in the sacred boundary. Saber Domain's Gate of Providence, open for me. Buzz. 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 Almost at the same time as Lin Chen laughed wildly, a 9-colored aurora instantly bloomed from the phaseless Saber Palace. Bang. 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 The continuous destructive energy glowed with 9-colored brilliance. The destructive aurora's aftermath was like a spiral storm, razing all the buildings within a radius of millions of miles in the phaseless Saber Palace to the ground. 7 moves Annihilation Starburst enhanced by instant light and shadow. This move had completely become the beginning of the turning point in the history of the Saber Domain. The terrifying energy aftermath forced Nangong Shenyuan back. Even someone as strong as him could not save the situation in time. 10,000 strands of the power of Providence soared into the sky like flying dragons, attracting the senses of all saber cultivators. The infinite power of Providence spread out from the north, south, east, and west at an overwhelming speed and scattered crazily. The power of Providence was like a wild horse, like a young man who had lost his virginity, and crazily output. Nangong Shenyuan, Nangong Shenyuan, Nangong Shenyuan, Nangong Shenyuan, the Saber Domain Saber. Let's fight. I'll choose the dark horse to fight for me. Release the power, get one free. The voice transmission spread through the entire Saints world along with the karmic luck. Without a doubt, the Saber Domain was the first to cause an uproar. Nangto the to the Tus to be. Gathering Providence was no small matter. Just the first step alone required the gathering of more than 8 top-notch spiritual plants of Providence. Furthermore, it would take a lot of manpower and effort to condense the Providence back. It was not something that could be done overnight. Lin Chen, I'll take your head. Just as Nangong Jichin was about to fly into a rage and leave the battlefield to attack Lin Chen's position, a continuous rain of saberlight was abnormally sharp. With a swift slash, a terrifying saber intent instantly split open the great Tao of space. Nangong Jichin was forced to block with his saber. Clang. The saber light dissipated, and Nangong Jichin took a few steps back. Boom. 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 The peerless saber intent was like a true dragon soaring in the sky. With a saber in hand, Lang Fanyun looked down at Nangong Jichin. Fang Ling smiled. So fast. You're too fast. Do you not want to fall behind me? Lang Fanyun held his saber and grinned for the first time. Because I'll only be stronger than you. Fang Ling pointed his sword at Nangong Jichin. Lang Fanyun laughed. Then, let's finish these few elimination rounds for my lord. Let's leave our friendly match for last. Nangong Jichin shuddered. He was clearly stronger than Lang Fanyun, but he felt as if the respect and fear hidden in his heart had been awakened. He recalled how he used to follow Lang Fanyun for guidance. Now, the senior that he respected and feared all those years ago had returned. Nangong Jichin took a small step back. Lang Fanyun shouted coldly, "Look at me, bastard." Nangong Jichin flew into a rage. Damn it, you've just broken through to saber intent. What are you so arrogant for? Fang Ling slashed with his sword and laughed. Let's see if you can stop the two of us. Kaboom. Bam. The three of them turned into 3 streaks of light in the sky. Saber light and sword light were endless. Saber intent and sword intent shot everywhere, turning everything in their path into chaos. On the other side, The two Saber Kings and Nangong Shenyuan attacked Lin Chen furiously. With a thought, Lin Chen's 7 clones descended once again. Host consumed 5,600,000 sacred runes to activate the Phantom Rune again. Just as Lin Chen was about to fight to the death with the other party Buzz, time and space suddenly came to a standstill. Even Lin Chen couldn't move. Nangong Shenyuan and the rest were horrified. Other than the legendary true gods, no one in the world could suppress them. Young lady, the guy you said you wanted to protect is him, right? At this moment, Yun Yi's elegant female voice reverberated through the air. Lin Chen froze. Yi Qingwu and Shen Lingshuang's silhouettes appeared out of thin air. Yi Qingwu floated towards Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she smiled slyly. Lin Chen, how does it feel to be protected by me? Lin Chen couldn't move. He said in shock, This is your doing. Shen Lingshuang shook her head like a rattledrum. No, it's 2 seniors from the realm of the gods. She wants to take us away. As soon as she said that, all the experts present felt as if they were struck by lightning. Realm of the gods. 2 hours ago, the Sword Domain's providence had been released, and everyone in Ancient Sword City had retreated. Jian Qingcheng was in the Ancient Sword City and she was the last group to leave. Jian Qingcheng turned to look at Yi Qingwu and Shen Lingshuang and asked with a smile, Is there anything else you didn't bring? Yi Qingwu smiled charmingly. Yes, I didn't bring your lover. Do you want me to help you get him back? Jian Qingcheng rolled his eyes at her and said, Sister, don't laugh at me. This bad guy is busy. Yi Qingwu smiled faintly. No matter how busy you are, you will still have time, right? Do you want me to arrange something interesting for you? Shen Lingshuang was like a curious baby. What do you mean by something interesting? Yi Qingwu smiled and said, Go ask your master. Ask him what game he likes to play with your big sister by Ruoyon. Shen Lingshuang nodded seriously. Then I will ask him seriously the next time I see him. He didn't even bring me along when he had a game. Yi Qingwu covered her mouth to hold back her laughter. Jian Qingcheng helplessly held his forehead. This little demon empress really couldn't be at peace for a moment. At this time, an elegant voice echoed in the sky. I didn't expect that the little sacred boundary of the human race would have the daughter of the martial god. Everyone immediately prepared for battle. Who is it? Jian Qingcheng shouted coldly with his sword. 2 beautiful figures slowly appeared in the ancient sword city and slowly walked over. The other party's words were shocking. You don't have to panic. We are humans from the realm of the gods. We were just passing by to look for someone and coincidentally met you. Jian Qingcheng's pupils shrank. People from the realm of the gods. Chapter 1740. The 2 ladies were elegant and beautiful. They were dressed in green palace attire and wore a veil to hide their faces. Their temperament was as elegant as a lotus, elegant and beautiful. Their exquisite figures were still charming and there was a kind of transcendence that surpassed all living beings. The other lady was dressed in a starry dress. Her eyebrows were beautiful and her eyes were like a painting. Her autumn pupils seemed to contain a galaxy of stars. Her body was embellished with faint starry divine light. She was like a goddess from the 9 heavens, unique and extraordinary. Strangely, the lady in the starry dress had her left eye closed and only one eye was open. Her quiet and dignified posture made people feel relaxed and happy with a sense of mystery. Yi Qingwu felt the uniqueness of the 2 ladies. The higher the cultivation between people, the more temperament they would have. The temperament of the 2 ladies gave her a unique feeling that she had never felt before. It was as if she was used to seeing beautiful mountains and clear waters. Suddenly, one day, she saw the most beautiful fairyland in the world. The mountains were still mountains, but they were not just mountains. It was this strong sense of déjà vu. The lady in the green palace attire smiled elegantly at Yi Qingwu. Your bloodline is the blood of the mysterious lady of the heavenly realm. Without the help of the special energy of the heavenly realm, it can only be activated by the pure yang energy of a man after sex. You should be very clear about your situation now. Your life is in danger. Jian Qingcheng was shocked. Life was in danger? Could it be that Yi Qingwu's life was already, facing Jian Qingcheng's gaze, Yi Qingwu evaded with a rare guilty conscience. Yi Lixue sighed faintly. Jian Qingcheng questioned, Sister Qingwu, why didn't you say it? Yi Qingwu said helplessly, so what if I say it? I don't have a man I like, then what about Lin Chen? Jian Qingcheng almost subconsciously called out the name of the man in his heart. The two ladies from the heavenly realm looked at each other curiously. Lin Chen again? He is my good friend. I don't want to burden him. Yi Qingwu evaded his gaze. Jian Qingcheng said unwillingly, he has done so many things for you. How could you hide such an important matter from him? Yi Qingwu was speechless. Suddenly, the lady in the green palace attire flicked her finger and a mysterious stream of light entered between Yi Qingwu's eyebrows. Boom tilde. The holy light exploded and the sky. Yi Qingwu's cultivation suddenly skyrocketed. Even her holy power had transformed by several levels. Most importantly, the bloodline of God hidden in the depths of her body had also been activated. Yi Qingwu was shocked and at a loss as she said, This is? The beautiful woman smiled. I activated your bloodline for you. Just now, you were thinking of someone, which calmed your bloodline. I think this person must be very important to you. Yi Qingwu bit her red lips and softly replied with an en. At this moment, the beautiful woman in palace attire looked at Shen Lingshuang with a solemn expression. Shen Lingshuang stared at her in surprise. Meow, meow, meow. Back then, when the martial god king's granddaughter went missing, many powers in the divine realm fell into chaos. Countless people thought that the martial god king's enemy had gone into hiding, but who would have thought that she was lost in the mortal world like Xing Chen? However, her bloodline wasn't a match for Xing Chen's, so the mortal world and the human world didn't collapse. Then, the lady in the palace attire walked to Shen Lingshuang and smiled at her. What's your name? Shen Lingshuang shrank back. Lingshuang, Shen Lingshuang. The lady in the palace attire was shocked. Then, she said, Are you willing to go back to the heavenly realm with me? I know your background. I can help you find your parents. Shen Lingshuang's beautiful eyes immediately lit up as she said in surprise and joy, You can help me find my family members. You know my background. The lady in the palace attire nodded and smiled. Then, she ran her fingers through her hair and smiled at Yi Qingwu. Of course, that includes you. Your Empyrean maiden bloodline talent is far too much of a waste in the human saint's world. Why don't you come with me to the heavenly realm and show your potential? At this time, Shen Lingshuang pointed at her and said timidly, No. I can't make the decision. I have to ask my master. Without my master's permission, I can't go so far. The lady in the palace attire said, Then, can you take us to your master? If your master doesn't allow it, we won't force you. As people of the God realm, under the premise that we don't have any special means to protect ourselves, we can't directly influence the fate of the beings of the lower realms. Otherwise, we'll suffer quite a bit of backlash. If you don't want to, we won't force you. Hearing these words and thinking about Lin Chen's current situation, Yi Qingwu had an idea. She gave a sly smile and said, All right, then I'll bring her along to find Lin Chen and ask for the two seniors' help. Jian Qingcheng wanted to say something, but Yi Qingwu immediately gave her a look. The lady in the palace attire nodded. Okay. If that's the case, let's hurry up. We don't have much time left. The lady in the palace attire waved her sleeves and took the two girls away. Saber region, formless Saber Palace. After Yi Qingwu explained the whole story, Lin Chen was stunned and his mouth was slightly open. A big shot from the heavenly realm came to find him. He looked at the two girls. He didn't know why, but the lady in the palace attire gave him a faint but wonderful feeling of intimacy. Lin Chen didn't have time to think too much. He smiled and said, Since you are thinking about my disciple's future, let's talk about it after you untie me. The lady in the palace attire shook her head. No, untie you. You'll want to kill your enemy first, right? Lin Chen was stunned. How did she know? The current situation of the space-time restriction was a great opportunity to kill Nangong Shenyuan, who was ranked 8th on the Saint Talent list. After understanding Lin Chen's intention, the lady in the palace attire said indifferently, We from the heavenly realm can't affect the fate of people from the lower realm. If they die because of us, or indirectly because of us, then we'll be in great danger when we return to the heavenly realm. The fate of the two realms isn't connected, so there'll be a big change. She looked straight at Lin Chen. So, we can only help you to leave. It's impossible to help you kill your enemy. We're not prepared to go to the lower realm. We're only here to find someone. We can't kill the people from the lower realm directly or indirectly. Lin Chen's eyes scanned the surroundings. There weren't many attribute light balls anyway, and there wasn't anything good left in the Gate of Providence of the Saber Domain. If they left, Lin Chen would benefit the most now. In the current situation, even if Lin Chen insisted on fighting to the death, there wouldn't be a good outcome. Both sides didn't have decisive battle strength. If they continued fighting, both sides would suffer. Lin Chen said, "All right, take my people away." The lady in the palace attire drew a line with her slender finger. A wormhole opened, and Fang Ling and the others, including the lady from the Yi family, all disappeared. Even Lin Chen disappeared without a trace. Buzz. The next moment, the space was removed, and everyone from the Phaseless Saber Palace regained their freedom. All of them revealed fearful expressions as if they had just survived a calamity. The heavenly realm, they were from the heavenly realm. Chapter 1741. Nangong Jichan revealed a deep fear. The realm of the gods was an existence that even the true gods of the sacred boundary valued greatly. Today, there were actually humans from the realm of the gods descending here. Nangong Shenyuan Lin narrowed his eyes, as if he had seen through a deeper relationship. The matter is not complicated. The humans from the realm of the gods do not have much relationship with Lin Chen. Otherwise, Lin Chen would not have let us go. This proves that their relationship is not enough to threaten us. When the destiny of the Blade Domain is released, those fellows will also make a move. The next time we meet, I will personally destroy him. Sword Domain, in the empty immemorial Sword City. Lin Chen and the rest returned. Xiao Ling who was standing beside Lin Chen, looked at the two women from the realm of the gods. Her eyes flashed with surprise and fear. The space teleportation technique that the two of them used was obviously in a completely different realm. Rather than saying that it was a technique, it was more terrifying to say that they had crossed over dimensions. The universe that the Divine River Galaxy was in was a three-dimensional universe, while the realm of the gods was a four-dimensional universe. In theory, as long as the four-dimensional beings did not appear, the three-dimensional beings would not even be able to detect the existence of the four-dimensional universe. Therefore, as long as they were in the same realm, the beings from the realm of the gods would definitely be stronger than those from the sacred boundary. Lin Chen returned to the immemorial Sword City. When he faced the two women from the realm of the gods, he hesitated for a moment before speaking seriously. "Although you helped me, I'm sorry, but I can't let Lingshuang go with you. Even if you really know her background, I can't trust you." Following that, Lin Chen looked at Yi Qingwu and smiled casually. "If you want to go, I won't stop you, but Lingshuang is too young. I don't want to use her as a wager. One day, I will find her parents for her." Shen Lingshuang hugged her master's thigh tightly. She was so moved that her soft body made Lin Chen's heart flutter. Yi Qingwu charmingly smiled and replied to Lin Chen, "A world without the most handsome man, even if I go to the god realm, what fun is there?" Lin Chen said in all seriousness. "You know, what I admire the most about you is your magnanimity and honesty. It's amazing." Yi Qingwu said with a smile that was not a smile, "If there's a chance, I'll show you something even better." Seeing Lin Chen's attitude, the beautiful woman shook her head and said, "Forget it. Since you value them so much, we won't force them." Buzz tilde. At this moment, the divine light on their bodies started to fluctuate, flickering between light and dark. The woman in the star dress frowned and said, "It seems that we have shifted the space of the three-dimensional universe without permission. We don't have much divine energy left. We can't stay in the mortal world any longer." Seeing that the other party had helped him, Lin Chen felt that he owed them something. Suddenly, he said, "You said you were looking for someone. Who are you looking for?" "I have some knowledge in the sacred boundary. Who knows, I might be able to help you." The beautiful woman smiled casually and said, "The person we're looking for is a little unique. He can absorb the power of the stars. His name is Lin Xingchen. However, in the sacred boundary, there are too many people with the same name, boom tilde. The moment he heard this name, Lin Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Even Yi Qing Wu felt a burst of surprise. She and Lin Chen were all too familiar with this name. If there was anyone in the sacred boundary that Lin Chen could not defeat at the same level, it might only be this Lin Xingchen. Lin Chen's primordial spirit fluctuated for a moment, and the woman in the star dress and the beautiful woman in the palace dress sensed it. The woman in the star dress stared at Lin Chen with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to see through everything about him. Young man Lin Chen, do you know someone called Lin Xingchen? Just now, she had sensed that Lin Chen had a huge emotional fluctuation. In that case, he must be related to a certain Lin Xingchen in his life. Rip tilde. Lin Chen used his movement technique to protect the two women. The 5-piece God of War set was attached to his body again, and his strength soared. Since the other party had sensed it, he had to be prepared for battle. Although Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun did not know, they immediately protected their master. Lin Chen said in a low voice, "Who are you to him?" "I did meet someone called Lin Xingchen, and he's extremely powerful. He's good at using a strange sword." The woman in the star dress was surprised. "Extremely powerful? That shouldn't be. According to what Aunt said, he should have lost the talent of the god's blood. However, we can't rule out this possibility." Unexpectedly, the beautiful woman in the palace dress was even more agitated and moved. She rushed toward Lin Chen anxiously, and he did not even have time to react. However, she did not have any ill intentions. She grabbed Lin Chen's arm and said anxiously, "Lin Chen, do you know anything about Xingchen? Can you tell us? We've been looking for him for too long. The Lin family of the divine realm cannot do without him." Lin Chen was so shocked that he almost punched her. This woman's speed was really terrifying. Seeing her tears, Lin Chen said in shock, "I've only fought with him a few times, and we were evenly matched. However, I don't know the details." At this moment, faint starlight flickered in front of Lin Chen's chest. However, it was covered by the golden light of the God of War set. However, this did not escape the eyes of the woman in the star dress. Her slender body trembled, and she even opened her left eye that had been closed all this time. It was beautiful and eye-catching, like a gem among the stars. Her star eyes appeared, and her gaze seemed to penetrate all of Lin Chen's defenses, but it was blocked by the 5-piece God of War set. Even so, she still saw faint starlight. The woman in the star dress suddenly became excited. She immediately rushed to Lin Chen and said in an urgent tone, "Take off your clothes now." "Lin Chen?" Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Were all the women in the divine realm so open-minded? They had only met for a short while, and she already wanted him to take off his clothes. Fast, too fast. No matter what, they had to find a good place, open a bottle of good wine, and choose a good time, right? Yi Qingwu. He's actually this handsome. Why didn't I see it? Shen Lingshuang, I understand. This sister also wants to play a game with master. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun looked at each other and called each other professionals in the team voice chat. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. "I'm a man of integrity, how can I take off my clothes just like that?" The woman in the star dress anxiously interrupted him. "Hurry up. Stop being so slow. Just take off your clothes when I tell you to." Lin Chen wanted to say something. Take it off now." "Lin Chen, damn you, you forced me to take out my gun." Lin Chen removed the God of War armor and the star-chasing heavenly morning robe, revealing his streamlined chest muscles. Shen Lingshuang covered her face and exclaimed, "Wow, master, you're so strong." Yi Qingwu smiled seductively. "I didn't expect you to be so well built." Xiao Ling-er's white hand covered her slightly red dimples as she stared at Lin Chen with her beautiful eyes. Lin Ping'an looked at the two of them without blinking, looking very interested. Only the woman in the star dress stared at the star birthmark on Lin Chen's chest. It was actually emitting a faint starlight. The woman in the star dress almost choked. She was so happy that tears welled up in her eyes. She grabbed Lin Chen's other arm and stroked Lin Chen's palm. "Second aunt, he's Xingchen. He's the Lin Xingchen we're looking for." The beautiful woman in the jade-green dress trembled as if she was struck by lightning. She looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of shock and joy. Lin Chen opened his mouth slightly and stared at the two women in front of him. This time, it was Lin Chen's turn to be stunned. Chapter 1742. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What are they talking about? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. At this moment, he looked down at the star birthmark on his chest and was completely stunned. This birthmark would only react in rare circumstances. The last time it reacted was when he encountered Lin Xingchen. Why is my birthmark reacting? They said I'm the person they're looking for. Lin Xingchen. I'm Lin Xingchen. Then what's with Lin Xingchen from before? Why is my birthmark reacting to him? For the first time, Lin Chen felt that his brain was not enough to comprehend. A bunch of mysteries. What the hell is this? The beautiful woman in the palace gown held Lin Chen's hand in disbelief and agitation. She gently caressed the birthmark on his chest as hot tears welled up in her eyes. Xingchen. You're really Xingchen. There's still hope for our Lin family. It's really like what Big Sister said. She left Xingchen in the lower realm. The power of the god's blood has completely disappeared, but Xingchen is not dead, not dead. The beautiful woman in the palace gown was so agitated that she spoke incoherently. Lin Chen frowned and said, "What's going on? I'm the person you're looking for. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" The woman in the palace gown said firmly, "We're not mistaken. You're the Lin Xingchen we're looking for." She grabbed Lin Chen's hand and pulled it away from the beautiful woman in the palace gown. The faint starlight on Lin Chen's birthmark began to dim and disappear. However, as long as Lin Chen held the beautiful woman's hand, his birthmark would react again. Lin Chen's pupils shrank as a strange feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. Lin Chen finally knew where that strange feeling of intimacy came from. This beautiful woman in the palace gown was very likely to be his blood relative. Family. She was his true blood relative. Lin Chen was shocked and astonished. He thought to himself, "She's my family? Could it be that Lin Xingchen is her family too? But the Lin Xingchen I met last time was able to make my birthmark react from far away. Could it be that he's also my blood relative?" The beautiful woman in the palace gown teared up as she grabbed Lin Chen's shoulder and said emotionally, "I'm your aunt Lin Wanchuan. You're the direct descendant of the god realm's Lin Xian. Back then, your father, boom tilde tilde tilde." At this moment, a huge vortex of luck appeared above the two women in the palace gown and the woman in the palace gown. As the calamity of pain, Lin Ping'an's pupils shrank. She could sense the energy contained within the vast vortex of providence. It was providence that could be converted into a sea of calamity energy in an instant. Lin Ping'an's little face was tense as he said seriously, "That power of fortune could transform into a large amount of calamity energy at any moment." Lin Ping'an shook his head. "No, the range is too large. I can only absorb a small portion at most. Most of the calamity energy will cover more than half of the sacred boundary. Countless humans will be annihilated." The woman in the palace gown looked up at the sudden change in luck. Her face was slightly pale, and she hurriedly said, "Auntie Wanchuan, our time is up. We can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, the human race in the three-dimensional universe will be annihilated." The woman in the palace gown looked at Lin Chen. "Xingchen, follow us back to the god realm. We came to the lower realm to bring you back." "Impossible." Lin Chen subconsciously blurted out, "I still have things to do in the sacred boundary. I can't follow you to the god realm." The woman in the palace gown said anxiously, "Then I'll bring your people up too. That should be fine, right?" Lin Chen's tone was very firm. "No, it's not a matter of who I bring. There are too many things to settle in the sacred boundary now. It's not a matter of just leaving. Care about all the living beings in the world. No, Lin Chen didn't have that kind of ambition. He never wanted to be a savior. He stayed here only to protect the people he loved." The news of Luo Yaro Er's demonic tribe was still unknown. Lin Chen couldn't just leave like that. The woman in the palace gown clenched her fist, and time stopped instantly. Lin Chen couldn't move at all. She pursed her red lips. "Since that's the case, I can only take you away by force. Lin Chen said coldly, "Indeed, I might not be able to defeat you now. However, if you dare to take me away by force, I have my own ways to end my life." "No, Xingqian, don't do that." The woman in the palace gown was so frightened that her face turned pale. Lin Chen frowned and said seriously, "My name is Lin Chen, not Lin Xingqian." The woman in the palace gown gritted her teeth. Just as she was hesitating, the avatar above her became even more violent. Lin Chen stared at the two women and said fiercely, "Don't force me. You should know that I dare to do anything. I'm going to stay here. Once I'm done with the things here, I'll go up." The woman in the palace gown's left eye was vast and deep. It was as if she wanted to see through Lin Chen's destiny, but in the end, she could only see nothingness. "I can't see through his destiny. I can't even see a trace of it. This." The woman in the palace gown was shocked. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. She had seen through the destinies of so many monstrous geniuses in the god realm, but she couldn't see through his destiny. The woman in the palace gown and Lin Chen looked at each other. In the end, their expressions softened, and they stopped time. She sighed helplessly. "It seems like he doesn't plan to leave with us. How can this be?" The woman in the palace gown was pale. She was filled with helplessness and unwillingness. She said tearfully, "It wasn't easy to find Xingqian. How many days and nights did sister wait before, Aunt Wanchuan?" The woman in the palace gown grabbed her wrist and said seriously, "You know that we agreed to the other party's conditions. We can't harm the fate of the mortals in the lower realm. If we stay here, the human race here will face extinction. Our chances of going down will be very slim." "Lin Xing. Lin Chen, this is for you." The woman in the palace gown pulled Lin Chen away and passed an item to Lin Chen. It was a spatial jade scroll. She said seriously, "This records part of the situation of the human race in the god realm, the situation of the Lin family, and some information about your background." Lin Chen took it, and his heart was in turmoil. His background? Lin Chen had never thought about this question. The woman in the palace gown said, "As for Lin Xingqian, remember, if he's from the god realm, he's very likely to be your mortal enemy. If you meet him, try not to make him your enemy. You're not his match now." "Wait." Lin Chen suddenly said, "If you want to leave, bring them along." Lin Chen looked at Shen Lingshuang and said with a smile, "Girl, haven't you always wanted to know about your background? Now is the time to reveal it." Shen Lingshuang was stunned. Her expression was both surprised and at a loss. "Master, you mean," Lin Chen said with a smile, go find your family." After saying that, Lin Chen looked at Yi Qingwu. Yi Qingwu suddenly said, "I thought you didn't trust them?" Lin Chen said with a smile, "Why, you can't bear to part with me?" Yi Qingwu's eyes turned and her beautiful eyes sparkled. She smiled sweetly. "A little. Going to the god realm and not being able to do things with the most handsome man is not the god realm I want." Lin Chen said with a smile. "I'll go up there one day, whether it's by rushing up or fighting." Chapter 1743. She turned to look at Yi Lixue, and the mother and daughter looked at each other. Yi Lixue smiled for the first time and nodded at Yi Qingwu. The woman who was about to leave was surprised. "You are willing to trust us?" Lin Chen smiled casually. "You have the absolute power to suppress me, but you gave me the right to choose. No matter what your background is, at least your actions are worthy of my trust." Lin Wanchuan walked to Lin Chen's side and caressed his face reluctantly. "Child, you must have had a hard time. Your mother has been waiting for you day and night." Lin Chen was slightly stunned. He felt an indescribable pain in his heart and blurted out, My mother, what happened?" Lin Wanchuan was startled, but soon after, she smiled with tears in her eyes. "She has had a hard time, but when she returns and hears about you, she will definitely be very happy. You have to be very careful in the lower realms. The things we brought from the divine realm are all treasures of the fourth dimension. You can't use them since you have been reduced to a three-dimensional life form. Otherwise, Aunt would definitely settle everything in the lower realms for you." Lin Chen nodded seriously. "If you are really my aunt, I can also tell you that I will clear all obstacles in the sacred boundary." The woman urged, "There is no time. Your luck is about to change." Lin Wanchuan reluctantly retreated and left Lin Chen. Yi Qingwu seemed to have made up her mind. She pulled Shen Lingshuang over and smiled at Lin Chen. "We will wait for you in the divine realm." The woman in the star dress waved her sleeve, and a strange passage with divine light appeared in the sky. The 9-colored light was beautiful and magnificent. When the woman in the star dress left, she suddenly looked back and stared at Lin Chen with a complicated expression. The divine light trembled, and the passage closed. The 4 of them completely disappeared from the world. Yi Lixue silently revealed a gratified smile. It was as if thousands of icebergs had melted. Lin Chen looked in the direction they disappeared and lowered his head to look at the space jade slip in his hand. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. "My background. I actually came from the divine realm. But why don't I have that super awesome talent?" Putting away the spatial jade slip, Lin Chen sorted out his thoughts and smiled at everyone. "Let's go. We are the last group of people heading to the immortal Dawn's land of inheritance." "Yes, my lord." Fang Ling slashed open a great Dao of space with his sword intent. Xiao Ling waved her slender hand repeatedly, and a silvery white spatial light sparkled brilliantly, forging a warped spatial passageway that led directly outside the sacred boundary. Everyone swarmed in and disappeared. After Lin Chen left, he did not expect that after he went to the immortal Dawn ruins, a shocking change would take place in the martial god clan of the sacred boundary. A month ago, outside of the various races and realms, there was an earth-shattering battle of gods that changed the entire race. Outside the sacred boundary, in a galaxy far, far away, countless celestial bodies collapsed, and light rays were distorted. The apocalyptic energy fluctuations were like tides, sweeping out again and again like raging waves crashing against the shore. At the center of the galaxy was a vast astrolabe with divine light soaring into the sky. What was mysterious was that within this astrolabe, there was a colossal pillar that stood hundreds of thousands of feet tall, propping up heaven and earth. There was a river of stars that was like a swimming dragon, and majestic star jade palaces with high platforms were everywhere. Outside the astrolabe was a layer of pure energy that had condensed into a jade liquid. It had transformed into the holy aura of a flying dragon, revealing a supreme charm. A drop of jade liquid could fill hundreds of thousands of miles of the galaxy and easily crush a Saint King. This was not a place that a Saint King could easily approach. It was as if a piece of history was hidden in every corner. This was the Divine Emperor's ruin. A beam of light slowly rotated from the center as if it pierced through the universe. It was as if a divine palace had appeared in every corner of this place, and a miracle had descended. Rumble. Bang. 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 The colossal pillar was actually pierced through. When it collapsed with a loud bang, it crushed countless celestial bodies. A figure fell back like a shooting star, piercing through the colossal pillar and retreating step by step. When he stopped in the void, he suddenly shouted coldly, "Water God, Fire God, the 2 of you actually teamed up to deal with me." The person who was pushed back had long hair that draped over his shoulders. His eyebrows were sharp, and he was as bright as jade. The charm between his eyebrows was otherworldly, and he was handsome and peerless. He stepped on a brilliant divine light, and he looked like a deity. He wore jade armor and wielded a crimson halberd. His figure was slightly disheveled, and the blood in his divine body churned. His eyes were filled with sharpness. 5 colored clouds gathered above his head, and the space that he looked at was filled with surging divine power that could destroy the heavens and the earth, crushing an endless void. He was actually a true god. A genuine true god. He was many times stronger than any Saint King, saint, or divine blood clone. If Lin Chen was here, he might be able to recognize that this person's charm and appearance were 70% similar to Wu Pianju, whom he had defeated before. Martial god, Wu Juechen. 2 beams of divine light rose from the void. The 2 beams of divine light shot into the sky and shone from within the ruin, illuminating hundreds of millions of miles and crossing the galaxy. One of the 2 beams of divine light was water, while the other was fire. A figure slowly stepped out from the water-type divine light. He was a handsome man who looked like he was in his 30s. His eyes were azure, and his ocean-like blue hair flickered with blue starlight. He chuckled softly. His deep voice contained a mysterious power that shattered the vacuum. "Ha, Wu Juechen, you are one of the most difficult people to deal with among us. If we want to take a share of the divine origin of the God Emperor's ruin, you are naturally the first person to be eliminated." The other man, who had crimson hair and carried a divine bow on his back, glanced at Wu Juechen and sneered disdainfully. "You think you can take a share of the loot with us?" Seeing the 180-degree change in their attitudes, Wu Juechen suddenly laughed heartily. Ha. Such wild ambitions. I already knew that you guys were up to no good. Did you really think that I didn't have any reinforcements? Just as he finished speaking, wong, space rumbled, and two beams of divine light crossed the ruin and came close to Wu Juechen. The two people standing on the divine light were a man and a woman. The man was devilishly handsome, while the woman was devastatingly beautiful. Two beams of divine light, one yin, one yang. The water and fire god's expressions suddenly became serious. The fire god laughed coldly. "Yin god, yang god. When did the two of you get together with Wu Juechen?" The enchanting yin god laughed softly. "Don't use such vulgar words. What do you mean by get together? Compared to the two of you, Wu Juechen is the best partner, isn't he? In terms of strength, he is ranked among the top 3 gods of the human race, isn't he? He is second only to the sword god and knife god." The young god sneered. "The two of you have good foresight, but the only thing you did wrong was to become enemies with Wu Juechen. We still have to thank you for giving us this opportunity to work together." A strange divine light flashed across the water god's azure eyes. The fire god took a step forward, and the heavens and earth shook. Thousands of flames swept out like waves of flames, and the colorful divine fire beneath his feet turned into a sea of fire that burned through space. The fire god laughed haughtily. "There's no point in talking anymore. Don't be so stubborn. Make your move. Let me see how much your abilities have improved since then." The young god's figure flashed, and she turned into a beam of pure young divine light that traveled at more than 10 times the speed of light. She casually transmitted her voice to Wu Juechen. "Martial god, I'll go first. Leave this fellow to me." Wu Juechen was surprised. Seeing that the young god was willing to take the lead, he couldn't help but nod his head. "Don't worry, the reward I promised you won't be less." Chapter 1744. The 5 gods had gathered in the god Theacher's ruins. When he heard Wu Juechen mention the word reward, the sun god laughed. "It's a pleasure to work with you." The sun god flicked his finger, and a ray of divine sun tore through heaven and earth. Boom tilde, bang, bang. The fire god and the sun god were fighting. In a battle at the deity level, the aftershock of every single strand was enough to kill countless saint kings. Just watching from afar was not enough. The nebula stirred, and the battle between the two gods crushed countless stars. However, they couldn't destroy them. The space in the god Theacher's ruins was enveloped by a unique energy. Time and space became extremely sturdy, and even gods couldn't easily destroy them. It wasn't just where the 5 gods were. In other places in the god Theacher's ruins, there were also aftershocks from the battle. There were other true gods fighting. The god Theacher's ruins had completely erupted into a world-ending battle between gods. As long as they could obtain the secrets of the god Theacher's ruins, the 3-dimensional universe would no longer be worth their time. There were too many monks and too little gruel. This battle would decide the fate of the gods. Water reflects the heavens. At this moment, the water god suddenly attacked. He flicked his divine finger, and thousands of streaks of water-type divine light shot toward Wu Juechen. The martial god wielded his red halberd and was about to attack when the yin god blocked his path. She instantly transmitted a message to him. "You go and snatch the godly source and deity position from the ruins. I'll deal with him." The yin god waved her hand, and divine light shook the world. It was like a divine sword that pierced through space and headed straight for the water god. Bang, bang, bang. Terrifying explosions destroyed the stars in their path. Space was violently distorted, and even the god Theacher's ruins couldn't completely withstand the battle between god. Wu Juechen nodded and said, "No problem. If I obtain the godly source, I'll definitely take a share from you." Boom tilde. Wu Juechen used the martial god steps, and his body was surrounded by gorgeous flowing light. His red halberd split open layers of barriers, and he transformed into a divine light that shot into the divine ruins. Clang! With a dragon's roar, the fire god drew the blazing divine bow on his back and charged out of the encirclement. He aimed at the martial god, Wu Juechen, trying to run. "I'll turn you into a roasted god today." The fire god drew the bow, and a fatal killing intent enveloped Wu Juechen. Fire god's bow was not a complete divine artifact, but in the hands of a true god, it could unleash a terrifying might. Wu Juechen's face darkened. Does this lunatic want to fight me to the end? What kind of trump card does he have? 2 gods against 3 gods, and he's still willing to use his trump card against me? Whoosh tilde. The sun god immediately followed and stood in front of the fire god. He shouted, "Keep going, don't hesitate." Rumble. The pillar of water soared into the sky and transformed into tens of thousands of water dragons. They crushed the stars and fell tens of thousands of kilometers as they pounced towards Wu Juechen. The yin deity struck again, blocking the water deity's killer move. The elegant and handsome water god coldly shouted, "You are actually willing to be his subordinates?" Hearing this, a mysterious light flashed across the cold and enchanting yin spirit's eyes. Yin Shen's charm laughed coldly. "What's the matter? You can't win, so you're starting to talk nonsense. I prefer to play in a different place. Take this." The battle between the 2 groups became more and more intense. Wu Juechen took a step forward, and just as he was about to enter the divine ruin, suddenly, a bone-chilling cold spread through his entire body. Rumble. Bam. 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 4 streaks of divine light shot towards the martial god at the same time. 1 fire, 1 water, 1 yin, 1 yang. Divine fall, splitting the heavens. Wu Juechen's halberd slashed apart the boundless divine light, and he quickly moved his halberd to stab and slash. There were so many moves that it could be said that he unleashed 1,000 moves in an instant. His halberd's sharpness swept across the heavenly pillar and sliced it open. Wu Juechen used the martial god step, and brilliant lights flashed as he retreated rapidly. Divine blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and when he clutched his wound, a thumb-wide wound appeared on his chest. Divine blood flowed out, and it glistened brightly. It was a tragic and shocking sight. It was extremely difficult for a god to be injured. Under the protection of divine power, it wasn't easy for an opponent of the same level to break through their defenses. However, once they were injured, the battle would be heavily tilted. Previously, when Wu Juechen entered the God Emperor's historical remains, he had expended a lot of energy fighting other true gods. Then, he was ambushed by the water god and the fire god. Now, he was ambushed for the second time. Furthermore, 4 true gods were attacking him at the same time. This definitely wasn't a coincidence. Wu Juechen's gaze turned, and he stared at the 4 true gods who were attacking him aggressively. His expression was very calm, and he was so calm that he seemed like a ferocious tiger about to devour its prey. "You guys actually betrayed me." The Yang god, who was covered in yin-yang divine light, laughed sinisterly. "Martial god, oh martial god, you really live up to your reputation. You can actually withstand our ambush even though you're injured. You're the one who poses the greatest threat." Boom. The 4 true gods surrounded the martial god and instantly attacked. It was fine if they didn't attack, but once they did, they were filled with killing intent. Long rainbows swept across, and the halberd swung wildly. Being surrounded by 4 true gods and injured, the martial god was instantly at a disadvantage. The attacks of these 4 true gods were on a completely different level from the previous stalling battle. Their attacks were many times sharper. They were determined to get rid of the martial god. The yin god chuckled. "You're such a great threat. If we want to split our divine source, we have to get rid of you first." Wu Juechen, who was struggling to defend himself, was filled with killing intent. How ruthless. Although he wouldn't go as far as to join hands with the yin-yang gods, the 3 of them had the same goal. He couldn't think of what the yin-yang gods would gain from betraying him. How difficult was it to kill a true god? Even if 2 true gods attacked together, their lives would be in danger if they retaliated before they died. Furthermore, this true god was one of the top 3 true gods in the human race, Wu Juechen. Only the 4 true gods would be able to deal with him. Therefore, the yin-yang gods had reached an agreement with the water god and the fire god. In the god Theacha's ruins, where all the true gods were fighting, being severely injured meant that they would lose the ability to fight against a true god of the same level. 3,000 realms of water and fire, yin-yang illusion god domain. Countless water and fire dragons roared as they danced in the air. The power of water and fire fused together and instantly enveloped one side of the god Theacha's ruins, following which, the yin-yang god domain transformed into 9 suns, and the yin-yang god domain transformed into 9 yin energy acupoints. They emitted a dazzling and deathly aura. The martial god Wu Juechen squinted his eyes. They're serious. These fellows aren't just trying to force me to retreat. They're really trying to kill me. Slaying a true god. 4 true gods slaying a martial god. Wu Juechen's shoulders shook, and his aura engulfed the god Theacha's ruins. He coldly shouted, 1 true god against 4 true gods. I, Wu Juechen, may not be able to defeat all 4 of you, but you're not qualified to take my life. Rumble. A beam of divine light shot through heaven and earth, and a golden-armored man riding on a golden dragon appeared. He crushed countless stars along the way. A cold and domineering shout filled the vicinity of the god Theacha's ruins. If they're not qualified, how about I join in? His angry voice rumbled, and his divine aura shook the surroundings. Another true god had descended. Wu Juechen's pupils shrank. His path of retreat had been sealed by powerful divine power. 5 true gods against a martial god. The history of the true gods in the human race's sacred boundary had turned a new page. Chapter 1745. Outside the God Emperor's ruins, a group of humanoid figures was hidden behind a powerful energy boundary. Their physiques were as deep as the ocean. Although they were humanoid, their vitality was stronger and more terrifying than any other humans. It was as if a powerful ancient divine beast was standing there. These people were actually the divine dragons of the dragon race. There was a special boundary around the God Emperor's ruins that only true gods of the human race could enter. Otherwise, they would suffer the wrath of the God Emperor's power and be killed. Among them, a golden-robed man in the lead shook his head slightly and sighed. The human race is going to change greatly. A cold-looking red-robed man stepped forward and frowned in confusion. Why didn't they ascend to the God realm? Why did they stay here for so long? The oldest golden-robed man said, it's actually not difficult for the human race to ascend to the God realm. It's not like the divine dragons of the dragon world. If they want to ascend to the divine dragon world, they have to go through the painful process of transforming their bodies from 3 dimensions to 4 dimensions. The golden-robed man said calmly, according to the records of the ancient dragon canon, the human race's divine realm is an extremely vast world. There are more than 3 different ecosystems, and there hasn't been any major wars or riots even after hundreds of eras have passed. It has absolute rule, and the human race's saints don't even know how to fight. The red-robed man was shocked for the first time. They don't even know combat techniques. How could a human sage not even know how to fight? What kind of logic was that? In terms of combat, there were many ruthless battle emperors and Yuan venerates among the human race. The golden-robed man nodded and said thoughtfully, it's said that in that area, the human sages only need to provide a fixed supply of sacred power to survive. They don't even know combat techniques if they don't want to fight. The God realm is divided into several large areas, and each area is ruled by a different god. However, there are also some areas that have no ruler. Those areas are basically filled with ruthless people who can destroy lives without batting an eyelid. There are also areas where order is established. One god notifies and tens of thousands of gods revere them. In short, the human race's god realm is a magnificent and prosperous world. There are many rules, and they are even more complicated than the divine dragon world. Now, if the gods of the human race ascend to the god realm, they will have to give up everything they have and become overlords once again. The golden-robed man shook his head and said, gods of the 3-dimensional universe will be randomly teleported to any location after ascending to the 4-dimensional universe. And if a true god with no background went up, it was highly likely that he would be targeted. If a true god of the same level enters a four-dimensional universe and is unable to get used to the four-dimensional spacetime, he would be easily killed by a four-dimensional true god of the same level. The red-robed man's eyelids twitched as he exclaimed, "Are the gods of the four-dimensional universe that powerful?" The golden-robed man said seriously, "To be precise, there is a gap. However, the actual difference in combat power isn't that great. However, the difference in strength between the two sides doesn't come from divine power, but from the dimensions." The moment he said that, all the divine dragons present turned solemn. Dimension, this was the concept that represented the beginning of the universe. In the three-dimensional universe, there were only the concepts of length, width, and height. In layman's terms, three-dimensional creatures could sense the three-dimensional concepts of up and down, front and back, and left and right. As for the fourth dimension, there would be an additional dimension. In theory, creatures of the three-dimensional universe couldn't even see four-dimensional creatures clearly. Even if a four-dimensional human stood in front of a three-dimensional human, the three-dimensional human wouldn't even be able to see the four-dimensional human if he didn't lower his dimension on purpose. Not to mention using anything in the four-dimensional universe or fighting with creatures of the four-dimensional universe. The difference between the two wasn't just in strength, it was in essence. The golden-robed man said seriously, "Only those who are used to the four-dimensional universe can have the ability to protect themselves. There's no doubt about it. And the benefits of killing a true god are self-evident. Therefore, if they ascend, they will become fish on the chopping board. There's a higher possibility that they will be at the mercy of others." The moment he said that, all the divine dragons couldn't help but fall silent. The god realm, the divine dragon realm, was a realm that they couldn't easily take. Rumble tilde. At this moment, the god Thircha's ruins were on the verge of collapse. Martial god Wu Juechen wanted to charge into the ruins and fight to the death. However, the 5 true gods chased after him relentlessly, and the battle became more and more intense. At this moment, another beautiful lady in a red dress sneered. This group of human true gods usually have an aloof attitude, but once there's meat to eat, they're like mad dogs. The green-robed old man, who was drinking from the pot, laughed strangely. "Are you laughing at them? Why don't you laugh at yourself? It's as if you're saying that you're very pure. I wonder who was the one who wanted to kidnap a little male dragon back to their nest. You." The beautiful lady in a red dress glared at him with murderous intent. The green-robed old man laughed mockingly. "Why, do you want to have a great battle of divine dragons here? The humans are fighting fiercely, and you want to warm up as well?" The elegant white-robed man raised his hand to stop the two of them. He had snow-white dragon horns on his head, and he was elegant and handsome. However, he looked at the golden-robed man with a worried expression. The white-robed man said solemnly, "Speaking of which, in your opinion, you're now worried that the humans will kill each other too much, leading to the invasion of other races?" The golden-robed man nodded. When he turned to look at the other side of the starry sky, it was as if he could see through the void. His dragon eyes were deep and mysterious as he spoke slowly. The human race in the sacred boundary has always been an important existence to balance the major forces. The human race's civilization is no less than the origin of our dragon race. Today, the true gods are fighting here. The human race's power will be greatly reduced, and the strength of the various races will begin to tilt. It will definitely trigger a great war. Speaking of this, the beautiful lady in a red dress said seriously, "You mean, the demon race?" The golden-robed man narrowed his eyes, and his deep voice was filled with strong worry. "No, it's the demon race." The divine dragons were shocked and looked at each other in astonishment. Although the demon race's talent was superb, it should not be enough to threaten the various races now. Their history and time of existence were still too short, and their foundation should not be able to shake the foundations of the various races. The golden-robed man shook his head and sighed. Back then, that amazing true god of the human race created the demon race, but left behind a load of hatred, causing the demon race to become the most excluded existence between the human race and the demon race. Back then, the first group of demon race that appeared also had existences that became true gods. However, what worries me the most, the golden-robed man's expression was especially solemn. What I'm most worried about is the only empress of the demon race today. I've met her once before. She has been tainted with a lot of evil aura, and it can be said that she has the most evil aura now. I don't know how many innocent creatures she has killed or harmed to accumulate such a terrifying evil aura. He looked around and continued, even with all the divine dragons present, the evil aura added together is not even 1/10 of hers. Hiss. As soon as he said this, the divine dragons gasp. Slaughtering living creatures, especially humans, would cause luck to reverse and evil aura to surround them. If they could control it, their strength would increase. If they could not, they would destroy their own divine Tao. In this way, the demon race would launch an all-out attack on the human race. It was only a matter of time. The golden-robed man sighed and said, "Now that the demon race's spatial location has completely disappeared, I'm afraid that what we predicted will happen in advance. Once the situation of the human race changed greatly, it would affect the entire race. The experts of other races would definitely not sit by and do nothing. The first to bear the brunt of it was the demon race with the most vicious ambitions." At this moment, a beautiful woman in a phoenix dress walked slowly to the golden-robed man's side and said with a smile, "Perhaps there is a trace of heaven's will in the unseen world. I have something to tell you. A human has entered the divine dragon plane of our dragon race." The speaker was the extreme hell water divine dragon. The divine dragons looked at her curiously. A human had entered their divine dragon plane? The beautiful woman's beautiful lips curled up slightly. I've also found out that this human has an ambiguous relationship with Luo Yaro. Perhaps, he will be a breakthrough for our dragon race. Chapter 1746. More than 20 days had passed since the Battle of the Gods. It was the time when Lin Chen had just released the providence of the two regions, and the martial god family clan welcomed a shocking chain. Kai. Bang. A bolt of divine lightning descended from the sky and struck the martial god family clan. On this day, the martial god family clan's elites were all out, but they had no means to resist or defensive trump cards in the face of this divine lightning. Rumble. The red divine lightning split the martial god family clan apart. Smoke billowed, and strong winds swept across. The divine lightning shocked the world and pierced through space. It released an extremely powerful energy wave and completely turned the martial god family clan upside down. What happened? I'm King having a mental breakdown. I was at the most critical moment of comprehending cultivation techniques, and my home was blown up. Quickly put on your clothes. Don't King me. My home has been struck. Who is so King daring to destroy the Wu family clan's headquarters? How dare they rebel? Do they really think there's no one in the Wu family clan? Damn it, go out and face the enemy. Many elders and guardians in the martial god family clan rushed out and looked around the martial god family clan. Those who didn't know would think that a strong enemy had invaded. Just as everyone looked around and still couldn't find who the culprit was. Buzz. Space rippled, and the divine aura was vast and boundless like the sea. An invincible pressure of a martial god swept across 1,000,000 miles. This is. The pupils of the last sage ruler elder in the martial god family clan constricted. A few elders who were extremely old trembled and said, Martial god's aura? Could it be that Wu Juechen has returned? It can't be wrong. This aura must be him. There is only one person who possesses such pure divine might. No. The sage ruler elder suddenly denied it. His pupils trembled as he stared at the center of the martial god family clan's ruins. Rumble. With an explosion, boundless divine aura surged and sent the martial god family clan's ruins flying. Wild laughter reverberated in the sky. Ha 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 ha. It's back, everything is back. All they saw was a person standing in the middle of the ruins. His aura was overbearing, and his eyes were shooting out rays of light. He stood there alone, supporting the heaven and earth. It was Wu Pianju. His divine might was far greater than any of the previous times. Lin Chen, I want you dead. After this, I want you to die without a burial ground. I want to drink your blood, peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, and cut off your bones. I want you to feel all the pain that this mortal world doesn't have. Killing you is too easy, too King easy. I want to torture you until you go crazy, torture you until I trample your insufferably arrogant appearance into a pile of dog shit. Wu Pianju laughed maniacally. Her laughter caused the wind and thunder to change, and her divine might descended upon all living beings. What was even more terrifying was that there were 67 saint points on his body, and he was rushing toward the 68th saint point. A scarlet vortex of light spun wildly above his head, wreaking havoc like a storm. It released a suction force that could swallow the stars and absorb the moon as it spun continuously. The Saint King Elder trembled in fear. It's young Master Pianju. There's god blood on him. Not his own, but the war gods. Wu Pianju turned around and swept his gaze over. Violent divine might surged like a river curtain and was released in an instant. The divine might was like 1,000 mountains pressing down on them. Bang! 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 All of the Wu family's direct descendants knelt down instantly. Cold sweat flowed down their backs. This divine might was exactly the same as the one from the war god. The direct descendants of the Wu family were suppressed by the divine might. Even if they were at the heaven-opening realm, they were as weak as ants. Wu Pianju waved his hand, and Saint Light flashed past like a blade. Kai tilde. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and heads rolled. Even their spirits were wiped out in an instant. The heads of 7 elders who didn't like Wu Pianju usually fell to the ground. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and the cold light pierced their bones. These 7 people, who hadn't liked young Master Pianju after he lost his godblood, were killed in an instant. Wu Pianju put away his previous madness and returned to his usual elegance. He gently wiped his fingertips and smiled casually. I can let bygones be bygones for your petty actions. However, from now on, there will only be one person in charge of the Wu family, and that is me, Wu Pianju. Those who disobey will be beheaded. The thousands of Wu family's experts trembled and said respectfully while trembling, Yes, young master. Wu Pianju's lips curled up slightly. He waved his hand, and the space opened up. He stepped into the cultivation mystic realm and left a voice transmission. When I'm in seclusion, you have to guard the Wu family to your deaths. When I come out, the Wu family will take revenge. When Wu Pianju left, only the frightened Wu family members were left. What is going on? Could it be that young Master Wu Pianju really succeeded in finding his bloodline? No, there might be another reason. After the owner of the god blood dies, he will immediately return to the closest thing to him. If he wanted to find it, he would have done so long ago. Just as everyone was discussing and couldn't find the crux of the problem, the only Sage King Elder suddenly looked terrified. Why? Why is it like this? No, this can't be real. The Sage King Elder suddenly screamed and collapsed. The greenish-yellow jade tablet in his palm had already dimmed. A trace of the imprint was slowly disappearing, and it was about to turn into nothingness. When the elders saw the item in his hand, they were completely horrified. At that time, only the Sage King Realm Grand Elders could wield the Mark of the Deity. The Mark of the Deity represented the life and death of the Wu family's martial god, Wu Juechen. Now that the Mark of the Deity was about to turn into nothingness, it meant that the martial god was already in danger. Wu Pianju's sudden eruption also explained everything. Normally, after a god died, most of the god blood would return to the body closest to the original owner, which was the god blood clone. Many true gods would try their best to retain a trace of their god blood to form a clone, even if it was extremely difficult to form a god blood clone. Therefore, even if an irreversible crisis occurred, the god would not completely die. However, the martial god family had started a war with Lin Chen first. It had been destroyed by Lin Chen. They had used the martial god's god blood clone. The whole family had tricked the martial god. As a result, the god blood had nowhere to return to and could only return to Wu Pianju. The martial god of his generation had been attacked by 5 true gods in the God Emperor's ruins and had completely fallen. From then on, the name of the martial god, Wu Juechen, would no longer exist in the sacred boundary. However, he was replaced by an even crazier rising star, Wu Pianju. The god blood was a part of the original owner's cultivation. Once Wu Pianju gained control of this part of cultivation, she would far surpass ordinary people on the talent saint ranking. She would even approach the top 10 of the talent saint rankings, or even surpass them. A shocking change had occurred in the martial god family. Lin Feng, who had just arrived at the Immortal Dawn ancient ruins, suddenly sneezed. Lin Chen could not help but rub his nose and laugh at himself. Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, you're so handsome that it's ridiculous. Why are there so many beauties thinking about you behind your back at all times? This is a bad habit. You have to change it. You have to change it. System. This shameless habit also has to be changed. Chapter 1747. The Immortal Dawn ancient ruins was like a paradise of peach blossoms, floating at the center of the galaxy. There were small bridges and flowing water, and spirit cranes soared. Tall mountains stood tall, and cliffs were covered by clouds. Peach trees were everywhere, and holy water was like a spring. 5 colored streams of light stretched across the sky, and the clouds were rosy. It was a magnificent sight. The people who had just been transported here were simply stunned on the spot. The saints among them were all people of virtue and prestige in the secular world, and had seen countless wonderful sights. However, this was the first time they'd seen such a beautiful scene of exuberant vitality and flourishing karmic luck. This place was simply as beautiful as a paradise on earth. Ning Qingxian, who loved tranquility, could not help but hold her lover's hand when she saw this scene, and could not help but sigh. If I could spend the rest of my life here, how wonderful would that be? Lin Chen whistled with a naughty smile, and moved closer to Ning Qingxian. Yes, such a good place. It's a pity not to barbecue and drink wine, and do some of the things you like with the fairies. Wouldn't that be perfect? Ning Qingxian smiled and rolled her eyes at him. Lin Chen turned to look at the crowd, and said loudly, everyone, let's go into seclusion here for a short period of time. Yes. Many hidden experts and servants said respectfully. At this moment, the people gathered here were all the forces that Lin Chen could mobilize. Those below the peak of the heaven-opening realm did not constitute a battle force, and Lin Chen did not plan to let them participate in this great battle. There were over 1,000 peak heaven-opening realm experts, 421 experts from the first to the second transition, 303 experts from the third to the fifth transition, 139 experts from the sixth to the seventh transition, and 108 experts from the eighth transition and above. This was still under the premise that the Divine Flame Palace was not included. But next, this group of people would welcome the moment when they would advance by leaps and bounds. Here, there were a handful of 9th-grade saint-level alchemists in the sacred boundary, and the high-level alchemists of the Pill region gathered. There were the most accomplished array masters. Just this lineup alone was enough to create a powerful team. At this time, Shangguan suddenly stepped on the air, and said in surprise, "Little guy, Ruoyon has awakened." Lin Chen was startled and hastily rushed into the Divine Flame Palace. In the palace, on the jade bed, a hint of paleness appeared on by Ruoyon's beautiful snow-white dimple, but her vitality had already begun to slowly recover. "Sister Ruoyon." Lin Chen quickly walked over. Seeing her sweetheart, Bai Ruoyon's heart finally relaxed. The fairy endured the pain and got up from the bed. She hugged Lin Chen, who ran over worriedly. A hint of relief and rebuke appeared on her sickly beautiful snowy face. She said in a slightly annoyed tone, "I thought that I would never see you again. Don't always make me worry when you do things. Why do you always have to take risks alone and head to the Dragon Clan alone?" Lin Chen said helplessly, "Okay, I promise, I won't." Her slender jade finger pressed against Lin Chen's lips, and the fairy said in a slightly angry tone, "If you do such a thing again in the future, I'll punish you by not touching me and Lung Yueqi for a year." Lung Yueqi agreed, "I think it's possible." Lin Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. "My brother's life is too difficult." Everyone covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. No matter how glib Lin Chen's tongue was, he couldn't win against his sister Ruoyon. He calmly listened to his punishment. And for Bai Ruoyon's awakening, the elders of the Divine Flame Palace took care of her day and night. They used their mental cultivation methods to increase the recovery speed of her sacred fire. After that, Lin Chen strengthened all the elders of the Divine Flame Palace's mental cultivation methods to +15. Their strength could be said to have increased by leaps and bounds. 2 days after Bai Ruoyon's awakening, Lin Chen's phantom doppelganger was in charge of assisting Yu Wangxing in refining large amounts of pills. And he was about to begin his path of the strongest support. In the Immortal Dawn ancient ruins, on a grassland, there were 10 gates. Lin Chen stood in front of the huge gate. Xiao Ling smiled sweetly and said, "Among these 10 huge gates, 9 of them correspond to the inheritance of the Immortal Dawn sect. 8 of them are called the Chimen Duanjia. They are divided into 8 movements, including heaven movement, earth movement, human movement, wind movement, cloud movement, dragon movement, tiger movement, and ghost movement. As for the last 2 gates, only the last successor of the Immortal Dawn sect can enter." Xiao Ling introduced them one by one and took the lead to point to the heaven movement gate. Right now, they are in seclusion inside. The heaven movement gate that you are standing in is the gate that leads to Qi Feiyan's seclusion. Lin Chen clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Wow, this Immortal Dawn sect's wealth is really terrifying." Lin Chen and Xiao Ling stepped into the heaven movement gate together. Space shifted, and Lin Chen was transported to a barren desert. There were strange scenes in the starry sky all around. In the barren desert, sacred fire surged as Qi Feiyan sat cross-legged in the void. What was amazing was that 3 ancient coffins stood in front of Qi Feiyan. They were actually 3 dried corpses. These 3 dried corpses formed an energy cycle and were injecting violent and majestic energy into Qi Feiyan's body. The 100th saint point between his eyebrows was accumulating at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was about to break open completely. Most importantly, there was a huge amount of primordial spirit memories being transmitted to Qi Feiyan through the 3 dried corpses. Lin Chen smiled playfully. "Receiving the inheritance. Very good. System, I want to activate the attribute transfer function and transfer all my cultivation technique essences and strengthening points to Qi Feiyan so that he can speed up the inheritance of his cultivation technique. Activating attribute transfer function. 350,000 top-grade Heavens Path points, 9 billion mid-grade strengthening points, 1 million saint-level cultivation technique essences." Qi Feiyan, who was in seclusion, suddenly felt enlightened. The cultivation difficulties that countless inheritances had given him instantly rose, and he was enlightened. Not only that, even Qi Feiyan's cultivation technique and cultivation technique were increasing exponentially. This feeling is, my lord is here. You are really omnipotent. My lord can actually help me speed up the inheritance of the Immortal Dawn sect's techniques." Qi Feiyan reacted instantly and was wild with joy. However, it was the critical moment of his seclusion, and he couldn't stop. He knew that his lord had put in a lot of effort, so he focused on absorbing the inheritance. Xiao Ling said in surprise, "My lord, you can actually speed up Brother Qi Feiyan's inheritance. This is too magical. There's such a thing. Brother Qi Feiyan's speed of absorbing the inheritance has increased by at least 10 times. Lin Chen smiled casually. "I can't help it. I know too many things. I always say that being handsome is my most inconspicuous strength. Being able to play tricks is my most proficient specialty." Xiao Ling covered her mouth and laughed softly. "Your specialty is really long." Lin Chen waved his hand. "Let's go. Next stop. Earth Tunneling Door." In a pitch-black heavenly lake, roaring dragon-like vigorous treasure energy crazily poured into Qin Zhouxiao's body. Lin Chen snapped his fingers. System, attribute transfer function, 400,000 top-grade Heavens Path points, 2 million saint-level cultivation technique essences. Following that, Lin Chen sprinted all the way and entered the 9 tunneling spaces. Every tunneling door had a servant. Every tunneling door had the unique inheritance of the Immortal Dawn sect. There were special cultivation techniques that were passed down, powerful energy bodies that had been accumulated for countless years, and special cultivation secret realms that were derived from the universe to obtain strange mysterious powers. There were all kinds of inheritances. His servants had all entered the palace. Heaven tunneling Qi Feiyan, earth tunneling Qin Zhouxiao, human tunneling Situ Changsheng, wind tunneling Jiang Wn, cloud tunneling Yun Tianguang, dragon tunneling Nine Mountains, tiger tunneling Tianjin, earth annihilation, ghost tunneling Ji Wuche. In less than 2 days, Lin Chen had upgraded all 9 servants who had accepted the inheritance. Not only did it increase their speed of receiving the inheritance, but it also strengthened the cultivation techniques they had learned to the highest level. Once they came out of seclusion, they would be a powerful team that could shake the sacred boundary. Chapter 1748. Immortal Dawn Ancient Ruins, inside the 9th space door. Lin Chen's mouth was slightly agape as he looked up at the colorful galaxy. Countless attribute light balls were scattered all around, and even someone as strong as Lin Chen was stunned. The 9th space door of the Immortal Dawn Ancient Ruins was actually filled with blue scorch treasure aura, 9 Yang Holy Aura, 9 Yin Holy Aura, 5 Elements, Chaos Eye, Yin Yang Nebula, and more. Every special holy aura contained a huge amount of energy. These energies weren't rare and could only be considered above average, but the problem was that there were too many of them. It was similar to blue scorch treasure aura, a mysterious energy body that was like soft water but emitted blazing heat. Normally, a fist-sized blue scorch treasure aura was worth 1 supreme-grade odd crystal. And right now, in the 9th space secret realm of the Immortal Dawn Ancient Ruins, just the amount of blue scorch treasure aura was the size of a star. Some special energies were even more terrifying and were the size of a nebula. Lin Chen sighed in amazement. This family is 2F** king rich. Even if a 9th rank sect empties all their wealth, it won't even be half of this. Swoosh. Zi Qianqiu stepped on the golden bull Dao palace array and cupped his fists respectfully. My lord, I have already set up 70 giant spirit gathering arrays and 50 celestial star receiving arrays nearby. They can be activated at any time to absorb and refine the energy at the fastest speed. Zi Qianqiu was a little worried. My lord, although the arrays and energy are sufficient, it's almost impossible to refine them in such a short period of time. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and looked at Jiang Taishu, Xiaoling and Fei Wushuang behind him. He then said jokingly, with me around, there's no such thing as impossible. If I say you can become a holy king, then you can create a holy king. If it was in the past, Lin Chen indeed didn't have such a foundation. But now, he had repeatedly raided the strongest sect in Sword Domain, the Genesis Alliance, and had a huge amount of attribute points and the Immortal Dawn sect. If he couldn't create a few holy kings, he might as well find 2 big white buns and kill himself. System: activate attribute transfer function and strengthen giant spirit gathering arrays and celestial star receiving arrays. Consumed 1.4 million top-grade Heaven Dao points, 39 billion mid-grade strengthening points, boom, boom, boom. More than 100 supersized star palace spell formations surrounding the vast and colorful energy body all flashed with a series of light. Zi Qianqiu, the creator of the spirit array, was completely dumbfounded when he saw the speed of the spirit array increasing. This is too heaven-defying. The Lord's divine skill to improve mental cultivation can actually be used on formations. Finally, after the strengthening stopped, the efficiency of all the super-large star palace formations increased by nearly 7 times. Fei Wushuang and Xiao Ling gasped in amazement. Shui Ya was filled with shock and horror. The corner of Jiang Taishu's mouth twitched violently. Not a single one of the Lord's methods was normal. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, with the current formation, it's enough for you to reach the half-step Holy King realm and even the Holy King realm in the shortest time possible. Also, let all the handsome boys and beauties from level 18 and 16 and below come in. This time, I want everyone's strength to skyrocket. Immediately after, Lin Chen looked at Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun and said seriously, both of you go in too. Cultivation is your only shortcoming now. If you want to go head-to-head with Genesis, we need more power. Yes. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun accepted the order. Then, Lin Chen released the Saint Dragon without hesitation. It wandered in the space of the 9th door and took away all the attribute light balls. The elemental attribute values increased all the way. When the Saint Light descended and all the servants entered, they were completely shocked by the vast and majestic energy body in front of them. Xiao Ling covered her mouth and smiled at the servants. Everyone, This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity given to us by the Lord. Don't let it go to waste. Yes, Lord. With such a heaven-defying formation and a large amount of treasure aura, as well as the help of Senior Yu Wangsheng's divine pill, we swear that we won't come out of seclusion until we become 9 transformations saint. Lin Chen said seriously, "Good, you're very spirited." The servants stepped into the formation. Even Lin Chen's Saint Dragon chose a ball of yin-yang nebula and refined it. The more power they could raise, the more chances they had of protecting themselves. After everyone entered a state of complete seclusion, Lin Chen exited the 9th door. Sitting cross-legged on the peak of the Immortal Dawn ancient ruins, Lin Chen pondered. There are still 2 more volumes of Zi Qianzhou's 12 Dao Palaces Formation Compendium that haven't been cultivated. Not only that, it's the same for Ling and Wushuang's unique divine skills. Compared to other inheritances, they need to improve their cultivation more. Fei Wushuang's healing divine skills, Jiang Taishu's exceptional arithmetic, Xiao Ling's spatial divine skills, Zi Qianzhou's 12 Dao Palaces Formation, and so on. In reality, the 4 of them hadn't completely grasped the techniques they possessed. They hadn't even learned the core parts. For example, Xiao Ling's core spatial divine skills required the cultivation of a Saint King to activate at least. Hence, breaking through to the Saint King realm was their top priority. Everyone's seclusion has come to an end. Next, it's my turn. Lin Chen opened the system with a thought. Heavenly Dao Possession Harvesting System version 8. 0 host, Lin Chen, cultivation, 5th Heaven Saint Realm, Saint Level Essence, 423 trillion points. Limit, 650,000 Supreme Energy, Flesh Shell Awakening plus 500%, Saint Level Blood Chi, 195 trillion points. Saint Level Spiritual Energy, 1,920 billion, Peak Early Stage Primordial Soul Transformation, Saint Level Technique Essence, 62 million, Saint Level Rune Energy, 45. 58 million, Peak Heavenly Dao Points, 35. 29 million. Peak Talent Points, 99. 86 million, Set Essence, 212 billion. Mid-Level Strengthening Points, 130 billion. Saint Level Elemental Energy, 90. 89 million Fire Elemental Energy, 90. 09 million Earth Elemental Energy, 81. 03 million Metal Elemental Energy, 83. 66 million Metal Elemental Energy, 83. 54 million Metal Elemental Energy, 85. 67 million Wind Elemental Energy, 88. 46 million Light Elemental Energy, 88. 43 million Dark Elemental Energy. Set column, 5 pieces of the Golden War God Set, incomplete. Special Attribute Treasures, 12 Saint Weapon Upgrade Vouchers, Divine Material Fragments, 3/3, 14 Orange Grade Exclusive Talent Treasure Chests, 4 or more chests will definitely drop a high-grade Orange Grade Talent. There is a small chance of a top-grade Orange Grade Talent or a one-off top-grade Orange Grade Talent. Above 10 chests, there is a high chance of a top-grade Orange Grade Talent. Talent column, Bloodline Status column, Technique Status column, Life Awakening column, Killing Technique column, Unique Rune column, Divine Spark column, Divine Elephant 2/3, Divine Spark Fragment, cooldown, 148 days before activation. The cooldown of the God Slayer is over. The next time we fight, I can use the God Slayer again. It'll be enough to make those fellows in the Genesis era suffer. It's time to witness a miracle. With so many talent treasure chests, I don't believe there won't be a top-grade Orange Grade Talent. Lin Chen immediately ordered, "System, I want to fuse all the Orange Grade Exclusive Talent Treasure Chest." Host has fused 14 Orange Grade Exclusive Talent Treasure Chests. Beginning fusion, Lin Chen's heart jumped to his throat. Was it a high-grade Orange Grade Talent or a top-grade one? Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-grade Orange Grade Permanent Talent, God's Defiance. Lin Chen was completely stunned. Chapter 1749. Lin Chen looked at the new talent description in a daze and took a deep breath. A shudder went straight to the top of his head. This was definitely the strongest talent that he, Lin Chen, had ever obtained in his entire life. Orange top active talent times godly defiance, extreme offensive talent, exclusive to God-type talents. Talent effect. Host consumes talent points to select a specific single or group target to activate and enter the godly defiant state. It has a very long cooldown time, and consuming talent points can accelerate the cooldown recovery. Note: selectable targets must be above the realm of a true god and cannot be activated below the realm of a true god. The stronger the divinity of the enemy, the more power the talent provides to the host. It is ineffective against creatures below the realm of a true god. Host who has entered the godly defiant state will ignore all laws of heaven and earth. All attacks will be undefended by enemies above the true god state. If any attack of the host can hit a true god, it will cause substantial damage to the other party. Lin Chen took a long time to calm down, and his excitement could not be concealed. Too damn strong. This talent is equivalent to nothing to ordinary creatures, but it is the most powerful weapon against a true god. The stronger the divinity, the stronger the talent, and the host's attack will have a 100% chance of penetrating a true god's defense, causing the deepest damage. A talent that transcended all laws, godly defiance. And it was permanent. Lin Chen exclaimed, "Exciting, really exciting. As strong as facing a true god, I will no longer be helpless." First, there was the divine elephant godhead, and then there was the godly reversal talent. Two great godly weapons, and Lin Chen's trump card was especially powerful to the point of being abnormal. Then, Lin Chen continued to issue orders. System: synthesize god material fragments. Host has synthesized 3 god material fragments. Beginning to obtain divine grade material, fusion successful. Host has obtained pure gold divine iron, 2 feet. Red clouds lingered and golden light shone. The 6-meter-long pure gold divine iron floated in the system space as if it had a divinity. Just the terrifying pressure alone was enough to crush an ordinary sacred heart and even a heaven-opening realm powerhouse. It was worthy of the name of a god material. Lin Chen. It can't be such a coincidence. The pure gold divine iron happened to be the main material that Lin Chen needed to make the last war god helmet. Now, there were only 10 metal attribute supreme grade odd crystals left. Supreme grade odd crystals were too rare, not to mention the metal element. Until now, Lin Chen had only seen the power of a supreme grade odd crystal from the top 10 on the Saint talent list. Furthermore, he had to specifically look for those with the metal element. The difficulty of this task was probably not small. There will always be a breakthrough. The 2 most difficult god materials have been found. There's no need to be afraid that we won't be able to find a superb odd crystal. Lin Chen opened the fate plant pouch and immediately refined a large number of middle and high-grade odd crystals into his body. Lin Chen could feel that he was getting closer and closer to the next realm. He only needed one more layer of accumulation to break through 51 to 52 saint point. One had to know that no transcendent realm saint would dare to defeat the divine blood clone of a god or the will of a true god. The more solid one's foundation was, the more difficult it would be to advance. While he was in seclusion, 10 days later, the Immortal Dawn sect was the first to break through a strange phenomenon among the 8 escape. TSK. Rumble. Tens of thousands of flames roared, and arrow auras soared. A flaming fire dragon circled the sky, and a pillar of fire rushed out from the heaven escape gate, splitting heaven and earth apart as the holy fire descended. Everyone looked sideways as a handsome man with fiery eyebrows slowly stepped out from the fire pillar. He was extraordinarily handsome, and the sacred eye between his eyebrows flashed. Tens of thousands of flames worshipped him, sky-burning arrow sage, Qi Feiyan. He had actually perfectly advanced to the Saint King realm. Ha ha ha, Brother Feiyan's aura is impressive, I can't fall behind. Inside the 9th space gate, a bold and hearty laugh resounded. Boom, boom, boom. The laughter shook the wind and thunder, and tens of thousands of lightning bolts roared in the sky. A tall man bathed in layers of rolling lightning stepped out, carrying a lightning spear on his back. He had sharp eyebrows and fierce eyes, like a tyrant. Saint King Realm, War Maniac, Shangguan Wudi. Another big shot from the 19th level had come out of seclusion. Lin Chen's team had 2 more Saint Kings. These two people were already half-step Saint Kings and were only one step away from the Saint King realm. Now, they were just a matter of time. No, the phenomenon was not over yet. In a split second, blood splattered, and huge waves swept across. The ghost escape gate of the 8 escape gates suddenly opened. Bewitching and dazzling red spider lilies bloomed in the ancient ruins, spreading out a path to the underworld. On the path to the underworld stood an elder in a blood-red robe. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. His face was full of smiles, but there was a deathly stillness in it. The blood-red robed elder leaned on his walking stick and smiled. Who knows who will still be alive after 3,000 years? Why bother to announce peace? 100 Burial Elder, Ji Wuchen. The disciples of Divine Flame Palace and the reclusive powerhouses were shocked. He had actually surpassed them and stepped into the Saint King realm with Shangguan Wudi and Qi Feiyan at the same time. Ji Wuchen stroked his beard and smiled. Everyone, there's no need to be surprised. Immortal Dawn Sect's Ghost Dao is quite beneficial to the forbidden technique that I specialize in. With the protection of my lord, this old man was able to use the forbidden technique to break through and become a Saint King. At this moment, the phenomenon changed again. An essence spirit hurricane as vast as the core of a star swept across the entire place like a storm, sweeping away everyone's mental fatigue. A figure walked out of the human escape gate. He was elegant and handsome, and his bewitching demonic eyes were emitting an essence spirit power that was as deep as the sea. His clear male voice reverberated, "The wind is bleak and the water is cold. The warrior will never return." The people of Divine Flame Palace and the various rank 8 powerhouses were overjoyed. Another Saint King. Moreover, this Saint King had broken through to a whole new realm in the Essence Spirit realm. He was above the mid-stage Essence Spirit realm. The former son of amazement, Sichu Changsheng. They could actually witness the birth of 4 Saint Kings in their lifetime. Ha ha ha. You're all so strong. How can I, Yun Tianguang, be willing to fall behind? My lord's methods are truly earth-shattering. I can't help but call it a peerless skill. The Saint King realm was my ultimate goal when I was young. I didn't expect that I would be so calm when I'm in front of it now. Another 3 auras soared into the sky. A ray of colorful light rose from the rainbow bridge, and a holy light swept across the sky. Thousands of cloud shadows filled the sky. The earth escape gate, the wind escape gate, and the cloud escape gate opened at the same time. Blood Sovereign, Yun Tianguang, Peerless Saint Talent, Qin Zhouxiao, Immortal Dawn 5 Absolutes, Jiang Weina. Everyone's hearts trembled. 7 of them. 7 Saint Kings. The birth of 7 Saint Kings at the same time was simply a miracle. Everyone knew very well that even with the Immortal Dawn Gate's legacy, becoming a Saint King was not something that could be done overnight. It was all because of one person, Lin Chen, that such a miracle could be created in such a short time. Those former children of the era had now completely surpassed their own legends and were about to reach a whole new height. Ji Wuchen smiled knowingly. It seemed like their team was about to undergo a complete transformation. Yun Tianguang immediately walked over and entered the Ice Heart Palace. He cupped his fists respectfully at Fairy Crimson, who was standing in front of the palace. "Fairy, may I know where my lord is now?" Fairy Crimson covered her mouth and chuckled. "Your lord is still in seclusion." Her tone changed. "However, his doppelganger has started to take action." "Taken action?" Yun Tianguang was puzzled. Fairy Crimson smiled faintly. Her smile was peerless. "He has gone to issue a challenge to the Genesis Alliance." Chapter 1750. After the Genesis headquarters rested for a while, the experts at the top continued to call for reinforcements, gather, and bide their time. However, the experts at the middle level of the Genesis era began again. The wind slowed down, and the rain stopped. Lin Chen rested, and they felt that they could do it again. Thus, they began to attack the mortals of another region. They targeted Spirit Domain, which was closer to Sage Monarch region, and launched an attack to eliminate the mortals. Sage Monarch region, Genesis headquarters. A green-robed saint was sitting at the side of the headquarters. He had a cold expression and a sharp aura. He glanced at the purple-robed middle-aged man. "Who asked you to bring people to eliminate the mortals of Spirit Domain?" Didn't you say that you wanted to gather forces and prepare for an all-out attack? The purple-robed man smiled and cupped his fists. Your Highness, there is no need to worry. We went to Spirit Domain to release some blood GU and eliminate most of the useless mortals. The process won't hinder our next move. Before he finished speaking, rumbled Tilda. Bang! 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 A ray of light fell and smashed into the Genesis headquarters. Heartbreak Red, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky above the headquarters, opened his eyes in shock. A strong enemy is attacking? Why couldn't I deduce it with my arithmetic? Heartbreak Red's figure flashed and entered the main hall. At this moment, there were more than a dozen saint corpses hanging in the main hall. They were all saints with rank 7 cultivation and above. A silver robe entered Heartbreak Red's eyes. His pupils shrank. It's actually you. Lin Chen. Swoosh. 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 All the experts of the Alliance headquarters were on high alert, and they were shocked by the scene before them. What a guy. He barged into the Genesis Alliance alone just because of a disagreement. Couldn't this guy do something more humane? Lin Chen raised his leg and crushed a saint's corpse with a stomp. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth lifted slightly as he sneered. I advise you not to play such tricks. Does the dignified founding-era Alliance only know how to bully mortals? Try bullying me if you have the guts. All the saint geniuses were on guard. Last time, this guy had already killed more than 40 saint geniuses. This time, they would not let him succeed again. Lin Chen. This guy is Lin Chen. The thief who killed my fan family's genius. Damn it, I'm going to kill him. He killed my beloved son. My Dai family will not live under the same sky as him. If I don't kill this kid today, I'll write my name backward. A large number of old monsters in the headquarters were instantly enraged. Previously, they had all come here in response to Ying Jiufeng's call, along with the forces behind the Saint Talents on the Saint Talent ranking. They had not expected Lin Chen to barge straight into the Genesis headquarters. Whoosh tilde. The 9-colored rainbow streaked across the sky, and Ying Jiufeng's extraordinarily handsome figure appeared in the hall. Ying Jiufeng intimidated everyone present. He raised his hand and shouted coldly, "No one is allowed to attack." Then, Ying Jiufeng glanced at Lin Chen and suddenly smiled. Lin Chen, you dare to offend my founding century alliance again. You don't want to kill these people to vent your anger, right? Lin Chen looked straight at Ying Jiufeng and said calmly, the chaos at the sacred boundary was caused by you. Ying Jiufeng, it's meaningless to play these small tricks. Don't you think it's a disgrace to the top 10 of the Saint Talent ranking to play these dirty tricks? Why don't we play a big game? Ying Jiufeng smiled playfully, not hiding the murderous intent in his eyes at all. He smiled casually and said, how do you want to do it? Whoosh tilde. Lin Chen handed over a jade scroll, which turned into a stream of light and shot out. Ying Jiufeng raised his hand to catch it, opened it, and read it carefully. Half a year later, in the unbounded sea of the Sword Realm, both sides will fight to the death. Lin Chen immediately said, before the battle in the unbounded sea, both sides are not allowed to let their subordinates act without permission. If you dare to slaughter mortals, I will kill more of your alliance's experts to repay you. Whatever you want to do, it will have to wait until you defeat us. Then, you can fight however you want. After hearing this, Ying Jiufeng looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen, you're naive. Too naive. You still want to protect mortals? Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all living things like straw dogs. Why would an elephant care about the lives of ants under its feet? You want to bind my alliance with just this suggestion of yours. Lin Chen sneered mockingly. Whether I'm naive or not, it's not up to you to argue. If I personally kill your alliance's experts, you should be very clear how many people your Genesis will lose. Lin Chen pointed at Heartbroken Red and sneered. If you don't believe me, ask this old thing. When I came in, could he deduce my location and position? I'm afraid he couldn't even find a trace of it, right? Lin Chen's words immediately provoked Heartbroken Red, and his old face turned completely gloomy. Indeed, Lin Chen was the only freak that he couldn't deduce anything from. If Lin Chen personally killed the Alliance's experts, Heartbroken Red couldn't deduce anything and couldn't stop him at all. From Lin Chen's point of view, the best way to weaken the alliance now was to defeat them one by one with his own strength before all their experts gathered. In one sentence, it was over if he did it alone. However, Lin Chen used this as a condition. At least, Lin Chen didn't want more than half of the mortals in the sacred boundary to be eliminated by the time his people came out of seclusion. At that time, even if they defeated the Genesis era, the sacred boundary would still be half hell on earth. Once the number of experts gathered, Lin Chen also knew that it would be extremely troublesome. If these guys gathered together, it would definitely add to the burden of the war. This was equivalent to using the lives of the Genesis Alliance's experts in exchange for the short-term lives of billions of mortals. It was truly a huge gamble. Lin Chen knew that even if he could defeat the various rank 9 sects of the Alliance, if he couldn't defeat the Holy Hell Team and Ying Jiufeng, he would never be able to shake the foundation of the Genesis era. Just Jin Taichu and Jiang Poiyi in the Holy Hell Team, who were known as the strongest Holy King and had stepped into the Sword Intent Realm and Saber Intent Realm, were not people that could be dealt with using Annihilation Star Explosion. Not to mention the other 15 people from the Eye of Hell. Since that was the case, then he would gather all of them together and let the Godslayer reach an unprecedented peak. Moreover, half a year was just when the cooldown of the Godhead Divine Elephant ended. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, his eyes as bright as jade. Since I can enter the Genesis Alliance as if I'm shopping, then I can also take the lives of other rank 9 sex experts as easily as fishing in a bag. Ying Jiufeng frowned, immediately understanding the pros and cons. However, he immediately laughed and said, Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, you're full of flaws. Why is this battle set for half a year later? I'm afraid that in half a year, you will be able to use the mysterious move that destroyed the Holy Hell to deal with the Genesis era. Lin Chen shrugged and said indifferently, who knows? However, in his heart, he cursed. Damn, this guy's guess is really accurate. He's really difficult to deal with. Ying Jiufeng coldly crushed the jade invitation and sneered. I will only give you 3 months, Lin Chen. Don't think that you can go according to your plan. In 3 months, if you don't appear in the limitless sea of the Sword Realm, I will personally lead a team to clean up the mortals in the 36 domains of the sacred boundary. He smiled cruelly. Let's start with the mystic realm that you love to protect the most. Lin Chen's expression did not change, and he said indifferently, 3 months it is. A gentleman doesn't joke, and a handsome guy doesn't talk nonsense. After 3 months, only one of us can survive. Ying Jiufeng flicked his sleeves. The Genesis era is never afraid of challenges. Bring it on. See the guest out. Ying Jiufeng's see the guest out stunned many expert. No. The enemy's leader is standing in front of us. If we don't do it now, when will we? See the guest out. See the ghost. Chapter 1751. Ying Jiufeng said indifferently in the face of everyone's doubtful and incredulous gazes. A bunch of good-for-nothings. If only your brains were a little smarter, don't be filled with desire and cultivation all day long. Think about it a little and you'll know. How could he come to our alliance with his true body? Are your brains filled with the sea instead of water? Or excrement? Ying Jiufeng had seen through Lin Chen's disguise. Rather than saying that she had seen through it, it was more like an inevitable choice. Lin Chen had seen the strongest team in the Holy Purgatory last time. How could he take the risk alone again? His actions were obviously a bait. How could it be his true body? Everyone was stunned. Doppelganger? When they remembered that one of Lin Chen's abilities was to create doppelgangers that could pass off as real, countless experts looked embarrassed. Good fellow, they had been scolded to the point of being speechless. Looking in the direction Lin Chen had left, Ying Jiufeng's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Lin Chen, regardless of whether you can use the killing move that destroyed the Holy Purgatory again, even if you can, I, Ying Jiufeng, also have a backup plan. In just a few days, the Holy Monarch domain was in an uproar. Lin Chen had challenged the Founding Era Alliance. Both sides had agreed to fight to the death in the Sword Realm's unbounded sea in 3 months. When this news came out, countless experts in the 36 domains were shocked. This battle would involve more than 29th rank sect. Those holy kings who had stunned the various eras would once again appear in the world and participate in this battle. This would be an unprecedented battle since the creation of the sacred boundary. Not a single one of the top experts was unmoved by this. If they missed this battle, they would miss a turning point in history. Who would be the new tiger in the sacred boundary? This battle would determine who was superior. Countless experts began to flock to the Sword Realm. This great earthquake began to spread with the Sword Realm as the center. Those who wanted to watch the show, those who wanted to take advantage of the situation, and those who wanted to be fence-sitters, etc., all had their own motives and began to lurk in the Sword Realm in advance. However, most people did not realize a more serious problem. The humans within the sacred boundary weren't the only ones who received the news. There were also those devils who had infiltrated the sacred boundary. Sacred boundary, battlefield. Inside the vast ancient city, the former prosperity and glory no longer existed. It had been reduced to a demon city with monstrous devil chi. A large number of human servants were imprisoned inside, and many of them were even saint. Within the ancient city's palace, a wild laughter rang out in all directions. Ha ha ha, being a demon king in the human race is so *king satisfying. No need to worry about beauties, no need to worry about resources, and no need to worry about delicacies. It's truly heaven on earth. A crown prince of a devil emperor laughed maniacally. In his arms were two trembling beauties. He was drunk and lying on the knees of the beauties, sobering up from his drunken stupor. It was truly delightful. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sharp cry made the expression of the crown prince, who was enjoying himself, freeze. A black bird flew across the sky and whispered, "Crown Prince, I've received reliable news that Lin Chen will appear in the human sword domain in 3 months. The devilish light in the Crown Prince's eyes exploded. The human race's Lin Chen, that cowardly turtle, had finally appeared. The Crown Prince laughed sinisterly. 3 months later? That's fine. I'll enjoy myself here before setting off. This Crown Prince must take this kid's head." In a pool of blood, an enchanting and graceful figure bathed in a large amount of saint's blood emerged. There was an extremely sharp killing intent in her beauty. Her naked body rotated as her strange demonic eyes opened and closed. Her jade-like curves released a strange devil chi that perfectly combined sex appeal and savagery. The red-haired demoness raised her head slightly. When she heard the news, the corners of her lips lifted slightly. Her scarlet tongue swept past her lips, forming a devilish arc. Lin Chen will appear in 3 months. This princess wants to suck him dry. Countless demons who had sneaked into the human race's sacred boundary began to receive the news. And those demons who had just sneaked into the sacred boundary all targeted the sword domain when they received the news. An unprecedented superstorm was brewing madly with the sword domain as the stage and Lin Chen and Genesis as the center. Another 15 days later, in the immortal dawn ancient ruins. Rumble. Waves of tiger and dragon roars, like the roar of a coiling dragon and the roar of a furious dragon overturning the river, violently surged out from the dragon escape door. Hurricanes raged between the valleys, sweeping through thousands of mountains, sun, and moon. Immediately, many servants activated their saint power and set up a barrier. In the sky above the dragon teleportation gate, tens of thousands of dragon shadow danced in the sky. Each dragon seemed to be able to swallow the sun, moon, and stars. The space shook and the space shook as the space of the entire ancient ruins. Ha 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 ha. I've finally broken through this realm. A body refinement saint king with 2,990,000 venerables power, the inheritance of the immortal dawn sect and the Lord's divine bone marrow are really bless. Long Joshan's head was covered with a vast amount of dragon chi, and he stepped on layers of dragon shadow. He was like an ancient dragon that had been born. When he opened and closed his eyes, pure and violent power burst out. All the elders and hidden experts of the godly flame palace sucked in cold breath. Long Joshan had actually crossed several realms and rushed to the body refinement realm with close to 3 million venerables power. It was so ferocious that it made one's scalp tingle. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. This is what I call a real man. Otherwise, why would I be called the most ferocious man after Lin Chen? Long Joshan retracted his aura and grinned. My lord has taught me well. Otherwise, I'd still be a small fry. Lin Chen said seriously, keep a low profile. I like to keep a low profile. Long Joshan said, I understand. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, a cracking sound was heard. The tiger teleportation gate cracked open. The white-robed youth and the purple-clad youth stepped out almost at the same time. Both of them did not have a strong aura, but their auras were like dragons and tigers. Their eyes shone with a terrifying light. Both of their shocking murderous auras had condensed into a solid form, turning into grey dragons that seemed to revolve around the two of them. At this moment, all the servants were moved. Even Ji Wuchen and the rest had a solemn look on their faces. It was the destruction of heaven and earth. However, both of them had undergone a drastic change. This change was not only in their cultivation base, but also in their battle form. In short, if both of them were fierce cheaters who were good at sneak attacks before, they were now ferocious tigers galloping across the world. Top-notch assassins usually killed with a single blow. Their direct combat ability was usually slightly inferior to the top experts of the same level. Now, both of them were more like top-notch assassins who had transformed into warriors. This transformation would cause them to lose their original characteristics and become something out of the ordinary. Both of them have broken through the cultivation base of a holy king. What is my lord thinking? Why did he let them undergo such a huge transformation? Just as the servants were puzzled, Lin Chen smiled knowingly. How can assassins who don't know how to fight head-on be called top-notch? Everyone was speechless. He made so much sense that they were speechless for a moment. Chapter 1752. The next moment, the aura of annihilation of heaven and earth dissipated, and he returned to his usual cold and indifferent state. His presence was extremely low, just like a killer. He could still recover. While everyone was shocked, Lin Chen did not tell them his true intentions. The elders of Divine Flame Palace were even more moved. In this way, Lin Chen's team had 2 more holy kings. After careful calculation, it was simply shocking. In Lin Chen's team, there were already more than 10 saint kings. In addition to the strength of his doppelganger and main body, it was even comparable to 20 holy kings. This power was too terrifying. If not for the Founding Era Alliance, Lin Chen would be worthy of the title of Overlord of the Sacred Boundary. However, the elders of Divine Flame Palace were very clear that the enemy Lin Chen was going to face next would be extremely powerful. During this period, no matter how many experts there were, they would not complain about having too many. Let's go. Only Wu Shuang, Ling Wang Xing, and Taishu are left. Let's help them break through their realms. In the 9th secret realm, a large number of servants were cultivating in seclusion. During this period, many experts had already broken through their realms. At this moment, seeing that Lin Chen and the others had arrived, Yu Wangsheng temporarily exited his seclusion. When he flew toward Lin Chen, he could not help but sigh when he saw that the servants had actually transformed into holy kings. Then, Yu Wangsheng, my lord, the divided version of the 9-year holy king pill has been prepared. He opened a jade box, and inside it were 29 holy pills that shone with starry light. The 9-year Holy King pill was a defective half-ninth grade holy pill that Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun had consumed before. It could stimulate the vitality of a holy king and use it to break through to become a holy king. Once the pill's efficacy was stimulated, the person who consumed it would feel excruciating pain, and the vitality of the holy heart and the potential of the holy acupoints would be continuously drained. All of it would be concentrated at the position of the 100th holy acupoint. If the 100th holy acupoint could not be opened within 92 hours, the person would definitely die. Lin Chen used the attribute transfer function to let Yu Wangsheng quickly master the other 9th grade pill formulas. After referring to other 9th grade pill formulas and improving them, together with Lin Chen, they finally deciphered the formula and core of this pill formula. Lin Chen took the essence and discarded the dregs. Lin Chen split the medicinal power of a 9-year Saint King pill into 5 pills. In this way, he could perfectly neutralize its shortcomings. The only thing that needed to be changed was that when taking and refining this pill, a Saint King Realm Master would be needed to assist Yang Kai. This Lin didn't dare to say that he had a bunch of Saint King realm masters on his side, but they were more than enough to beat an ordinary 9th grade sec. Lin Chen distributed the pills in the jade box to everyone and said with a smile, "These are the pills that I told you to help them refine. Now, it's up to you guys to perform." Ji Wuchen and the others looked at each other and smiled. They either took the medicinal pills from the treasure box or went near Fei Wushuang, Xiaoling and Jiang Taishu. Everyone pushed their palms together and channeled the medicinal efficacies directly into his body with their Saint King realm saint force. Jiang Taishu, Xiaoling and Fei Wushuang seemed to have a tacit understanding of each other. They immediately circulated their mental cultivation techniques, inhaled and exhaled, and refined the vast amount of medicinal strength. The Grand Elders of the Pill Region's Elder Assembly were dumbfounded. There was such a thing. Even Lin Chen joined the team to help refine the pills. Time passed quickly. 1 month later. Rumble tilde. When Yu Wangsheng came out of seclusion as the last person, the dense red clouds in the sky gradually disappeared. Yu Wangsheng floated in the air and revealed a gratified smile. "I didn't expect that I would also become a Saint King," Yu Wangsheng sighed dreamily. Then, he came out of seclusion. In the Immortal Dawn ruins, all the hidden masters and elders of the Divine Flame Palace looked at the team on the mountain peak not far away. It could be said that they were in awe. Xiaoling Fei Wushuang, Jiang Taishu, and Yu Wangsheng had successfully advanced. All Saint Kings. In this world, besides Lin Chen, there should be no one who could do such a crazy thing. In less than a year, he had personally created 15 Saint Kings. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Even storytellers wouldn't dare to brag like this. But he, Lin Chen, had done it. On the mountain peak, Long Joshan couldn't sit still anymore. He rubbed his fists and was eager to give it a try. "I really want to go out and fight with the Genesis now." Yun Tianguang glanced at him and laughed mockingly. "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not like we're entering the bridal chamber. Even if you're in a hurry to take off your pants, there should be an order, right?" Unexpectedly, Lin Chen said. "No, you're still not their match now." When these words came out, it made the servants feel a little dissatisfied and curious. Lin Chen said unhurriedly, "I personally went to their headquarters to test them. There are many fierce people in the Genesis now. The monsters hidden in history that came out of seclusion from the holy prison Eye of Hell were ridiculously strong, especially after Lin Chen learned about the ancient god. He had a deeper understanding of these 17 people. To be honest, even if Lin Chen's team was full of Saint Kings and had all their cultivation techniques strengthened by 17 points, they could only be infinitely close to 50% against them. It wasn't even 50%. It could only be considered 40% and 60%. The other side had 60%, while Lin Chen's side only needed 40%. Of course, this was just a calculation of the overall strength. If they really fought, it was still unknown. Lin Chen laughed mockingly. "I admit that you're very strong now. But what I want is not an evenly matched battle, but a battle that can guarantee a greater chance of killing the enemy." Everyone looked at each other, and Jiang Wen took the lead to say, "But Master, we've been using all the methods to increase our strength recently." Lin Chen shook his head. "No, I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet." Lin Chen's words aroused the servants' great interest. They knew that Lin Chen seemed to be frivolous, but when it came to serious matters, he always did it. Lin Chen stroked his chin and chuckled. "This trump card can only be used when all of you are gathered." Everyone was curious. What was their master up to? Then, Lin Chen said seriously, "Listen carefully. Listen up, all of you. You only need to do this and this and this and this." 15 minutes later. Yun Tianguang was completely stunned. Ji Wuchen looked like he was struck by lightning. Long Joshan's mouth was slightly agape. Fei Wushuang covered her red lips with her hand, her eyes filled with shock. Qi Feiyan looked at his master as if he was looking at a monster. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Their master's plan could not be called a plan at all. This was a method that even the gods could not achieve. Lin Chen chuckled. "What do you think? As long as you do this, you'll be able to soar into the sky. You'll have enough possibilities to kill those old monsters before the sacred boundary was built. That was right. Lin Chen's plan was simple. It was the final highlight of the systematization of all the members. Only Lin Chen could do it, to use their strengths to offset their weaknesses. Chapter 1753. With the exception of Jiang Taishu, all the servants sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. They completely opened their minds and allowed a sea of cultivation memories to flow into them. After everyone calmed down, Lin Chen retreated for a short while. Seeing Lin Chen return, the hidden powerhouses in the Immortal Dawn ancient ruins were surprised. "You're done." Lin Chen shrugged and smiled. Daring. There's no challenge at all." Lin Chen's gaze turned to the 9th spatial gate. He smiled playfully. "My accumulation is about to break through the limit. Just a little more, and I'll be able to perfectly open 51 or 52 saint points at the fastest speed." The corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled up. "When the time comes, I'll give Genesis a big gift." At this moment, Jiang Taishu asked doubtfully, "Master, where did your main body go?" Everyone was stunned. The person standing in front of them was not Lin Chen's main body. Lin Chen smiled coquettishly. "Are you using the Carefree flag to spy on the Genesis Alliance?" Jiang Taishu took out the Carefree flag and obtained Lin Chen's plus 17 strengthening. Now, Jiang Taishu could use every fortune-teller's life tool as if it were his own arm. In addition, after breaking through to the Saint King realm, Jiang Taishu's ability to perform arithmetic had greatly increased. When he saw the situation in Genesis headquarters, Jiang Taishu was gradually dumbfounded. Genesis headquarters, Shanghai Hall, one of the halls in charge of new forces. At this time, in Shanghai Hall, a silver-robed young man was holding a white paper fan. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was extraordinarily handsome. There was a hint of vicissitudes between his eyebrows. The young man was mature, like an old monster that had just come out of seclusion. The silver-robed young man walked up to the Shanghai Hall manager and smiled coquettishly. "Hello, my name is Chen Lin. I heard that Genesis is recruiting people. I'm here to work." The manager impatiently wrote down his information and threw him a jade token. "This is for you. Take the token." The young man named Chen Lin nodded slightly and smiled. "Brother, you've worked hard." After saying that, he raised his hand and quietly placed a storage ring on the table. Only then did the administrator's expression soften a little. "This jade token represents that you have already joined the headquarters Myriad Sword Hall. You will be following the Myriad Sword Hall to carry out missions. In the Genesis, the most important thing is to obey orders. Any unauthorized actions will be judged as a spy and killed on the spot." Chen Lin cupped his fists and smiled. "Thank you for your appreciation, elder brother." As Chen Lin left, he walked toward the headquarters of the 10,000 Sword Hall, his lips curled into a slight smile. Jiang Taishu, who had seen through all of this with the help of the Carefree flag, was dumbfounded. What was going on? What the hell was going on? The Lord's main body had actually gone to the Genesis headquarters. Chen Lin. Lin Chen. Good heavens, he even disguised himself like this. Instead of cultivating properly, he went to work at Genesis. Was he crazy? Jiang Taishu stared dumbfoundedly at Lin Chen's doppelganger and exclaimed. No one can guess what the Lord will do next. It had to be said that no one had expected this move. Lin Chen's main body was actually in the Genesis headquarters at this very moment. Heartbroken Red's arithmetic could not calculate Lin Chen's location. Secondly, Heartbroken Red had ulterior motives and was definitely not loyal to Genesis. Genesis was still in its growth period and was currently recruiting. A large number of strong people would enter and join. Thus, Heartbroken Red could not carefully select every strong person who joined Genesis. This was simply unrealistic. Jiang Taishu could not see the significance of Lin Chen's move at all. It was even extremely risky. Now, the Genesis era had strong soldiers and strong horses. Experts were as common as clouds. Just the team stationed in the Holy Penitentiary could be called a terrifying lineup that could wipe out an entire region. However, Jiang Taishu was certain that as long as Lin Chen made a move, he would definitely be confident. In the myriad sword hall, Chen Lin laughed mockingly. Next, it's time to show off your true skills. Hey, newcomer over there. Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and move these mountains away. Damn you, what are you laughing at? Did you eat bee poop? Why are you laughing so happily? All right, I'm coming. Time passed. 40 days later, Sword Domain, unbounded sea, a chaotic sea without any rules. Space twisted without any rules, rolling up waves like rolling waves. This was the most peripheral region of the Sword Domain. Those who were not at the heaven opening realm did not have the qualifications to approach. If they were lucky, they would be sucked into the chaotic sea and killed. There was not a single life within 100 million miles. However, that was an ordinary period. Now was not an ordinary period. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the chaotic sea from a great distance. There were only 5 days left before the agreed date of the battle. The two new overlords of the Saint Realm were going to fight to the death here. Not only would they decide who was superior, but they would also decide life and death. Within the immortal Dawn ancient ruins, during this period, Lin Chen's clone had not been idle for a single moment. And the 17 servants' seclusion had come to a perfect end. At this time, Jin Wuxia found Lin Chen's clone. Jin Wuxia bowed respectfully. Master, according to your request, there are a total of 12 new saint artifacts here. Lin Chen's clone nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Very good. Ever since Six-Fingered Shenyuan had followed Lin Chen, his and Jin Wuxia's forging skills had skyrocketed. With the help of Lin Chen's strengthening function, the two of them had ascended to the ranks of Grade 9 forging masters. However, the difficulty of forging Grade 9 saint artifacts was still extremely high. Only Grade 8 saint artifacts could be forged in a short period of time. Lin Chen looked at the 12 Grade 8 saint artifacts floating in the void and raised his hand to snap his fingers. System, strengthen all of them. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Chen had strengthened all 12 Grade 8 saint artifacts to the highest level. It was not over yet. System, I want to use 12 saint artifact upgrade vouchers to upgrade all the saint artifacts in front of me. Rumble. Saint light surged like a tide, and clouds rose. Divine light soared into the sky, reflecting the shocked expressions of the two forging masters. They had witnessed a scene that overturned everything they knew in their lives. The 12 Grade 8 saint artifacts had their power increased by more than 6 times in an extremely short period of time, and they had even soared to Grade 9. Upgrade successful. All the saint artifacts designated by the host have been upgraded by 1 grade, 12 Grade 9 saint artifact. There were leggings, gloves, machetes, halberds, axes, whips, and scythes. It could be said that there was everything. Jin Wuxia and Six-Fingered Shenyuan were like children who had discovered a new world. Their eyes shone brightly, and they were filled with shock and reverence. One had to know that a Grade 9 saint artifact could increase a holy ruler's combat power by about 30%. Their master had actually created 12 Grade 9 saint artifacts in such a short period of time. Not to mention that the Grade 9 saint artifacts created by Lin Chen were far superior to those of the same grade. Jin Wuxia shook his head in amazement. Master, you are indeed the only miracle of the human race in the sacred boundary. Lin Chen said shyly, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Jin Wuxia. Master, you will always be a god. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen kept the 12 saint artifacts that had yet to acknowledge him as their master. The battle intent in his eyes rose steadily. It's about time. Gather everyone and prepare for battle. Chapter 1754. Inside the immortal Dawn ancient ruins, everyone's aura was brimming. Today, all the servants had come out of seclusion. Everyone gathered in a mountain gorge inside the immortal Dawn ancient ruins. Lin Chen's servant lineup was terrifying. Rank 8 peak stage saints, 120. Rank 9 peak stage saints, 55. Half-step saint kings, 27. Saint kings, 17. This did not include the hidden experts and divine flame palace's strength that followed the servant. If they were included, just the number of people participating in this battle exceeded 5,000. The lowest cultivation level was at the peak of the heaven opening realm. Rank 3 saints and above exceeded 1,000. To put it bluntly, Lin Chen's team could sweep through any of the 36 regions. Lin Chen stepped onto the mountain peak, looked at everyone, and said loudly, "Everyone, this battle will determine the direction of our future. I don't need to explain how strong our opponents are. I only have one sentence: those who want to follow me must be prepared to give up their lives." Lin Chen laughed wildly. "This time, it's our turn to take the initiative to attack and defeat all enemies in the sacred boundary." Rumble tilde. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. "Defeat all enemies in the sacred boundary." The servants shouted. Lin Chen shouted, "No energy, I can't hear you. Say it again. You want to defeat the sacred boundary with such a soft voice?" Boom. 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 Space shook, the world changed, and thunderclouds covered the sky. Everyone's aura became even more ferocious, and their angry shouts shook heaven and earth. "Defeat all enemies in the sacred boundary," Lin Chen said with satisfaction. Very energetic, let's go. Genesis headquarters. Today, all the super experts were gathered in one place. The entire hall contained tens of thousands of experts. Many heaven-opening realm saints were sweating profusely. Just by standing there, the terrifying pressure was enough to make him activate his saint energy to defend himself instinctively. The experts gathered in the headquarters could be said to be a top-notch lineup. With a stomp of their feet, the sacred boundary would tremble. On the holy hell's side, there were Zhenlong, Qianhu, Qiankuan, Gui Shuo, and Tian Xiong, 5 saint kings. There were also the 17 most powerful criminals in the Eye of Hell, as well as tens of thousands of vicious criminals. The martial god clan had 2 saint king ancestors, 5 half-step saint king elders, and 100 protectors of rank 3 and above. There were also 7 saint kings and 12 half-step saint kings from many sects that had not joined the Genesis era. They were originally hidden forces that had been destroyed by Lin Chen because of their own saint. They had attacked heavily but were not directly controlled by the Genesis era. They were considered reinforcements. Following that was Genesis. After Ying Jiufeng's personal training and recruitment conditions, there were now many strong people in Genesis. There were a total of 20 saint kings. They were from 12 ninth-rank sects. They had sent 1 holy king, 2 half-step holy kings, 5 ninth revolution saints, and 50 saints of first revolution and above as representative. And there were more than 109 revolution saints. In addition, there were more than 1,000 second revolution saints and 8,000 heaven-opening realm cultivators. 99 people were on the saint talent ranking. Including Ying Jiufeng, there were exactly 100 saint talents left. "Everyone, I have gathered everyone here today. All for the sake of our common enemy, Lin Chen." Ying Jiufeng appeared personally, and his aura was fully released. As the 10th on the saint talent ranking, he had brought out enough power and influence to suppress everyone. Any ordinary saint king would not be able to sit still in such a situation. Only the top 10 on the saint talent ranking could convince everyone. If this person does not die, our Genesis Alliance will never have a day of greatness. I, Ying Jiufeng, dare to guarantee everyone that those who follow me to destroy Lin Chen's team will be elders of the Genesis era in the future. The luck, opportunities, and fortuitous encounters that you desire will all be there. You should know very well whether I, Ying Jiufeng, am a person who makes empty promises. I will do what I say. Ying Jiufeng's voice was not loud, but it clearly stirred the spirits of every strong person. We are willing to follow Lord Ying Jiufeng to create a prosperous era. The Genesis era should create the world. The Alliance is invincible. Today, we will create the world and be called ghost heroes. In the next life, we will still be part of the Alliance. The group of experts was in high spirit. As long as they eliminated the number 1 enemy in front of them, it would be the time for them to make the great leap. Only a group of people was the calmest, even indifferent. They were the people from the holy prison, and the 17 unique people. Every one of them looked arrogant, cold, and indifferent, as if they did not hear Ying Jiufeng's domineering declaration at all. They were more like a quietly burning fire that would burn more and more fiercely. After defeating Lin Chen, they did not know what their fate would be. Therefore, for this battle, They planned to be the ultimate idlers. Ying Jiufeng flicked his sleeves and shouted coldly. Let's go to the Sword Realm Unbounded Sea. Heavenly Sanctuary. In the pavilion, the youth in linen was hesitating. After a long time, he sighed. Sigh, after this battle, the situation in the sacred boundary will definitely change greatly. As a member of the Saint Talent ranking, I can't take responsibility for the people in the sacred boundary. The beautiful red-robed woman beside him held his hand and comforted him. Senior brother, don't blame yourself. It's all Lin Chen's fault. If he didn't attack the holy prison, the youth in linen looked at him coldly and said coldly, Junior sister, watch your words. Mr. Lin Chen has fought for the people in the world. Compared to those hypocrites, he is 1,000 times better. The red-robed woman said helplessly. Senior brother, you don't understand. Good people will never have a good ending. That's why Master didn't let you come out. Hearing this, the youth in linen stood up angrily. The red-robed woman immediately stopped him. Senior brother, you are too righteous. Why do you have to pity the people in the world? Do you know that mortals are destined to suffer for the rest of their lives? Rather than that, why don't we let them leave quietly and create a world where only saints live forever and no longer suffer? The youth in linen took a deep look at his junior sister. The influence of the Genesis era was so far-reaching. The youth in linen ignored her and left. I want to come out of seclusion and head to the sword domain. This time, I'm not coming out for the people, but for myself. I want to fight the Genesis Alliance. 5 days later, Sword Domain, near the Unbounded Sea, more and more powerful cultivators were hiding in the various ancient cities of the Sword Domain. They were all staring at the Unbounded Sea. Today is already the agreed time. Both sides have yet to appear. Could it be that they are afraid of fighting? That's unlikely. With Ying Jiufeng's temperament, he wouldn't be afraid of Lin Chen. No, they are here. While the powerful cultivators were discussing, an exclamation broke the suspicion. Boom tilde, clang, clang. A saber intent split the chaos, and a sword intent divided the universe. Between the chaos of heaven and earth, a vast space Tao was cut open. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The saber intent opened the path, and the sword intent escorted it. What a big move. On the Space Avenue, a mighty group of people had appeared. The Genesis Alliance was here. Chapter 1755. The 5 Saint Kings of the Saint Prison are all here. The 2 ancestors of the Martial God Clan and the Grand Elders are all here. The Saint Kings of the 12 Grade 9 Forces, the Myriad Sword Hall, Snow Eagle Hall, and the rest of the 24 halls are here too. They're out in full force. The Genesis era is for real. They didn't even leave behind any forces in their base camp. They're out in full force. Once the Genesis era's formation appeared, the expressions of countless experts change. At the front of the group, the aura released by the group of people turned into billowing murderous auras. They were like vast dragons, and the overflowing bloody aura swept across the unbounded sea. Those criminals who had been imprisoned in the holy prison, who had committed the most heinous crimes, had all been released. In the unbounded sea, within the space Tao, experts gathered. The Saint prison criminals standing in the front row were ready to make a move. A bald criminal licked the sharp knife embedded in his wrist bone and grinned. I hope more of them come. I haven't tasted the flesh of a saint from the outside world for a long time. I've been recuperating for the past few months, and I'm about to go crazy. An enchanting woman with a snake and scorpion tattoo on her snow-white neck glanced at him and chuckled. Old G, you're always thinking about eating people. Don't let others eat you. I won't be able to hold back my laughter. The experts hiding in the dark of the sword domain became more and more serious. They're really crazy. Why did they let these lunatics out? When the fight starts later, we can't join the battle. I've already seen a few old lunatics out of prison. These are lunatics who eat people without spitting out their bones. The Saint prison actually let them out. After this battle, I'm actually looking forward to Lin Chen's side winning. If Lin Chen loses, these lunatics will return to the sacred boundary. The world will be in chaos. Countless experts were afraid. The Saint prison didn't only imprison arrogant and righteous people. There were also many evil and cruel people who were imprisoned because they touched the core interests of other major forces. These experts were the most troublesome to fight. The Saint Kings of the various Grade 9 forces stood at the back of the group. The martial deity families' people were on guard. The 100 saints formed a triangular formation and sized up the surroundings. They didn't dare to relax. The group of people with the highest battle strength in the holy prison were calm and collected. On the other hand, Ying Jiufeng, who was at the back of the group, sat on a phoenix chair in midair while lightly fanning himself. He was like a monarch that controlled the entire situation and was composed. At this moment, one of the saint geniuses frowned and said, "He's not here yet? Could it be that Lin Chen is regretting his decision to back out?" "No." Ying Jiufeng closed her paper fan and looked into the distance. "On the contrary, their fighting spirit is extremely high." Almost at the same time, True Dragon Saint King, Thousand Fox Saint King, and the 17 people from Holy Prison looked in the same direction as Ying Jiufeng. Rumble. Rumble. Space trembled. Dragon roars rolled out. Scarlet clouds rose. Pure gold divine radiance instantly filled the entire sky. A crimson gold dragon claw came into view. The vast and imposing crimson gold dragon claw shattered the spatial storm of the spatial realm sea, crushing apart the vast great Tao. An ancient dragon shining with golden light appeared out of nowhere. All the spatial storms in the surroundings were dispersed by the dragon's might. An ancient dragon had descended. The dragon's body was more than 1,000,000 feet long, like a long river. Pure black and white yin-yang dragon chi surrounded its body. It had 5 claws, a Chilean head, yin-yang eyes, and a dragon tail. It had a long beard, deer-like horns, and scarlet clouds swirled around it. The dragon's tail swayed, and the azure dragon light was like a vast ocean as it roared. On the dragon's body, every golden dragon scale glowed with a crimson gold divine radiance. It was the evolution of the divine dragon civilization. Countless people were shocked. A dragon king with the ancient dragon bloodline? No. It didn't seem that simple. They saw signs of no less than 3 types of divine dragon bloodlines from this dragon king. On the dragon's back was a powerful team that shook the heavens. On the dragon's head stood a young man in a silver robe. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and had a cynical and confident smile on his face. The people beside Chilean all had extraordinary auras, as if they were the new overlords of heaven and earth. Some of them were valiant and imposing, and their 100 saint points illuminated the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. Shangguan Wudi's expression was cold. He carried a spear on his back, and his eyes seemed to contain thousands of thunderbolts. Electric snakes circled around his body, and thousands of thunderbolts descended upon the world. Long Jiushan's chi and blood were as strong as an ancient dragon. There were True Hu, Chilean, and other ancient beasts walking on his head. It was as if there were ancient beasts hiding in his body. Qi Feiyan was draped in 4 blazing suns, and he held a red bow in his hand. Beneath his feet, yang flames spread out like a sea of fire, engulfing the entire world. Fang Ling's aura soared to the sky. His hands were empty, but it was as if thousands of swords had appeared. His aura was so strong that no one in heaven and earth could compare. Lang Fanyun's aura surged, and he crossed his arms in front of his chest. With a glance, the Tao of the Void was cut, and the Invictus Saber intent was activated. At this moment, the crowd was shocked. Saint King, and Saint King. The people beside Lin Chen were all in the Saint King realm. Even someone as strong as Ying Jiufeng could not help but be shocked. How is this possible? When the people from the holy prison ambushed him, they were only in the peak 9th transformation realm and half-step Saint King realm. How can they all become Saint Kings? How long had it been, and they had crossed 3 major realms consecutively? Even if it was a heaven-defying opportunity, there had to be a process of absorption. The ancient dragon was holding the formation, the 5 Saint Kings were beside him, and the 12 Saint Kings were behind him. The apparitions of this group of experts were like stars supporting the moon. They all surrounded Lin Chen and slowly descended into the void. Many experts hiding in the sword domain were shocked. It was as if they saw an epic legendary team descending upon heaven and earth. What a terrifying lineup. No wonder Lin Chen dared to challenge the Genesis. Just the 17 people beside him were enough to make the Genesis pay attention to them. Jin Taichu and Jiang Poiyi from the holy prison seemed to have a telepathic connection. They looked at the two people in Lin Chen's team with interest for the first time. Both parties' gazes met, and their soaring battle intent instantly spread. The two saber and sword intents had already begun to secretly cross sword. When Lin Chen arrived in front of the Genesis team, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, smiling coldly. I, Lin Chen, have arrived as promised. Genesis, let me give you a big gift. Almost as soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, before Ying Jiufeng could respond, report, a figure rushed over from the Genesis team and broke the silence. A handsome young man in a silver robe rushed into the team and said hurriedly, I'm Chen Lin from the Myriad Sword Hall. Under the orders of the Hall Master, I have a piece of top-secret information to hand over to Alliance Master Ying Jiufeng personally. Everyone immediately made way. The Myriad Sword Hall Master was dumbfounded. Top-secret information? What was that? Why didn't he have any impression of it? Seeing everyone's surprised and envious gazes, the Myriad Sword Hall Master couldn't help but straighten his back. Who cares? Anyway, his subordinates had made a name for themselves. It didn't matter if they intercepted some top-secret information. Anyway, it was a meritorious service. Why not? Chen Lin came in front of Ying Jiufeng, bowed slightly, and handed over a scroll with both hands. Ying Jiufeng frowned slightly. You're from the Myriad Sword Hall? In the face of a powerful enemy, Ying Jiufeng didn't waste any time and immediately took the scroll. Then, when he opened it, there were only 8 words on the scroll: Black horse fighting, anyone can fight. Black horse fighting, anyone can fight. Ying Jiufeng was stunned at first, and then his pupils trembled. His gaze was fixed on Chen Lin in front of him. Chen Lin? Lin Chen? You're Lin Chen. Almost at the same time that Ying Jiufeng recognized him, Lin Chen instantly removed his disguise and revealed his usual coquettish smile. At this moment, all the powerhouses of the Genesis team were in an uproar. Lin Chen? How the F***ck did he sneak into the headquarters? What kind of operation was this? When Lin Chen returned to his original appearance, his whole body flashed with hundreds of hexagonal starlight, and the 101st and 102nd hexagonal starlight were glowing and expanding rapidly. Lin Chen opened his arms wide, laughing maniacally. There's a prize for guessing correctly. The 1000 Fox Holy King's expression changed drastically. This guy was going to explode. What kind of terrifying cultivation did Lin Chen have? Once this monster's acupoints exploded, the power was unimaginable. He was still at the center of the team. Seeing Lin Chen's body explode with holy light in an instant, Ying Jiufeng's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, there's no time to escape. Countless powerhouses wanted to retreat quickly, their expressions horrified. This lunatic was going to explode his acupoints in the center of the Genesis team. Lin Chen was crazy. He started with a trump card. Chapter 1756. Whether it was the Genesis elites or the hidden elites watching the battle, all of them were in an uproar. No matter how exquisite Lin Chen's clone was, it was impossible for him to break through. Therefore, the one standing in front of Ying Jiufeng now must be his real body. The enemy's leader was actually hiding in the headquarters of the Genesis era. F***ck, why does this guy never play by the rules? Can't he do something more humane? In a battle of this level, as a leader, who would run to the enemy's headquarters to be a spy? Whoosh, whoosh. A few of the 17 people from the Holy Purgatory reacted quickly and immediately took action, led by Jin Taichu and Jiang Poiyi, Zhu Baichuan, Taihuang Overlord Qing Wangu, and Lin Yuguang, the only descendant of the God of Light, immediately took action to protect a large number of Alliance elites who could not escape in time. Just as Ying Jiufeng stood up and was about to react, Lin Chen's 51st and 52nd holy points burst out with holy light. 2 hexagonal rays of starlight shot up into the sky. Clouds and rosy clouds rose. With Lin Chen as the center, they instantly exploded. At this moment, it was as if millions of heavenly dragons were destroying the world. This scene was like a divine light shooting up into the sky and shaking the world. This explosion was like a 9-colored star exploding. Boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. Boundless holy power that could destroy 3,000 planes instantly erupted from Lin Chen's body. 9 stars flashed consecutively, and a series of explosions of holy power descended in an instant, covering the entire sky and landing on the Genesis team. A 9-colored pillar of light bloomed between heaven and earth, expanding rapidly and shrouding the Genesis team. The apocalyptic energy stirred up the wind and clouds, causing space to tremble and heaven and earth to crawl. All the criminals from the Holy Purgatory and the entire Genesis team were affected. Lin Chen's clone snapped his fingers, and the Taishi primordial dragon roared. When the dragon retreated, a red glow descended, and a divine light covered the world. A reddish-gold halo enveloped everyone on the dragon's body. Lin Chen's current holy dragon had broken through to the level of 2 million venerable power. With the ancient dragon bloodline that had been strengthened to the maximum, he didn't even need to perform any bloodline ability. He could protect everyone with just a breath of dragon aura. This move was like the king of the opening move. Even the servants were stunned. It directly ignited everyone's fighting spirit. They had thought that Lin Chen would make a surprise attack, but they hadn't thought that it would be to this extent. Shangguanju, who was standing at the side of the team, murmured to herself in an almost infatuated manner. Her beautiful eyes were like limpid autumn water, rippling like light. Lin Chen, who the hell are you? As everyone knew, breaking through realms was usually a matter of course. On the other hand, acupoint explosion was a result of one's accumulation and sudden fortuitous encounter, allowing one to open multiple saint acupoints in one go. If it were any other genius, the explosion of a life and death realm cultivator was nothing to the experts present. But what kind of monster was Lin Chen? He was a peerless monster that could rival a saint king with just 50 saint cavities. He was an unprecedented existence in the history of the human race. The energy of this acupoint explosion was unprecedentedly perverse. One had to know that when Lin Chen returned from the dragon world, he had gone through many battles. He had killed a saint king, the insect god's will, destroyed the strongest sect in sword domain, and obtained a huge amount of attribute light balls. When the experts hidden in sword domain looked at the blooming 9-colored light pillar in the distance, they were completely dumbfounded. That light pillar is actually just beginning to be contaminated with life and death chi. In other words, Lin Chen actually just entered life and death realm? What kind of joke is this? There should be a limit to your nonsense, right? Is this the power of a life and death realm acupoint explosion? It's 2F** king scary. I almost pissed my pants. The power of this acupoint explosion is comparable to multiple Saint Kings self-detonating at the same time. Didn't they say that Lin Chen had endured for 3 eras and that he was actually an old monster on the surface? Did he already have 100 saint cavities and broke through to Saint King? What's going on? What the F***ck is going on? Countless experts were in a frenzy. This had completely exceeded their scope of understanding. Lin Chen had such abnormal battle strength, but in reality, he was only a 6th-level saint, a life and death realm cultivator. Wasn't this mentioned in the books? How could he brag like this? Sword domain, above the abandoned ancient sword city. 1,000-feather Saint King from the 1,000 domains floated in the air, his handsome face solemn as he spoke solemnly. I didn't expect Lin Chen to use such a heavy move right from the start. If Genesis knew beforehand and took precautions, it would be fine. However, this explosion in the center of the team is a fatal blow. Heavenly Son Saint King from the Flame Domain said with deep thought. His old eyes flashed with a trace of light as he leaned on his walking stick. That's right. Just the shockwave of this acupoint explosion is comparable to 4 to 5 Saint Kings self-detonating at the same time. If this move is used in the middle of Genesis team, it will greatly change the direction of the battle. Just as the Saint Kings were discussing spiritedly, their voices faded, clang, clang, clang. Saber intent and sword intent cut through the void, cutting apart a large amount of 9-colored Saint Light shockwave. Silver-white spatial light moved like stars, teleporting out the injured members of Genesis one after another. The experts of Holy Hell had made their move. Saints don't save the world, Demonic moon saves the world. A dark moon rose slowly. Yu Linglong, known as the Thousand Faces exquisite moon, had a graceful and enchanting figure. With the dark moon behind her, she released a torrential demonic intent amidst her beauty. With a wave of her slender hand, a large amount of demonic moon's brilliance bathed and decorated the bodies of many injured Alliance experts. Their wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fei Wushuang, who was standing in the air, frowned slightly. Demonic race's ultimate technique? Lin Chen's servants didn't act rashly. If they attacked them without permission, it would affect their lord's acupoint explosion and weaken its power. As Lin Chen's acupoint explosion didn't belong to the system's hostile attack, this wave of acupoint explosion didn't trigger extinction rupture. However, even so, Lin Chen's acupoint explosion was a powerful blow to the Genesis era. Half an hour later, when the nine-colored starlight slowly disappeared, Lin Chen's figure stepped into the air and floated among the Genesis era's team. 104 hexagonal starlight circulated around his body, shining brightly. 52 true body saint points and 52 greater one saint point. Lin Chen's face was filled with intoxication. This power was too wonderful. 6th level sage, life and death realm. It allowed the saint power to be tainted with the aura of life and death, possessing a stronger life and death force and increasing its recovery ability. Out of the 10 life and death saint points, every time 2 saint points were opened, the total amount of saint power would be doubled. Lin Chen's total saint power was exactly the same as 1 million Zun's saint power cultivation base. Doubling it would be 2 million Zun's saint power. The greater one saint point would automatically duplicate the true body saint point, doubling it. In addition, the extreme god possession's 300% effect of the heart technique would triple. In other words, Lin Chen's saint power could unleash saint power equivalent to 6 million Zun's saint power. Just his saint power cultivation alone had already surpassed many of the veteran saint kings. Reaching the heavens in a single step. Truly reaching the heavens in a single step. At this time, even though Lin Chen was in the middle of the enemy's team, he didn't show any signs of fear. The current Lin Chen was only stronger than when he activated the God Slayer state in the Dragon World. Coward my ass. Just do it. Lin Chen's gaze turned to look at Ying Jiufeng, who was in the air with an extremely ugly expression. The corners of his lips curled up into a mocking smile. Alliance leader Ying, the elimination round wasn't finished last time. This time, let's have a final round. I wonder if you'll be the one to respond, or if I'll be tougher. Chapter 1757. More than half of the Genesis members were injured. Even with the protection of the Holy Purgatory's powerhouses, Lin Chen's acupoint exploding avatar still killed them before they could even put up any resistance. Lin Chen! Ying Jiufeng roared as he spread his 9-colored phoenix wings. His majestic divine blood aura instantly descended upon the sky. 9 different shrieks and howls reverberated in the air as 9 different phantoms of phoenixes swam around Ying Jiufeng. Many saint talents were slightly shocked. Ying Jiufeng had activated 9 divine bird bloodlines right from the start. This was a sign that he was going to fight to the death. The next moment, Ying Jiufeng suddenly rushed toward Lin Chen and shouted coldly, "Everyone, get ready to take down Lin Chen, life or death." When Ying Jiufeng attacked Lin Chen aggressively, Lin Chen's lips curled up as he stepped on a cloud and flash. The two of them turned into thousands of after-images as they flashed across the sky and converged at extreme speed. Phoenix blade blazing sky. 9-fold burning sky palm. Lin Chen pushed his palm forward, and the 9-fold burning sky palm transformed into 5 giant palms that covered the sky. Ying Jiufeng's claw slashed down, and the dancing blades of the Phoenix clan slashed the sky. The two of them each struck with their palms. Kai tilde. Boom tilde. When the terrifying energy ripples surged, Ying Jiufeng's expression changed slightly. You actually gained such terrifying combat power after breaking through 2 Saint Acupoint. His expression was particularly ugly. Although he hadn't used his full strength, the two of them were evenly matched in the previous strike. One had to know that when he activated the 9-fold Phoenix bloodline last time, he had completely suppressed Lin Chen's original body and his doppelganger. Now, he had unleashed such a powerful attack by himself. All this improvement was just 2 saint acupoints needed to break through to the life and death realm? If he was already so powerful at the 6th stage saint realm, wouldn't he be able to defeat Ying Jiufeng with one hand if he broke through to the star-receiving realm, the saint heart realm, or even the heaven-opening realm? Boom tilde. Countless powerhouses rushed over and completely surrounded Lin Chen. The only one who didn't make a move was the Holy Incarcerate. They needed to be wary of Lin Chen's team. Furthermore, they only had a cooperative relationship with Genesis. They would not risk their lives for them. However, the true Dragon Saint King's expression became even more serious. The strange thing was that the Genesis Sage Kings had surrounded Lin Chen. Why hadn't Lin Chen's team moved yet? Not a single person from the entire team on the Ancient Dragon's back moved. What kind of F***king plan was this? With Lin Chen as his opponent, he simply couldn't figure out his opponent's attack pattern. True Dragon Holy King immediately looked at the former number 1 fortune teller, Heartbreak Red. At that moment, Heartbroken Red Hand was holding the life and death judge's pen, drawing a hellish scene. He pinched his fingers repeatedly, and his fingertips were so fast that only after images could be seen. He quickly calculated his opponent's intentions. Heartbreak Red's expression gradually became crazed and fanatical. He, who had been silent for a long time, had finally met an opponent that he could confront head-on with. Jiang Taishu was the same. He held the carefree banner in his hand, his long robes fluttering in the wind. He was calm, composed, and radiant. He was like a god descending into the world, seeing through nothingness. Jiang Taishu's palms turned into glittering stars. His 5 fingers touched the Milky Way as he crazily performed arithmetic to cover the trend and momentum of his team. He was also calculating the general trend of his opponent's destiny. Boom, boom, boom. Providence rumbled, and the great Tao trembled. The calculations and deductions of the 2 super divination masters had actually messed up the fate of this world. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the space nearby exploded with a series of disintegration sound. Jiang Taishu and Heartbreak Red both took a step back. Heartbreak Red couldn't calculate the opponent's intentions. Both sides were evenly matched. Heartbreak Red laughed sinisterly. I didn't expect that during this period of time when I was imprisoned, the human race would have such an amazing person. I can't figure out their intentions for the time being. True Dragon Holy King's expression was gloomy. In this kind of top-notch battle, if one rashly attacked without knowing the opponent's intentions, it was very likely that they would fall into the opponent's trap. In fact, even the servants didn't know what Lin Chen wanted to do. Their lord gave them an order: continue to wait. And the few breaths that Jiang Taishu took to cover his aura had bought Lin Chen a lot of time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Chen stepped on the clouds and flew in the sky, frantically dodging the attacks of more than 10 holy kings. The moment he was completely surrounded, Lin Chen suddenly smiled. His face was full of smiles, flirtatious but not obscene. Ying Jiufeng saw this guy smile, and instantly goosebumps and vigilance exploded. Something was wrong. Every time this guy smiled like this, it was the time to cause trouble. Lin Chen smiled flirtatiously and said slyly, "Don't tell me you think that my trump card is only one time?" Ying Jiufeng, who was chasing him, immediately felt as if he was struck by lightning. The next moment, Ying Jiufeng suddenly roared, "Everyone, disperse." Too late. Ping'an, it's your turn. Lin Chen waved his hand, and divine light fell from the sky. A black-haired girl in a pink peach dress descended from the sky. It was Lin Ping'an. Lin Ping'an smiled sweetly. "You've been holding it in for a long time. Now, I'll let you have a taste of the real calamity of pain." Calamity of pain? Ying Jiufeng reacted quickly. He suddenly waved the holy fan in his hand, and fierce wind blades slashed at Lin Ping'an, trying to cover the retreat of the powerhouses. Whoosh, whoosh, clang, clang. Lin Chen held the Demon Slayer divine spear in his hand and flicked and swept away all of his attacks. Lin Chen's rapid spear attacks directly blocked Ying Jiufeng's attacks. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Ping'an's delicate and slender hand raise. In an instant, Lin Chen activated his transdimensional talent, and a portal to the transdimensional space opened above her head. Rumble. Endless disastrous aura, like an energy storm, surged out of Lin Chen's transdimensional realm. Even a sage ruler's expression couldn't help but change when faced with such terrifying calamity energy. The disastrous energy condensed into a purple-brown dragon roaring in the sky. Go! Lin Pingan pointed into the distance, and he dashed towards the Saint Kings that represented the various great ninth-grade clans, as well as the two ancestors of the martial god clan. The Saint Kings wanted to retreat, but the calamity frenzy was too fast. The calamity dragons pounced on them and exploded in an instant. Bang! 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 The disastrous energy exploded, and the Holy King's sacred power was quickly eroded and dissipated. Intense pain, as if their sacred bodies were being torn apart, surged through the Holy King's bodies. While Lin Chen's servants were in seclusion, Lin Ping had not been idle. Lin Chen had sent a clone to collect a large amount of disastrous energy with her in the divine river star system. Logically speaking, apart from Lin Ping's body, there was no space in heaven and earth that could store the disastrous energy. However, Lin Chen's transdimensional realm could. It was a space-time that belonged to Lin Chen's absolute control. As long as no living beings were stored, Lin Chen's talent points to activate the transdimensional realm would be greatly reduced, and he could activate it for a long time. Then, Lin Ping placed a huge amount of disastrous energy in Lin Chen's transdimensional realm. Then, she released it all in one breath. King Bomb 2 combo. The entire Genesis team was on the verge of collapse after being defeated by Lin Chen. Chapter 1758. This move of Lin Chen's completely stupefied the powerhouses within the sword domain. He started with 2 counter-punches and directly dealt a heavy blow to Genesis. Things did not go according to everyone's expectations. There was neither Genesis suppression nor Lin Chen's bitter struggle. Instead, it was Lin Chen alone and the pain disaster that stunned the entire Genesis team. A large amount of disaster energy spread out, and more experts were forced to escape. They moved further away from the team. A pain disaster was unleashed in the middle of the Alliance team. That was a very terrifying fact. Even a place as strong as the Holy Hell's side was affected quite a bit. Many criminals screamed in pain as they were corroded. The Dragon Saint King was completely enraged. He turned his cold eyes and shouted to everyone, "No more waiting. This pain disaster is Lin Chen's trump card. Everyone, attack and destroy Lin Chen's team." Rumble. The moment the Holy Hell attacked, a terrifying aura erupted. A large number of Holy Hell criminals flew into the sky. It could be said that their aura was monstrous. Lin Chen's servants, the Lawkeeper Hall of the Divine Flame Palace, and the hidden experts finally started to move. The battle was about to start. On the other side, the Holy Kings who were ambushed were all injured. As they retreated, they still greeted Lin Chen affectionately. The disaster energy entered their bodies. It was unbearable. It was as if there were centipedes crawling all over their bodies, constantly biting their flesh. Rip tilde. Only 2 figures tore through the void and attacked Lin Ping. They were the 2 patriarchs of the martial god family. Their cultivation was 2 levels higher than ordinary Holy Kings. They were already on guard beforehand. Only the 2 of them could kill their way out of the pain disaster. Just as Lin Ping was getting ready to go all out, whoosh tilde, Lin Chen's figure flashed and immediately returned to Lin Ping's side, carrying her away. Lin Ping pouted. "What are you doing? I still want to fight with them." Lin Chen rolled his eyes. "You really want to fight in their camp? Who gave you the courage?" Lin Ping smiled innocently and said, "Of course it was you who gave me the courage." When Lin Chen heard this, he was so happy that he laughed out loud. "We've finished our 3 axes. Next, it's time for them to counterattack." The light of super-dimensional teleportation flashed, and Lin Chen's body finally returned to the head of the ancient dragon. When Ying Jiufeng saw that he couldn't stop Lin Chen, his eyes turned completely gloomy. "Lin Chen! I founded it." At this time, Lin Chen was standing on top of the ancient dragon's head. As far as the eye could see, the Genesis team was utterly defeated. After being cleansed by a wave of his exploding acupoints and Lin Ping's massive amount of disaster energy, almost half of the experts below the first revolution sage level had perished. Those below 5th Revolution Sage had to fight with injuries. There were also many rank 8 sages who were injured. Only those with rank 9 cultivation level were able to survive the previous 2 waves of attacks. That's right, they were protected. If not for the Holy Prison's intervention, they would have died. However, those who could become 1st Revolution sages and above were definitely not weak. While the experts quickly retreated, they quickly consumed the holy pills prepared by Mi Tian and the Alliance to heal their injuries. At this time, Lin Chen suddenly asked, "System, how much rune energy do I need to synchronize my clones with my main body's cultivation now?" System answer: under the premise that the phantom clone is not dead and the holy power is not greatly depleted, activating the phantom rune to synchronize with the current cultivation requires 3 million holy rune energy points per use. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Damn it, 3 million holy rune energy points per use. Didn't this mean that if all his clones wanted to synchronize with his current cultivation, he would need at least 21 million holy rune energy point? Right now, he only had 46 million points of Saint Rune energy at most. If he were to synchronize the 2 cultivation levels, would his rune energy be completely depleted? Lin Chen thought to himself. When my cultivation level increases, using top-tier techniques like instant light, shadow, and so on will consume more talent points. It seems that I can't use my Annihilation Star explosion casually. Otherwise, I'll use up all the holy rune energy in one go. At this time, the servants started to move. Lord, let's go. If we don't destroy the Alliance, we won't return. I've been holding it in for too long. Today, I'll do it to my heart's content. Do 1 to break even, do 2 to make a profit. Let's fight. Lin Chen's servants were full of fighting spirit as they charged toward the Genesis Alliance. An all-out war had begun. On the Holy Prison's side, a large number of Holy Prison's criminals charged out fearlessly. The Genesis Alliance did not have the ability to heal the injuries of tens of thousands of Holy Prison's criminals in a short time. Just healing the 17 people in the Eye of Hell had consumed too much of their resources. Therefore, most of the low-level criminals were fighting with injuries, and their actual combat power was less than 50% of their peak. Even so, they had the advantage in numbers and fighting style. Once the battle began, they were evenly matched with Lin Chen's team for a short time. Then, with the previous Divine Flame Palace Master as the leader, 20 Supreme Elders, half-step Holy Kings, and 9th Transformation Pinnacle Servants, stood in front of the Holy Kings representing the 9th rank sect. When a 9th rank Holy King saw the lineup of Divine Flame Palace, he could not help but turn pale with fright. Palace Master Yangran of Divine Flame Palace. You've actually broken through to Holy King, Shangguan Yangran responded with an elegant smile. I'm no longer the Palace Master of Divine Flame Palace. All of this is thanks to the current Palace Master, by Ruoyon's man, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The Supreme Elders of Divine Flame Palace stood in front of the 9th rank sect's Holy Kings and half-step Holy Kings one after another. Compared to before, they could be said to be radiant and full of vitality. They were completely free of their previous injuries, and even their cultivation techniques, auras, and cultivation had improved by several levels. Now, when they fought together, they could even stop a half-step Holy King. Not to mention, they had the help of the servants on the 18th floor. They had 24 people who had stepped into the ranks of half-step Holy Kings. Shangguan Yangran said calmly, I won't let you disturb them. Elders of Divine Flame Palace, listen to my order. Form the Divine Flame Formation. Let us follow Sir Lin Chen's people and experience the strength of these 12 9th rank forces. Boom, boom, boom. In the chaotic battlefield, a ball of peerless divine flame immediately ignited, and its brilliance swayed, dominating one side. Humph. Just a bunch of half-step Holy Kings and 9th Revolution Saints, you want to stop us Holy Kings? You're courting death. Although the 9th rank Holy Kings were injured by Lin Pinggan, their foundation was still intact. They were fearless and fought head-on. In an instant, the space opened up by the divine flame became one of the main battlefield. On the other side, the geniuses of the Genesis era were displaying their unique skills and leading the way on the battlefield. On Lin Chen's side, the servants on the 15th floor were not willing to be left behind. After receiving Lin Chen's system strengthening, their combat power skyrocketed. They all used the Holy Talent list as their opponents and fought head-on. The entire unbounded sea instantly became a huge chaotic battle. It was too much for the eyes to take in. Many strong people in Sword Domain watched with rapt attention. Some careful strong people were even shocked to discover that the combat power of the Lawkeeper Hall of the Shenyang Palace had actually soared a few levels compared to before. Not only had their cultivation skyrocketed, but their mental cultivation techniques, and even holy artifacts had all soared by more than 2 levels. The Shenyang Palace was once on the verge of decline and did not have the foundation to instantly reflect such powerful combat power. Could it be that all of this is Lin Chen's doing? The holy kings who were watching the battle looked at each other in horror and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The Genesis era had really picked the wrong opponent. If Lin Chen did not die today, in the future, he would definitely be the person who could shake the holy talent list the most in the sacred boundary. In the sky above the unbounded sea, the strong people from both sides fought fiercely. Within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, tens of millions of miles, tens of millions of miles, hundreds of millions of miles, it was all fierce and chaotic battle group. However, only the 2 sides in the highest void had not moved yet. Standing on the dragon-shaped holy chi were the 5 holy kings from the holy prison, Ying Jiufeng, and the 17 people from the Eye of Hell, and the 17 people on the ancient Taishi dragon's back, Lin Chen, Lin Ping'an, Elder Xian Yu, and Shangguan Zhu. The strong people inside and outside the Sword Domain could not help but hold their breath. Especially some of the old holy kings, when they saw Lin Chen's group and the 17 people from the holy prison, their expressions changed greatly. On one side, there were the peerless rulers before the sacred boundary was established. Each of them was below the true god and quasi-god level. On the other side, there were the geniuses of the era after the sacred boundary was established. Every one of them was a child of the era who stood at the top of the tide of their era. They were completely giants, and they were existences capable of supporting the heaven and earth in every domain. Anyone with a discerning eye could easily tell who was stronger in the battle between the 2 sides. However, this was still a battle that no one had ever fought before. Most likely, apart from Lin Chen's courage and the holy prison's authority, no one else could subdue and gather such an epic team. It was simply a battle of dreams.